I'm in love with your pieces. She's a nasty girl like Janet Jackson. Okay. Necesito encontrar. She's the type to make you call the reverend. Porque necesito ayudar. So why don't we get missing? Don't just stand by. Love don't wait on it. Ain't no rules, so why don't we get missing? Don't tell so about it. Love don't wait on it. Make your move.
Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Like it's only one squad. It's only one squad.
We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, Chico, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad.
Game time, hit the shot and look down at my wrist just like it's Dame time. Know I'm in the field, kicking game, I'm on the main line. In the air, you ain't bringing me down, I got hang time. You wonder how I'm humble and I'm flexing at the same time. In the paint, I'm a beast, I'm a dog off the leash. I got power like Tariq, how we play, come and see. How you do it, they gon' think we got a cheat code. I don't see no competition, it's a free throw. Marshawn on the line, I'm in beast mode. I've been up since 5 a.m. and they in sleep mode. Know I got my team back, that's the G code. Game winner, do my dance, I'm in tweak mode. We done won back to back, I need a three-peat. Crossover, walk on water in the deep sea. Step back, keep the form, that's a deep three. Jumbotron fans say we need a repeat. We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, Chico, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Nothing spotted. Now goes for the pink and Famous with a great headshot.
Divine can
Still
actually, remove the guns.
Says, let's put you back on a Thrifty. Overdrive going to be popped though and Famous. likes those odds. Pushing forward, able to find one. Dollsign holding things down at the back as Famous comes away with a third. Forsaken now has to do the lion's share of the work, and that is an immense amount of immediate damage. Famous with a 4 kill. I suspect Mako was likely getting the read that it was going to be Premi rotating through that defender spawn as well. As
Orbitainment, but Premi wants to stop that.
Beacon finding one. Mako just, hip fire action, looking to steady it, eventually does. Ring just walking right into it.
Hit the headshot, which you're not doing, but you're still getting the kill.
And midair, off towards Buzz, who does have the perfect crosshair placement to pick up 2 kills.
Oh,
Jing, though, maybe unexpected for Meteor.
Serious, that's back online.
Okay, into the spot.
Towards the site for his utility potentially, or play to the numbers.
Which means Paper X are then kind of just funneled straight into B. Something trying to fly past a lot of it, though. Does hold out towards the top market, but down towards the exact lane. Something then finding a double kill. Izu stacks, can they hold it down at Boathouse? So far, so good. Izu with a double kill. Something swaps on, pulls out the blaze. He finds the right.
Go back in towards the retake.
Oh, and look at this now. Buzz feeling confident to go in for the overdrive play. Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes. He's online for the ace. Does he look for it? Buzz, low HP, but he still tracks on.
Today you look so handsome.
You also, thank you. I high five for him. Oh! Believe me guys, today is nice day, okay?
Just think like we grip everything we can, so we don't regret after the game, okay?
파이팅.
파이팅 뭐?
기분이 좋은데 오늘? 오늘 기분이 좋아.
토론토 가기 딱 좋은 날씨네 그냥.
오늘 기분 좋긴 해 오늘. 오늘 기분이 왜 이렇게 좋지?
내 태호! 좁혀러 가보자. 자 가보자잉. 얘들아 단절해지자 다시. 우리 우승하자.
오케이.
토론토. 오늘 하빈이 아픈데 누가 화이팅해? 화이팅 해줘.
서리젤러.
화이팅 화이팅 화이팅!
하래. 이렇게 나와.
고 멘다. 아몬.
내 플래시 좀 깨주라. 확인. 깼다. 둘, 에멘 둘. 야, 스플릿 맞는 거 같아요. 쇼 봐라, 그냥 아트 쪽. 확인, 나도 붙을게.
Ni mali na bigang. Sa pump ka mali. Mas na daw.
Ôi, ngắm rồi. Con tỉ hết rồi. Quả lão ọc rồi này.
Tỉ đi, 까.
Đôn chơi lo thiệt này.
우리 궁이 리테도 돼. 아니, 우리 아직 버티는 중.
앞에 스모크 돼. 앞에 스모크 비비는 거.
잠깐만.
빙 와봐라. 이 스모크 하나. 나이스. 에바. 나이스 나라요.
어이, 나라 이거 뭐야? 야, 네. 맛 좋네. 맛 좋네.
에이 조용해. 이번에 A 레이즈 좀 봐. A 레이즈. 멀리 있었다 멀리. 이기겠다. B 앞에 없었어. C 조심.
나 몰래 하나 까놓을게.
A랑 떼오면 나 또 도와줄게.
야 여기 백사 있다 백사. 야 여기에 킬조이고 백사에 다른 애 있어. 오맨인데 쟤. A 리테이크인가 보다.
A 레이드 아니야. A 레이드랑 오맨 있어.
B 없는 애는 B 없는 데더라 이거. B가 되긴 해. B가.
야 와라 stop. 하나 더 갖고.
들어왔다. 찌리크.
확인. 치리커만 봐.
하나 더. 천천히. 하나 더. 쟤 잡으러 갈래?
지를게.
메인 하나 짝방 하나.
짝방 둘이야 지금. 피 없을 거지.
태형 총 먹어. 갔다 앞에 상단. 상단 잡아볼게. 천천히 해봐. 천천히. 둘. 하나 더. 총 먹어. 야 여기 총 있어. 구태기 형. 나 총 있어. 나이스.
클래식으로 대형 사고가 나버렸네.
플래틱.
에멘 TP.
빅관 맷. 삐맨 안 나.
Top mid 3 á. Top mid 1 Limen.
아 어때지?
잡았어. 홀드 얘들아.
홀드 할게.
맨날 저. 알아봐? 에비 맨날. 네 끝. 셋업.
가자. 블락 갈게. 깠어. 플래시.
TV 한번 뜨지.
Ada lagi.
서버 사도 앞에.
해변 왼쪽 그대로.
쌤 본 중.
우리 현철이 필.
Side, one side. Drone.
원해요. 또.
해변 둘.
사도 앞에. 만달. 아살라말레이쿰. Wow, imagine if we had one more round in attack. Wow.
맨 깎고. 멀리서 깠다. 신상 웨이맨 깎고.
와볼래? 와봐.
내가 기다려.
야 쇼트로 간다.
슛으로 와줘. 야, 빨리.
가오르다. 나이스. 주먹집. 내가 짠트 두 새끼 나오는 거 봐.
스파이크가 A 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
맞쌤.
사랑 맞쌤. 맞다.
잡아.
그냥 안설할게 이거.
안 설해. 안전하게.
메인에서 보이는 소리요. 팀플랜 됐어. 따오르게. 야 안설 잡으러 간다.
명관아 좋아요. 드리블 너무 좋아하지 명관아 지금. 명관아 드리블 너무 좋아 지금.
그럼.
빠진다. 궁 너무 좋았다. 사이트.
그럼 넌 알잘딱 된다니까.
됐어.
Overlap. Ada nih sama Maxim.
Can you molly the bubble, Ascent?
Ya, Marina.
그럼 막쌤.
장막 내려가.
얘 어때 얘들아?
영화전 형이 이거 봐줘.
일단 가줄게. 이거 A일 것 같아.
몰라 이거. 우리 정리 안 된다 얘들아.
야 구체 이거 CT까지 갔다. 이거 A일 것 같아.
아스파크 해봐. 나 플러스 백사이드.
I'm ready now.
Okay, go now. One stairs.
It's backside.
TK 계단 조심해야 돼.
야 좀만 붙어봐. 잡아.
Go. I'm blind.
하나 페이트 나이스.
나이스 다 있다.
야 가는 중이다. 잠깐만 가는 중.
하나 더.
잠깐만. 아 울디야.
We don't see.
Maybe side.
Heaven.
괜찮다. 괜찮아. 진상 좋을 것 같아.
Shoot.
아약산. Okay, go.
He got stun.
My king man, you are my king man.
I'm not.
You are queen, bro. 나이스.
시멘트 폴트 연막까지 얘네. 쇼크. 타이밍 떼주고 가봐. 팝 조심해봐. 얘네 봉봉 깠다 이거 일단. 확인했어. 야 팝 조심. 계단 왔다.
한명 남았습니다.
피를 했다.
B 지점에 떨어졌습니다.
면철 개피. 나이스. 안돼 에이스가 아니야. 면철이 와 뭐야?
따라용 아니라 다행이야.
못해요. 그게 무슨?
안녕하십니까.
안녕하세요.
저희 오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
어떤 미니 게임 할지 예상이 되시는 분 있으신가요?
저요. 그 피구.
피구?
응.
무슨
같이
피구를
뭐
어떻게?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
네, 소바 하니까. 야, 잘하고 와.
이해야 된다 형.
뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와, 야 잠깐만 날려.
그래도 형이야. 화살은 내가 더 묵직해.
야야, 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 화이팅!
더 크게 더 크게.
화이팅! 오. 야야야! 다 맞아.
야, 한 대만 더 맞춰봐. 형, 좀 떨어져서, 좀 떨어져서. 고수인데?
개보다래.
아니, 고수인데? 원래 지고 시작하는 거예요.
뭐래?
젠지의 경기답게.
오케이. 아, 패승승.
승승으로 가자, 승승.
우리 승승으로 가자 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자. 나이스. 하자.
와, 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더.
못해!
제발 때려. 여기.
접으세요.
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼.
화겠자.
화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아. 잘한다.
야, 왜 가도?
좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
그거야, 임마. 아, 김범이 화이팅!
응 아니야? 김원태 화이팅.
먼저 화이팅.
가자. 여기. 하던 대로.
뭔데?
여기. 저기.
그렇지.
Player
우리였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용해라. VAR 판독.
비엘 판독.
젠지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아 뭐야? 오케이.
손에 땀 나는데 이거?
아 긴장돼. 아.
그만 맞아, 그만. 할 때 시작할 때 속이.
갑니다. 가자.
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜 바람.
나 지키면 돼.
야, 욕심 부담하면 어떡해.
무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야 너무 묵직한데.
아 좋았다.
욕심 부담은.
복수해줘.
어?
복수해줘. 알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또.
맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보.
노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려. 나 느려?
아니, 상대가 더 느려. 화이팅!
어디야?
오 빠른데?
스킬을 왜?
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뭐해. 스킬 좋아. 못 참겠지, 늙어서. 못 참겠지.
안돼. 따라가야 돼. 예측해.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해서 해야 돼. 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이리를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원과 함께 시작할게요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
화이팅! 아이, 도망가. 형도 공 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요.
어떻게 할 건데?
느린데.
맞춰.
우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 여러분들께 맞던데.
놀림까지.
이렇게 할 건데.
너무 빨라.
어때?
나 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는.
생긴 거에 비해 날렵해.
아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게. 좋아. 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해. 약간 아쉬운데?
말했잖아 느리다니까. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
I have the spike.
어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 줄 건데? 우리 팀 나라용이야.
나 빨리 응 아니야? 나한테 건데. 여기 이 클릭해 주시고 역행다. 나 역행된다.
나안 돌아가잖아.
눌렀어.
근데 그러면 안 돼. 넣어야 돼. 해야 돼.
아니야 역행 안 눌렀는데. 쉬운데?
안 되네. 나한테는 어려운데?
깔끔하게 이겼다.
깔끔하네.
확실하다.
나한테 너무 어려운데?
롱점프?
내 감각이 좋아야 되는데 이거. 내고 마음속 3초 세. 이게 숫자 세컨.
확실하다.
파이팅! 1점 더 주면 안 돼. 3대 떡 해야 돼.
안 내진다 갈보. 에이 먼저. 저는 준비됐습니다.
그래 시작해. 지금이에요.
지금이니. 레전드.
방한 거 같은데 우리.
확실하다. 야, 질 수가 없어요.
갈 수 있어. 갈 수 있어. 너야 너. 담비. 역교 화이팅!
이겼잖아. 확실하잖아.
야 나리브 클로즈다 임마.
잘하긴 했어. 인정할게. 내가 조금 더 잘했다.
역교 이기면은 샤브샤브 사줄게.
가자. 형, 우리는 뭐 없나?
불닭.
치즈 불닭.
형이 끓여줄게.
너 들어와 임마. 바로 들어와.
보내버렸어요.
다시. 몰스백.
아무만.
잠깐만. 이거 떨어진 걸로 인정해야 되는 거 아니야? 이거? 애교 불어봐.
한 번만.
야 넘어가자.
야 그런 말을 보면 어떡해?
너무 빨리.
아니야 내가 봤을 때 너무 빨리야.
빨리 했지?
지금 이 끝거리로상 내가 봤을 때 한 3.5초 정도 마음속으로 세야 돼. 지금.
감 알았어. 이제 질 수가 없어 이제.
불닭 없어 진다.
나 완벽한 타이밍 재버렸어 이제.
그러니까 3.5.
확인했어.
페이크 안 쏘네.
야수의 심장이 없다. 야수의 심장이.
3.5초가 아니라 1.5초로 들었지 너.
규혁이 3연승 하면은 소고기 사줄라 했는데.
그러면 완전 끝에 가면 이제 소고기?
완전 끝에 가면 돼. 오케이. 소고기 사줄게.
그 심장 가지고 뭐 되겠어?
난 될 수 있어. 할 수 있어.
너 먼저 해.
너부터 해.
너 먼저
해.
하겠습니다. 나 눈 감고 할게. 눈 감고.
눈 감지 마.
너무 빨리.
와 진짜.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼. 혁기야.
할수 있어.
혁기야 너만 잘하면 돼.
3, 4, 5.
잘 가고.
이지.
이지.
쉽고 재밌었습니다.
아니 뭐 소바 이게 짬 차이가 아무리 나더라도 이게 기본의 실력이 있으니까 또. 네.
와!
트로피. 부럽다.
뭐야?
부럽다.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다.
우승.
Players oath, we pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide by the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with effort and skill in the spirit of fair play.
Wait, cheer please.
He plays solo for 5 years, but I don't think he needs advice.
He plays solo every day. If he was, he needs to retire.
Good luck, Noob.
Nope, I'm gonna win, bro.
Wrong bind, bro. Aduh.
Let's go, push.
Woi.
Gigi.
Ai.
Push.
No, ai. 148, bro. Cheer please.
Let's go, push.
What the?
Oi.
Push.
Gigi.
149.
Gigi.
Come on, bro. Wait, full charge. Wait, I almost passed the barrier, bro.
Let's go hero.
Gigi, bro, no chance.
Oh nice dog.
Wait, doesn't count.
Wah, lu bounce sih, lu fumble sih. Lu kenapa bounce deh?
Oh, I fumbled.
2-1.
Okay. One more life, guys.
Why you bounce?
Let's go doh.
Gigi. Wah, GG.
GG, bro. Push, I can use stronger better than you.
Easy.
So bad, bro. Holy.
Really disappointed.
Sorry team.
No.
Who's gonna play? Tackle?
Yeah.
GG, bro. I think GG.
Maksud lu apa?
GG, bro.
1, 2, 3, shoot.
Okay.
Let's go tackle. Dash. Uy. No. Tackle, what is this?
Gue miss.
Run, Maxim. Oh, Maxim. Nice. Wah. Maxim, you locked in, bro.
Nice, Maxim. One more.
Tackle, come on.
Gue fumble mid.
Tackle.
Halo.
Spike drop.
Geboknya tuh ke spike, bro.
Spike drop.
Let's go, Tak. Tak kayak bayi double king, bro. Tak, chase him, come on. Bro.
Let's go.
Let's go, anti-pressure!
My team don't trust me. I give up.
Mazim, we trust you, bro.
They don't cheer me. They cheer anti-social.
Let's go, last point. Very easy, Takel, come on.
Let's go, Takel, you got this, Takel.
Bro, I give up.
You are slim, Mazim.
I give up.
Free fire spike.
Free fire. Tak, why you double kick?
Wish me luck, bro. Bro, I cannot track you, bro.
Let's go!
Nice try, Takel, it's okay. You need to get caught once, bro. Finally, use skill, Mazim. Go back.
Thank you.
We're too close.
Santai.
Let's go 5 seconds.
Oh, I fumbled.
Tak, what is this?
Need to predict.
Takel, you're predictable, bro. Takel is predictable, bro. It's okay, Takel. Nice try.
Nice, Maxim. Hey, watch out.
Siap.
Look at me.
Go.
Hey, long time no see, bro. Hey, dude. Long time no see.
1, 2, 3, shoot. Draw. Lagi. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Wait. Again.
I win. Ready, bro. No. I'm ready, bro. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Oke. TP fit. Hey, what are you doing, bro? I never touch your in my life, so I'm gonna try my best.
Emang dia bukan jadi pernah main di official?
Nggak inget tuh. Dua.
Oi. What the?
This challenge so easy for me. What is this? David!
Fit, you give him chance,
Bro, I never touch Euro in my life.
Same, bro.
Anti-social go first.
Huh?
He go first now.
Anti-social?
Yeah.
Hey, me.
Oh no.
Why me? Maxim, calm down. You win already.
TP.
No.
Oke lah.
Okay, I take that.
Bro, this one is easy. You just count how many seconds he waited.
Calm down. Backseating, bro. Maxim, calm down, bro.
Stop teaching him.
Don't fall pit.
TP. Ya.
You count how many seconds?
Stay there. Wait, bro. Okay.
I lost my confidence suddenly.
He's fumbling.
Yeah.
Like me. Tuh, 2,
3, TP. Oh, nice bit, nice bit. Okay, I can hear already the result. I think I'm gonna lose this, guys. 4 seconds? 3,5. Hitungnya pelan. Oke. Hitungnya bener. Quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where are you, kid? Yeah! Tuh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 5. Wah, fake reaction, weh aja. Dia jatuh. Sit down, kids. Oh, very confident. Of course, very confident.
Wait. Go until the end.
No? Yeah, challenge, bro. Challenge.
Oh, calm down, bro. Yes, let's go. Go until the edge.
Okay.
Go.
Yes, I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. My previous teammate.
Yeah, let's go.
Menang Ki.
Calm down.
No. I'm gonna fall down. For my bro. You don't have any trophy, right? RRQ don't have, right? Boom have. Very proud. Of course, very proud.
It's okay, normal.
What is this?
Always lose every day.
You learn something new every day.
Prepare for total domination.
If they been against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. Putting in work every night to the sun up. If they been against us, we coming. Running with steppers and trumpets and drummers. They want the beef, you could call me a hunter. We putting in work every night to the sun up. Completing the mission, I'm getting right on it. And stay on my pivot, no knocking me off it. We ain't worried about that, they just talking. Know you the one when you link up with bosses. And we stay in the gym cause we ballin'. Calling them out cause it's shots that I'm calling. Where they at, bring them out, now they stallin'. Do them however, whenever they want it. Get to the bed cause that's all I be rolling. Stepped in the ring, they show me my opponent. We unstoppable, so that mean you can't tell us what not to do. Take them out, that's exactly what I'ma do. We invincible, but we know how to move just to get to you. Give our L's and the shoe who we give it to. Planning to win and that's just what we stick it to. We came marching in, they ain't have to invite us, we barging in. When we shoot then they know where the target is. We do nothing for free, so we charging them. If they been against us, we coming.
Hello everyone and welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific. It is Stage 1 Grand Finals. We have reached this day that we've all been waiting for. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Pilsky and Big Time, our favorite analysts, our analysts who are here with us every single day, never failing to let us down.
It's good. It means we don't get to miss any of the wonderful Pacific action. It's really the best job.
Yeah, I mean, Grand Finals Day is what we're all looking forward to. See who's going to finally pick up that trophy, whether it be Gen G returning to winning form, tournament winning form, or whether it's going to be a new champion in RRQ.
Yeah, that's right. And we're going to start the show with a trophy, an awards ceremony.
Oh my God, here we go.
It is finally, we've reached the end of the Build Diff competition brought to you by Acer Predator and Intel. And of course, the prize is going to go to the best coach.
Well done.
Thank you.
840 is massive.
840 points. I think I beat the Korean side as well. And it's weird kind of giving the awards. Oh, I get a thing.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Oh, congratulations.
I win a Predator Helios Neo V16, and it's it's a fantastic laptop.
So the Koreans get one as well.
Yeah, they also get one.
One over there.
Dongjin won over there. We're gonna look at him getting his prize later.
Oh, really?
I just want to say it means a lot to be the only coach at this desk who's won an award.
The only non-fraud.
The best coach. The best coach on the desk. Yeah. Unbelievable.
No, they are very good though. They are very good. So congratulations.
Thank you. This is like kickoff's award last year. Yeah. So this is a pretty dope laptop. You guys have been using an older model, right? And
Yes.
have you been enjoying it? Because I can't wait to get mine.
I think it is.
They are very good.
I think it is like this one, or maybe it's like a newer, updated version of this one. But this one's a Neo V16. It's been fantastic to use, honestly. Like, it's been really helpful. I put all my notes on here. Everything loads very quickly.
Yeah.
If I ever get bored of listening to Big Time Drone on and on and on, I could quickly load up a quick ranked game. I could be in the range, you know, just aim pracking, as I'm sure many of your players did while you were giving them the game plan. They were just in the range like, yep, I'm listening. Yeah.
That happens more than you would think.
Would you say it's a product that creates the perfect gaming environment?
I think it definitely can. I think so. But you know.
Well, I'm going to have my perfect gaming environment with my laptop. Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations.
Did you guys throw just to give it to me? Do you let me win?
No, I was trying. I was trying my hardest. I got a lot of points.
Wait, Pilsky, I'm getting something in from production. We might be having an emergency situation. Guys, hang on tight. We have an emergency situation right now.
What?
There's a convict running around in our stadium right now.
Oh God, no.
Apparently, he's been arrested for illegal drone usage.
Oh. Okay. That sounds very serious.
Seriously.
That sounds
Is that
very
him?
serious.
Illegal.
I'm from,
Illegal.
Should we leave? I don't know if we should leave.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
I knew it straight away from illegal drone usage. I remember that.
All right, he's cuffed right now. Can you help him?
Okay, wait, I've got
Assistant
this.
coach.
Maybe help him out.
There you go.
Some teamwork.
I have a hairpin. I see he's still cuffed.
Oh.
No, I was.
Yeah.
He broke free.
Let me help
Here
him out.
we go.
strong, but-
Oh, he already broke it. You're like the Hulk,
Beautiful.
man.
There you go. Do you know this man?
I wish I didn't. Unfortunately, we do know each other. I can't believe you come all the way from Singapore just to torment me one more time.
Singapore prisons are probably pretty nice. Welcome.
Welcome to the desk.
Thank you.
Yeah, while you get out of your other cuff right now, this is Ben Kai, ladies and gentlemen. He was formerly on Global Esports, and before that, PaperX fame. You guys know him. He's the walkout king, and
From what I could tell, he's definitely washed. He smells washed today. So yeah, that's great.
he just came here to be abused. Where did you come from? What prison did you escape?
What do you mean prison?
Not prison.
No prison?
No prison.
This is just
your
Okay.
outfit today?
This is casual outfit wear, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
right, okay.
You wouldn't understand fashion like this man understands fashion.
I definitely don't
Of course he
understand
didn't come
fashion
from
to the
prison.
level that Ben Kai understands fashion. He's always looking fresh
Guys,
as hell.
Thank you.
Orange is the new black. We are on form today. Becca, have you been watching the Pacific Games from wherever prison or wherever you came from?
I don't know why you keep talking about prison.
That's right. He did not escape any prison. He's here legally and totally voluntarily. Yeah. Have you been watching the Pacific Games?
They only allocated us a bit of time every day, so I only could watch a bit. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to get to watch a little bit more today. Join us. You know what? You're here hanging out. Do you just want to be our third analyst?
Sure.
All right.
I mean, I don't know how long I can hang out for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try my best.
Yes, we'll help cover for you. You're an analyst for today.
I'll fight.
All right, we're gonna continue with the show now. I want a laptop. I'm the best coach, first of all, on this desk. But we're gonna move on.
I wouldn't be flaunting that right now. Like, risky business.
We don't know what he got locked away for.
We're gonna put up our Pacific moments. We got Pacific moments here. I think there's one happening right now, but we got ones from our fans, and we got the Predator Bear taking a photo with Dan the Penguin, Tacti Bear, and I don't know who the little guy is.
I know, but it's cute.
We're gonna call him Morgan.
Yeah. I mean, that,
why would we do that?
Small. That is definitely a better looking desk than we've got going on here. I mean, the plushies are locking it down. We got Princess Penguin over there.
Yeah, we got the whole thing going on.
This is my son, Pingu. He was an actor before this on a very well-known show, but now he's retired to support me emotionally on the desk.
He's gained some weight.
Him or me?
Him.
Oh, okay. You're talking about me.
Dan is his Gubby name. And guys, at the end of the show today, we're going to be having the draw show. We get to pull out the magical blue balls from the box and find out who is going to be grouped with
excellent
who.
at handling the blue balls.
And so this is going to be happening at the end of the show. Good. So guys, stick around for that. You're going to find out who stage 2 groups are going to be. Now, we got to talk about the brackets. It's been wild. Paper Rex ran through the lower bracket, faced RRQ yesterday, and Pilsky, you ended up predicting this. You were the only one who predicted this, actually, a 3-2 scoreline with RRQ.
Yeah, put some respect on RRQ's name. Honestly, like, I'm waiting for apologies, public apologies from all of you that didn't predict for them. No, honestly, the series did not go the way that I expected it to. RRQ fairly scraped through that one. There were some very tight maps, but look, they are in the grand final against Gen G, which is probably not the opponent they want to be playing.
Were you surprised, Benkai, by the results yesterday?
By the time I could watch, I only could watch like the last 2 maps. But from what I watched, I felt like RRQ against Paper X, they had like a better post plant in terms of how they wanted to like retake. Yeah, I felt it was a lot more synergized during their defense when they were like retaking against Paper X. Like they had a game plan.
Yeah, well, it definitely paid off, clearly. So they're going to be playing Gen G today, and like you said, Pilsky, this is not the matchup RRQ probably wants, or maybe they do want this revenge map. Now, our 2024 Stage 2 champs are back on the grand final stage again, Gen G, and they might have missed kickoff finals, but that's because they were working on getting their new roster up to date with Foxy9 and their rookie, Ash.
Yeah, it's lovely to see them back on top form, finally, once again, back in the final. It's great to have them back here, and we know that their level is so high. It was just about them managing to achieve it, find that consistency that they couldn't quite get with that new roster from kickoff.
Yeah, they are undeniably the favorites going into this game, but they have a lot of momentum at the moment. They've really come into their own and built up better and better form. Ash is fitting better into the roster. Foxy9 post the return, the numbers speak for themselves, and Texture's actually been really improved in terms of his form towards the latter stage of Stage 1 here. So Gen G, a very difficult team for RRQ to be taking on today.
Absolutely. RRQ have made it this far, though. The momentum is fantastic. This is their first grand finals after they experienced their first best of 5 yesterday against Paper X, no less. And yesterday, the team joked about Jemkin carrying because he was monstrous on the server. But do you guys know what this monster thinks before going to matches, how he mental preps?
I do not. How does he mental prep?
He said, I think nothing. I think nothing. I just go into the game and play. He's just a chill guy. He's like a chill guy giving Paper X a hard time.
What do you mean you think of
No
something?
thoughts, only frags.
What did you think before? What did you think before games, Ben? Was it that approach? Was it nothing?
I mean, all I could think about right now is how Jemkin kind of looks like myself. I mean, roommate.
Okay.
But he was a really nice guy. He was really
nice guy.
chill, so I can see into that mentality that he has.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. Sometimes,
no expectations.
yeah, the empty head can be good. You don't work yourself up, get too caught in the storyline, focus on what you're there to do. So
yeah,
a lot of respect there. I can appreciate that.
How do you think RRQ is going to go today after playing a whole best of 5 yesterday, though? And also, they are coming from the lower bracket.
I mean, given Gen G so many things to study, you know, and Solo's the kind of guy that will want to come prepared. Yeah, so I feel like it's gonna be tough for RRQ. Like Paper X obviously showed that RRQ has like some weaker maps compared to the others, and Gen G really has 2 map bans, so they could really easily take out 2 maps that they saw RRQ was pretty strong on yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it feels like RRQ has definitely like doesn't have the upper hand in this matchup.
In Pacific, no, there have been 0 upsets when it comes to teams who advance directly to the finals. Probably to the point you're just making, Benkai, that they have the map veto advantage here. Now, we've been seeing this since year 1 of franchise, since 3 years ago, that these two have always come head-to-head, and Gen G has usually knocked RRQ out. Do you know, you've been here the whole time, Benkai. Like, do you have any remarks on their growth? Has the teams changed a lot? And does RRQ finally have a chance?
First off, you're right. I have been here the whole time, not anywhere else.
Most importantly.
Yeah. I just need to like put it out there.
Yeah.
I do think they did grow a lot from the time that I've been here, and I'm just glad that they stuck with like building the core properly instead of just entirely swapping out the whole roster.
You're talking about RQ or Genji? Because it's kind
Both,
of applies both. Yeah.
It applies to both teams, I guess. I guess that's why you kind of see them succeeding more as compared to other teams, because they decided to like keep a core and just like build upon that rather than just like gamble and try and buy a whole new roster. It's very troublesome that way, I feel.
Yeah, that's that's a great point. Global Esports definitely doesn't do it that way. They love to just bomb it all and start all over again every single year. Yeah, now you guys are on the desk as talents.
I've had this all year. Constant hate. Constant hate the whole year. But no, we do have to say, I think both Genji and RRQ have built their teams very, very well. And we're seeing it now, both of them reaching their peak, especially RRQ, their first time in the final. But they have a huge head-to-head disadvantage here to try and overcome. 7-1 in the favor of Genji, which is no joke.
Yeah, 2 of those games for Genji I don't really think counts towards a matchup. It's only Xfero remaining from those particular matchups in 23, but from 24 onwards, it's pretty much a core 3 for both teams that do play at least 6 of these best of 3s.
So, yeah, so for the best of 3s, Genji beat RQ just 2 days ago, 2-0ing them. But in the interview, Ewok yesterday said that he thinks best of 5s, even though it was their very first one here in Pacific, worked better for them because it gave them more time to work on the best of 5. They like best of 5s. Do you think this is normal?
I mean, it's a little strange considering how little experience they have with best of 5s, but I can definitely understand it. Some teams like to adapt in the game and you can settle into a series. And so I think if they have those kind of players, it can definitely make sense. You know, we did see them ultimately peak in map 5 yesterday, so I think there must be some truth to that.
Yeah, potentially so. We'll see how it works out for them today because they're playing a different best of 5 today. They're playing you immediately get 2 maps banned out. The other team picks the first map and you're already playing from behind. So it's not necessarily a fair best of 5 today compared to what they played yesterday. Texture and Jemkin, though, head-to-head, going to be 2 strongest duelist players in this Pacific stage, but they play very different styles. Jemkin plays a lot of Yoru, so many games on Yoru, little bit of Jet, little bit of Brim ISO. Texture mostly playing Neon. Actually, his agent pool reflects more strongly with what Monyet plays on the secondary duelist, and Texture doesn't really share much of an agent pool with Jemkin, actually.
Yeah, very different styles. I am curious, Ben, given you a more supportive player in your time, which one of these duelists would you rather have on your team? Which one would you want to be setting up?
I feel like Texture has like a better like understanding of how he can adapt his teammates to help him get those entries and get the space that he needs. Yeah, and I feel like Jemkin kind of takes like more risks, but I feel like they're both on par, to be honest. I feel like they both have a good understanding of like what they need from the team to help them get the space that a duelist is supposed to get.
Another big difference of them is like how much they op as well. Like Jemkin definitely doesn't op nearly as much as Texture does. Jemkin is more of kind of like a rifle-based duelist. Do you have any experience like kind of with duelists who prefer to op and don't prefer to op?
It's kind of 2 different sides of like the same sword, right? Because yesterday we saw the kind of difference between Something and Jemkin. We have Something like opping a lot more compared to Jemkin, and there were rounds where it was kind of a toss-up, but it felt to me that Something got more value out of opping compared to Jemkin just lurking up with like the rifle. Because I feel like there's less risk involved when you're opping, and you can just get away with like the Yoru and the Jet so quickly.
Now, we're looking at the map data here from both of these teams over the course of Stage 1. What are your expectations then coming into this map draft?
Well, I think we will almost certainly see Fracture go out from Genji. You know, of course, Genji getting both of these bans, so then I think they're going to look to target one of them towards RRQ, perhaps. So I'm curious what you think here, Pilsky.
Yeah, usually that's the case. You ban a strength of your opponent, you usually ban a weakness of your own, and then you get to pick the first map as well. So we'll see what they actually end up going for. They have banned Fracture quite a bit so far in this stage, although both of these teams have kind of changed up their bans and map pool as we went on.
Yeah, I will say, I think the biggest part about this is that because it's only Genji targeting those bans, they will almost certainly get to play Haven, get to play Lotus, the 2 maps where they are the most comfortable. So I think this already makes it a real uphill battle for RRQ.
Yeah, no one has overcome the double ban from the upper bracket. It's such a huge advantage, right, in a best of 5?
Yeah, and if what Coach Ewok said was true, in which they feel like they get better as the BO5 goes on, but I feel like there's a problem with that because they first have to get past all the way to the end, right?
Yes.
If they lose in like the first 3 maps, then they can't really like adapt in time.
Yes, map order is very, very important. So look, we've seen Gen G take out Fracture as we expect. Pearl's gone out as well. Haven is the first pick for Gen G. I actually thought they would go for Lotus, but that ends up being the 3rd map. I see Gen G's Lotus as being more solid than their Haven, and we've seen some okay games for RRQ on Haven.
Yeah, I think both those maps are very good. I'm curious as to why they start with Haven, but you know, Gen G love this Haven. They play that unique Viper style. RRQ picking Ascent for that 2nd map, where we saw them absolutely dominate in map 5 yesterday.
Yeah.
Just look at this run. I think these first 4 maps are very telling. Haven, Ascent, and then Lotus and Icebox, the 2 maps that they lost on when they played before. So I think things get tricky and trickier for RRQ.
I mean, it could be a kind of different matchup in like playstyles, you know, like the way that PaperX plays is so much different as compared to Gen G.
Yeah.
So maybe what RRQ has is kind of catered more towards Gen G's playstyle. So maybe they wouldn't get smacked as hard as they did against PaperX yesterday.
Okay.
I'm getting another announcement.
Oh.
It's not an emergency this time, but it's about Dongjin from the Korean broadcast.
Okay. Dongjin.
Winning an award. And we got the final scores. Pilski, I think you're familiar with the scores here. So I got about 800. Oh, there they are.
I just want to say, this is a great injustice. Dongjin got 805 points. I got 820. The Korean desk is freeload. This is absolutely ridiculous. He gets an Acer Predator laptop. I want an Acer. I'm taking this home. Like, honestly, this is ridiculous. This is mine by right. I diffed the Korean desk. Vic diffed the Korean desk.
That's right. I should
Korea
get them
is
both.
freeload. You can say Korea is freeload, right?
No, but if you want the laptop, I can just.
Oh, okay.
Got some connections.
Yeah, I'll leave this one here.
Benkai knows a guy.
Yeah.
He knows a guy.
Later on, you can sort that for me. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, when Benkai helps us, get a couple things done. Yeah, you should stay here. Get us a couple things done. You also get your birthday wish. You got another analyst and toss big time over the side there.
For sure,
You wouldn't replace me like that, though, would you? We're best friends.
We actually go further back than you and Benkai.
That's true.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know.
He likes me more.
He probably does.
Let's talk about predictions.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to be right today. Benkai, do you have a prediction for today? Gen G, RRQ, and what the score is?
Ooh, I just feel like Gen G's gonna take it 3-1.
Ah, okay.
I feel like RRQ will still like take a map, but I still feel like Gen G will get like the upper hand just coming straight out of the gate.
Okay, so you think they're going to take Haven like straight off the rip?
Yeah.
I assume you gentlemen think similarly?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to overcome the upper bracket. I definitely think that RRQ is a very solid team in Pacific. I expect them to do quite well in Toronto, to be honest, but overcoming this matchup deficit, the upper bracket disadvantage, the fact that Gen G gets to ban out the maps and pick, I think RRQ is at least good enough to win 1 or 2 maps in this series, but Gen G should be taking this every day of the week. And look, RRQ, as you mentioned, did look a little bit shaky yesterday, so I don't know if PRX has exposed some weakness there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are going to be sending down to the stage very soon. You can see here with Haven being the very first map, but we do need to send Benkai off. Benkai, do you have any score predictions for Haven?
Haven, I'll give it like a 13-7 for Gen G.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 for...
That's for... I mean, if you need it.
Yeah.
What do you need it for?
No reason.
You don't have the orange?
Are you Cole or is there...
Yeah.
There we go.
Is there something you're trying to conceal?
I hope you can get out of the building now.
Look, I'll meet you later in the hallway, Ben. I'll be needing a laptop, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
And that Dongjin guy, he's got to go.
All right. Well, as we get ready to send it down to the stage, RRQ said they have what it takes, but what we're going to have to find out is who has more resilience, is Gen G or RRQ in this grand finals. Let's send it down to the stage.
그때 경기가 끝나고 주변이 보래지면서 웰컴 투 마스터즈 젠지 딱 뜨는 순간 지금까지 노력해왔던 시간들이 정말 머릿속에 많이 스쳐 지나가면서 해냈구나 라는 생각에 감정이 복받쳐 오르더라고요. 처음 데뷔했을 땐 진짜 자신 있었어요. 그런데 실제로 제가 뛰어본 무대는 좀 많이 다르더라고요. 그때 솔직히 많이 웃고 있었는데 속으로는 좀 많이 끙끙 앓고 있었던 것 같아요. DRX에서 나오고 선수 생활을 계속 이어갈 수 있을까라는 의문을 품었을 때 이제 그때 형들이 저를 불러줘서 젠지에 합류하게 됐는데 작년엔 젠지가 엄청난 성과를 이뤄낸 팀이잖아요. 잘해야 된다는 감방이 너무 많이 생기더라고요. 그러다 보니 잘 못해서 결국 결승전에도 못 가고 그땐 정말 나 때문에 못 가는 건가? 라는 생각에 사로잡혔던 것 같아요.
My dream was always to become the best player in Pacific. I still remember my Pacific debut against Genji. Maybe I was nervous, but I couldn't really show my full potential, and we lost the game. After that, I made the promise to myself. The next time, I would show my true self. And I did pretty well. I thought that as long as my individual performance is gonna be fine, it will be satisfying. But it didn't. That's when I realized what matters more than my own performance is team victory. No matter how good your stats are, if the team loses, none of it matters.
스테이지 1 개막전 선발 명단에서 제외됐을 때 그때가 돼서야 정신이 번쩍 들더라고요. 이제 그리고 그때 생각했어요. 이제 눈치 보지 말고 내가 하고 싶은 걸 해보자고.
This stage 1, the team has gone through a huge change. The team's become a lot more stable with Crazy Guy coming in, and we're also able to aim for higher goals than before.
이제는 나 때문에 우승을 못했다라는 그런 자책하는 게 아닌 내가 우승을 만들어냈다고 스스로를 칭찬해주고 싶고 형들도 그렇게 생각하게 만들고 싶어요.
Making it to Masters, playing in the finals, everything is a first for us, and we're climbing higher together.
결승전까지 온 이상 이제 후회 없이 저의 모든 거를 보여드리겠습니다.
Today, on the grand final stage, we write our names in the Pacific history. We're here to claim
우승 트로피는 저희 겁니다.
ours.
Pacific. Finals.
It's the moment you've been waiting for, live in Seoul, South Korea. It's the grand finals of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific. And for the first time ever, we're seeing a completely new contender on the finalist board. It's RRQ's chance to secure the Stage 1 trophy. But look who's back! It's the Tiger Nation, Genji. They are one of our most decorated Pacific teams, holding a Masters Shanghai trophy. And they're the winners from last year's kickoff and Stage 2. And RRQ are their opponents, a new face on the stage who come default with a crown. It's the King of Kings, RRQ. And of course, though, these two gentlemen on the stage, this is not their first best of 5.
Yeah, just seeing Texture and Monyak come out there. These are two players that know each other so well. They actually lived together in the same apartment in 2023, so you can't get get any closer than that, but fantastic to see them both here in the final.
Yeah, Jemkin, he is the Russian Terminator for me. This guy is just always coming at you, able to find those picks, able to have that fraggy impact in the server. One of the best duelists inside of VCT Pacific, but Ash has been a phenomenal up-and-comer. He's going to get a fist bump that he deserves. His ceiling has been phenomenal on this init role coming in from Gen G Academy.
That's right. If Gen G end up winning today, Ash is going to be joining the Royal Roaders as the rookie winning a grand finals. And of course, these are very familiar faces. You know Munchkin and Crazy Guy. Now, Ewok has commended Crazy Guy as a steady voice when it gets dark in the darkness for RRQ.
Yeah, since his addition in Stage 1, I feel like this team has gone from strength to strength. But both of these IGLs, incredibly well respected by their teams. You see them lead from the middle roll of this chair, really steering that ship forward for both the teams.
Yeah, Crazy Guy has been a fantastic addition. He is so loud on that stage. You can hear him all the way up from a separate floor that we get to watch on from. Cushy, another fantastic addition and rookie, really making a name for himself in kickoff. And Foxy9, since his re-addition back into Gen G, has been in phenomenal form.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, he's been going crazy since he rejoined. Oh, nice little cheer from him there. He's pumped up today, but he's been fantastic to watch, taking over on this Sentinel role. But Cushy, a real shot for Rookie of the Year.
Absolutely. We have a lot of rookies on stage having a fantastic performance. Speaking of rookies, Karen, our favorite rookie from last year. Great showing, and he was one of the key figures in helping Gen G secure all those trophies last year. And of course, X-Sparrow. He is actually the original David. We call Divide David, but X-Sparrow is our real David.
I feel like both these players are the real rock of their team. Both always dependable, really showing up when you need them to, and there's no higher stakes than today for them to be as solid as ever.
And RRQ and Gen G have coaches we've come to know, come to love. They've been fighting so hard every single year for these kind of moments.
Absolutely. I mean, Solo, an absolute legend of the TAC FPS scene, a figurehead inside of Gen G, going up against an Ewok who has steadily been improving RRQ over time, iterating incrementally, and they have finally reached a grand final here. I'm sure he's pretty much put everything he could possibly do on the line. He's probably pulled an all-nighter after the game against PRX yesterday.
Almost certainly. That match finished so late. They know they have to come in and play again today, and you have to prep 5 more maps from your opponents. I mean,
he said it
who
though.
Knows?
He said he would be here. Ewok said it on the couch with you guys here at the desk. He said it in the interviews. He's like, I'm going to be here the next 2 days. He said this on Friday, and here he is, true to his words, but he's facing Gen G. It's the team that always knocks them out.
I mean, it's such a cursed history for RRQ against this organization. It feels like they're different people against Gen G. We saw this in the upper finals. I thought that was some of the worst we'd seen RRQ look. It felt like a crumble against the Tiger Nation, and as it almost always is, this is a curse that they're trying to lift to be able to hoist that trophy today, but will they be well prepared enough?
Yeah, RRQ, they face an impossible task. They are at a disadvantage in every sense of the word in this series. If they pull off this grand final victory, it would be nothing short of phenomenal.
We saw our predictions earlier. RRQ has momentum right now, and even then, we still doubt them.
Yeah.
All of our predictions, I would say all of us are predicting Gen G. 2 of them were biased votes, so the SCA votes. How many times does RRQ need to win for us to believe in them?
I don't know. I will definitely believe in them if they win this. I already believe that they're going to do damage in Toronto. I just think this is a very cursed matchup and a very cursed situation for them. And for Gen G, they were disappointed by not getting to Masters, by getting a 3rd place. Most teams would be happy with a 3rd place in Pacific, but for Gen G, their standard is excellent, so nothing short of smashing RRQ in this grand final will be acceptable for them.
I mean, the big reason I went for Gen G, it wasn't because I think they're necessarily better players or even a better run team than the side of RRQ. I just think the deck is so stacked in their favor today. The double veto, the first map pick, the prep advantage, and the rest advantage. It all goes their way today, as you say. I'm really rooting for RRQ. I would love to see them snatch a win here, but there's no doubt it's an incredibly hard uphill battle. They have to jog up Everest to win today.
Yeah, we were talking about the scoreline, how everything is in the favor for Gen.G, and we say in Valorant anything can happen, but when it's a Korean team who has that advantage, like you were saying, Pilski, Korean teams strive for perfection and excellence.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a star-studded coaching staff, as do pretty much all of the Korean organizations. Gen.G, DRX, some absolute legends, mixed in with some great coaching staff to support them. So give them plenty of days of prep. Make RRQ run the gauntlet all the way through PaperX and show everything that they had. Yeah. Show their flaws, show their weaknesses on some maps, show some of their strengths so that you can be able to have all of that information, all of that data, and prep yourself for a really good Grand Finals day today.
Now, both of these teams have had roster shuffles at the beginning of the season and mid-season. And I want to talk about Crazy Guy again. So it seems to be a missing piece that RRQ really needed for this really wild group of guys here. And that they were saying yesterday, there were times when the team starts to lose faith. You know, when you're really down on the count there, Crazy Guy apparently ended up taking over. He's like, guys, let me just do all the calls. You know, just listen to my voice. Let me do this until, you know, everyone's back in form.
You see it in the mid to late round. I've seen him get one beat 5 seconds into the round, and he is micromanaging the post plan. He's saying, smoke this, drone, you wait. He's micromanaging everything. He's making sure that he's getting the call correct to maximize RRQ's potential of success in these rounds, and he is such a loud voice in the arena. Gen.G will be roaring. These guys love to get loud as well, and Crazy Guy will be right up there with him. Look at the agent select though. RRQ going to back themselves with the double duelist that we've seen them play before here to start out Haven.
Gen.G on the other side, running that Viper. This is exactly where they want to be. Now, RRQ, when they run this double duelist, I want to know your opinion, Pilski. Do you like Monya on the Yoru with Jemkin on the ISO? Or, for me personally, I feel like this should go the other way around. I think Jemkin's Yoru is fantastic.
The thing, I don't necessarily like Jemkin on the ISO, but it does suit his style. He likes to play slow and measured. He likes to set up those aim duels. He likes to play very positionally, whereas Monya is definitely that entering force, and that's what you need to be. You need to be mobile on this Yoru, on this map, for this particular comp. So that's what Monyet's skill set is, and we'll see how it goes. You're not going to see any surprises in terms of the agent select. It's just going to be the individual teams making adjustments.
Oh, the question is, can Gen.G complete their comeback and reclaim their throne, or will RRQ's momentum finally crush the redemption arc? And to take us through the grand finals, it's none other than Achilleos and Paperthin.
Here we are once again, another grand final, this time to close out stage 1. Gen.G versus RRQ. A matchup as old as time at this point. A matchup as old as you are. These guys have clashed over and over again. 7-1, the scoreline in favor of Gen.G. Today, RRQ might be able to turn that tide just a bit, but in the biggest way possible by taking them down in a best of 5 and netting themselves their first trophy.
It's definitely doable. You have to start believing in this RRQ team. Certainly going to feel like a bit of an underdog coming into this match. Gen.G has the pedigree. Gen.G has trophies, not just here in Pacific, but internationally as well. So no doubt about it. For RRQ, a lot to prove. They got their first best of 5 win in the partnership era yesterday. Can they take it another step further and get their first Pacific trophy? Or is it going to be another one in the case for Gen.G?
We are about to find out. Barriers about to drop. RRQ here on the attack to start. Gen.G coming into this obviously with the ban advantage. Elected to get rid of Fracture and Pearl. They start things off here on Haven. We suspect that they are going to be strong.
Yeah.
Munchkin is already able to find one just through the poison orb as Monyet is going to be taken out.
That's kind of interesting. Some early spam there. Gen.G being really reactive on the map right now. Something RRQ was doing a lot in their last matchup just a couple days ago. Was trying to sell fakes one way, bouncing to a different direction on these pistols. So Gen.G trying to be as reactive as they can. Drone here, gonna get the spot onto Foxy9. Paranoia to make sure he's clear. Texture up ahead.
Alone here in this position, peeks in, finds one, but really Bolt not able to come out fast enough to keep himself alive, so Jemkin is able to collect a kill. Foxy9 at the same time, however, finding another. Is she gone? Orb gonna be snatched up. Ash arriving here at Heaven. There's a couple shots out, but also does have salvos for the delay on the plant. As you have 3 players from Gen.G corralling in around the back. Salvos get flung out. Reposition here. just below.
You still got a little bit of util to work with. Still have the concuss. Still have a snake bite. So Gen.G can clear some space. Well, we could just get it done with the guns.
Yeah, we'll just find a timing there, crazy guy. Eyes set forward as Munchkin bounding around the corner, drawing the attention of the Russian Terminator. And Ash is there to throw him down into the magma. Defuse will come through, and that's going to be Gen.G taking the opening pistol.
Yeah, just really solid discipline stuff. Obviously getting the kill through the smoke there. Very nice to start, but you're expecting a lot of, contention for the orbs, especially with running the double duelist, especially with the duelist being Yoru and Iso, with two of the most valuable ults you're going to find in the game potentially. You're really going to be expecting RRQ to be trying to secure every single one of those that they can. And Gen.G already showing us that they have a little bit of a game plan early. A good counter strat to the drone through the doors to make sure Foxy9 is safe. They get the kill over there. Texture gets his. And it's pretty smooth sledding for Gen.G the rest of the way. Ooh, some damage done to Cushy there.
Yeah, Munchkin always goes for this Guardian, always likes to spam through into window. Q seemingly getting caught a little bit off guard by that, but already a bit of a rush play coming through onto the side tap of the plant. Still in hand here for Monyet. Munchkin on that peak, decides to back away. As now the push gets ready to come through. Munchkin once again just going to be backpedaling. Monyet now sticking for the plant. Nothing to really dissuade. Jumps around the corner. Shield raised, but Jemkin's still going to fall. Munchkin able to collect it to the end. Wall now raised up the tap. Just trying to see what they can bait out here. Get that util out of the way. They only have to worry about the classics on the opposite side, but so much damage already suffered. Crazy guy able to find one. That will be a weapon left on the floor. Texture collecting two. It's coming online. Turns his sights over to a Link. The Phoenix Pharaoh and Cushy will fall. 2-0 start, one casualty here in the second round.
Yeah, just phenomenal patience being shown here by Munchkin. Getting forward a little bit, finding some info, knowing they had it fully committed to B. That wasn't, made it so that the rest of his team was able to kind of cover the other angles, cover the other sites. And then he kind of swarms in. He pays the price, but Texture picks up a 3K along the way. Texture, by the way, in terms of statistical performances so far in the Pacific playoffs for Stage 1, he is topping literally every category. Literally every single one. It is Texture ahead. Jemkin right behind him, very, very close. But Texture has been absolutely insane so far, averaging a kill per round, which is crazy good.
Been looking a lot more like his old self, his last year's self, his last couple series. RRQ, though, looking to get themselves on the board. Munchkin does go ahead and reinforces the one lost weapon slot with a stinger. Still a good amount of firepower in hand here for Gen.G, so we'll see how RRQ looks to get themselves into an advantageous position here in the anti-bonus.
We know what they're like with these Guardians. We know what they can do when they're on weaker buys. We saw it so much last year. Yes, a slightly different roster this year, but still almost just as dangerous with those one-tap weapons. So you have to be extremely cautious. Bit of an exploration. Let's see if this is going to be a commit or just a fish for some util. Drone out as well. Clone.
Right here down below, and that's going to be Texture spotted, quickly having to reposition as the shots come flying. Tech up a little bit as Foxy9 tries to hold the door here at Garage, but RRQ poking and prodding, they're opting to back away. Munchkin has since swapped that stinger off over to Ash's hands, has the Guardian here. He's going to look to try to hold the line versus the lion's share of RRQ players. Finds himself a second, looks for the third, can't quite make it happen. Crazy guy dancing around his Texture about to get timinged. Learned from Xpharaoh. Managing to find one as the turret gets cleared out. And now it's going to be RQ trying to ship the spike across the map with 18 seconds remaining. Already, players have arrived at the C site.
You got the Tejo here, you've got the salvos, they can play delay.
The sun's coming through. They have the salvos on the exit of Garage. They're going to have to disrespect it, try to run over this, and they're just going to get absolutely mauled as they exit out. Headshot found, but the time is already gone. The round is already over. This bonus is converted. RRQ losing the plot, losing the clock. Gen.G 3-0 to start.
That's just great coordination there from Ash and Foxy9, the two new additions to Gen.G for 2025. Great job by Munchkin. This off angle he takes catches his opponents just a bit off guard. Usually he's tucked in, or somebody's tucked in the far corner there, trying to make it a 90-degree angle. Instead, he gets just a little bit ahead of it, finds 2 kills. Like I mentioned, they are deadly with those one-tap guns. Karan's still going to be holding a Guardian, a weaker buy, just the hero rifle for Cushy. A couple stingers, a couple sheriffs otherwise. But Gen.G there, Just great control of the map, not giving up too much space. And you can't blame RRQ for making that first pivot over towards A. You see Texture, you see Foxy9, they were popping off early.
Sure.
I don't want to mess with that too much. But it's a rose that has many thorns for Gen G. Everybody on this team can frag out. So you have to be so careful, and that's something that's been haunting RRQ sometimes this year, where you just have to rely on Jemkin to get those kills. You need some of these other players to step up, and Texture just shutting him down.
I mean, gonna have to start considering popping the shield at every single corner here when the Gen G players are fragging like that. Kill contract is gonna be online for the next buy round. See if it comes into play, as stun the try to delay. It's gonna be that clone pushing forward. It's a gate crash across, as a lurk attempt here into mid, going to be shut down by Munchkin, who does suffer a good amount of damage, but ultimately does survive. Karen up over the top, swinging, Guardian finding, Crazy Guy now going to be taken down. Nano gets the pop here in Garage, and they're just going to storm their way out onto the side. Quick little turn there, but a quick little to tap. Foxy9 will secure the Flawless as Gen G start off in flawless fashion.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Foxy9 on Haven, with the way he is able to lock down C in Garage. He has really found a lot of success in his side anchoring as of late. Really an improved part of his game that the Gen G coaching staff has called upon him to do. And despite a minor setback for him temporarily being benched, he has bounced back incredibly well in a lot of different ways. And that's something I'm going to be keeping my eye on as this defender side rolls on. You have to think for Foxy9 how huge this win would be. Never able to find one before, despite being on DRX in the past. He would love to get that trophy.
Oh, Karan pushing forward, catching Kuchi off guard. The attention is drawn into lobby, and Karan just tears apart three players. Gen G set up the call to go for a crunch. It's so damn fast, I barely had time to get the words out of my mouth. We're gonna have a timeout. We'll take a look at the replay here. See what really happened.
They just walk out there. I mean, Karan just gets window for free, and he just keeps taking space. And RRQ there just struggling to recover. They've got two players trapped up on the garden corner. And even though Jemkin gets the shield and is able to get one, there's just overwhelming odds for the side of Gen G. And they cannot slow down their momentum. And this is already looking very scary for RRQ. And Ewok, of course, you know, he said one of the things that he felt like his team needed to improve on today was just they needed to shoot back. They just needed to shoot back, and we haven't seen it yet.
We have been seeing these soft starts for RRQ. Takes a little while to really get the adrenaline pumping, the blood flowing. That's not something that, when you're in a best of 5 in a final and your opponent has had full reign when it comes down to the draft, it's not something that you can really afford to have those weaker starts. We'll see after this timeout if they can go ahead and kick things into gear a bit, because especially starting on this attacker side with this double duelist composition, that's where the bread should be buttered.
Absolutely. And especially, you know, with Gen G only having one quote-unquote flash, and that's the paranoia, you've got to find ways to get Monyet involved and get those flashes to connect to break into sites. You know, but like you said earlier, Kilios, they've been getting shut down before they can even use or pop some of their utility. Gen G's a step ahead of them. Clear the dart by Ash. He's the sole player over at Long A right now. And everybody's stacking up for a big C site hit. Well, I was giving Foxy9 a lot of flowers for the way he was playing this site anchoring. He's gonna have to step up or just get out in this case, potentially, if he's going in.
A lot of it gonna be cleared, but right, he's gonna be grabbed up here by the kill contract. Will be dead even if he wins this fight, you would suspect. Will get taken down. Texture able to find Monyet. At the same time, Crazy Guy deeping into back of sight, comes away with 2 kills. The next barrel finds Munchkin. Suddenly weapons are gonna be upgraded. And Ash, now revealed by the Neural, is asked to clutch this out. Some wild spray across, some damage dealt. Jimkin down to 51. Suppressed here for the moment. See what Ash is able to pull off here for the team. Swing out, nothing. Headshot there from Jemkin. We'll get RRQ on the board. The timeout, working a treat.
And you're seeing exactly why that ISO ult is so important. because maybe there's a world where Foxy9 gets 1 or 2 in that kind of unusual position where he pushes forward into the smoke, but that opens up all this space. That allows Crazy Guy to TP farther forward. That allows them to just scale aggressively to the back of site, start knocking players down. And able to hold on there for the end. Nice play call, nice timeout for RRQ. Dialing up a set play, a bit of aggression is the coaching staff, but now you've got Texture with the operator. Got a lockdown for Foxy. You do have the the dimensional drift for Monette, so some things to consider.
Do you have any way to try to bail him out? The answer is realistically no. Jemkin finds a headshot there on a Foxy9. Will end up falling right here at the front of the site. And RRQ more than happy to go ahead and take that away.
That's a huge first find. That makes it a lot harder for Gen G because they have to commit extra resources to the C side of the map.
And they should also know from where the fast lane came from that that's one of Texture's setups for the operator. So now they should know that he has that in play. For sure. Dimensional drift going to be called in. Charon unchecked, but wide swung on by Jemkin. And he is going to get taken down. 2-player advantage now here for the side of RRQ. Ash alone on the site, waiting for some reinforcements, but going to be overwhelmed and surrounded very swiftly. Texture's bound his way across here towards this A site, but given that he has the operator in play, you have to expect that he's just going to exit as quickly as he arrived.
Yeah, I feel like this should absolutely be a save. There's just not much left you can do at this point. It would take just one of the craziest plays you've ever seen. So wisely, Texture just gonna peace out. Munchkin gonna try to tuck into a corner, see if he can catch someone from RRQ going for their hunt. It will be X-Pharaoh out early, looking for that valuable piece of weaponry. Just a question of whether he'll get there or not. Jemkin.
The answer is what? Okay, the answer is no regarding Munchkin, but what a swing from Jemkin. That is nasty.
Did he stop? I think he did that so fast. That was crazy.
What the hell?
That's unbelievable.
Okay, we'll have to see it back. Both of our jaws pretty much on the floor after that one.
God.
What a shot to hit.
Oh my God.
Okay, guys, listen.
And that's what we were talking about when the timeout was called, was seeing those kinds of shots, those kinds of plays coming out of Jemkin in particular, but from the rest of the team as well. And 2 rounds in a row here for the side of RRQ. See just how far they can take this.
Well, and now the bank accounts of Gen G are starting to dwindle. ISO ult missed.
Yeah, bit of a whiff there. Ain't gonna be spotted out. Nano pumps the clone, so Foxy doesn't even have to worry about it.
You can see Foxy tucked a little bit further back. Doesn't want to try to challenge that long C angle out in the open. Got bested previously. Probably learned that they need to tighten up a little bit. But Texture around the corner, what a timing.
Finds one. Looks to bail himself out, and yep, fast lane will be there to cover the escape. One shot there to the back of the leg. Missed the Achilles heel. Looks like he is going to be able to get out scot-free.
Yeah, and now they're changing directions again. I mean, some of the game plan here really feels like if you see Texture, don't go that way. But Foxy, nice kill.
Trying to get back to his anchoring ways. He's going to tug forward into the poison orb. Turns out, swings, looks for X-Pharaoh. Cannot find it, but Munchkin catching a glimpse. Is able to take him down through the Cypher Zone cage. Crazy Guy now left to his own devices. Instantly headshot and then sprayed down. Gen G putting an end to the monstrous run back here from the side of RRQ will at least guarantee themselves 6 of the half.
Yeah, they're still sitting on some ultimates too. So they've got a lot of flexibility coming up. Yeah, I mean, I think almost every round that we've seen, once Texture's position has been revealed, RRQ has gone the other way. I think almost every time. And I don't blame them. Again, best player in Pacific right now. If you just look at the raw stats, and look what he does in game. He is absolutely out of control. It is definitely spring season again for Gen G, just like it was in 2024. They just hit this hot streak. They're already quickly rotating over towards A. A little bit of util sent over that way has them thinking that maybe RRQ is going to try to dial up another fast hit.
Over there.
You know, like we saw after the timeout where they found success. Flash clear a util. Foxy still in the window. Karan.
Karan spotting out multiple players. Paranoia immediately going to be sent out. A little bit too shallow to catch, but RRQ aren't looking to scale off of this pressure.
It's a huge win for them. They get the Paranoia, they clear a bunch of util, they do more damage than they take. Very nicely done.
They're getting clustered up. Drone sent over towards A to try to sell a bit of presence there. Karan looking for a timing. Slides down, they're lined up for him! Collects two. Xpero about to strike in from behind, but Karan now sights turned back over towards main. The drift out, Xpero able to find the one. Foxy9 still here on the site. The spike now dropped outside of garage. Foxy swooping in from behind, and it's gonna be with City as Cushy turns back, finds a headshot, but still eats an immense amount of damage. Overdrive now gonna be popped here from Texture. Looking for targets, but they've been split up. The time, however, getting away from RRQ. As Cushy pushes his way back in towards C, but the time is just not there. You know the Texture's around the corner. It's the last player you really want to face in toward. They will get taken down. Round advantage now secured. Gen G up to 7 with 3 more to be played out in the half. I can do that.
Good job. Thanks. Proud of you. What an adjustment here from Karan, though. Just loses that early battle up from Plat, and then just steps up closer, finds a perfect timing with a little help from Foxy9, getting the glimpse into the garage from window, setting things up nicely, and hey! Nice watch.
To the sponsors setting up some watch parties across Asia for us.
We love that. Love to see that. All right, now there's that early spam. And I mean, I'm curious again if Gen G's gonna try to put some pressure towards window. With that early spam, trying to condition RRQ that they can't have that space, and that's why I assume Crazy Guy trying to hold that angle just in case that is what all that spam is for. Meanwhile, Fishy out with the drone. Karan revealed, and he doesn't clear the drone, but it's not a big deal.
He gets respotted. They'll reposition. No smoke here, but Paranoia holding them back. Paranoia now going to be coming through his timing pump on the ultimate, but Foxy9 taken down. Here on the cross angle, Karan able to find Jemkin, breaks the shield, puts the spike on the floor for a brief little moment, but Monyet quickly trades it back and maintains the advantage here for the side of RRQ. Looking for the stun there off the relay, but Monyet out wide, able to find one. Munchkin trades out another. His pick going to be invested right here in front. Just a recon to work with on the side of RRQ. The fuse starting to be held. The recon doing wonders. Ash going to be taking down the spike, not taken up to half. And with the counter spray, they will be able to fish him out. So Pit going to be lost. RRQ find themselves a 3rd round win.
Now once again able to find some success on towards that C site. You get Jemkin, you get Monyet breaking through. Foxy9 was trying to wait this Hunter's Fury out so he could place the lockdown safely. Did do so, but at the cost of his life. But still enough time for RRQ to scale forward, and you can see that Gen G wanted to get ahead of the end of that lockdown to see if they could catch RRQ as they were having to retreat outside of the danger zone. Didn't work though. Monyet just stood his ground, got a kill. Good entries as well. Let's see if RRQ can keep it up, get a couple more, make it a 7-5. Teho util, just keep him pinned in, but Monyet pretty far pushed up already. Cyber Cage to block his entrance.
If he gets this orb, that's going to be Dimensional Drift online. So likely going to try to play for this one. Xpero, they're strafing. Rushing forward. And Texture says, well, I can hear you, I can see you, I can shoot you. Clean opening kill here. As the rest of the team held at bay, Paranoia goes across, catching on to them, so Monyet has to put the mask on. Goes forward, shield broken, but Jemkin still firing. Does find Karan. As Monyet duking it out here with Munchkin, who tucks forward. Push out of the smoke though, and both of them getting carved up as Cushy finds two, and Jemkin just hits one right through the smoke on the Texture. Right between the eyes, and Foxy says, yep, I want nothing to do with this. Op unsavable. We'll just be looking to hold on to this Phantom.
Yeah, those are those explosive entries you're looking for with the double duelist. And it was as soon as Xpero got killed by Texture, that's when they pulled the trigger. They knew that Op wasn't there. They knew they had that dimensional drift as well. And they could just storm their way through into sight. The Gen G players, maybe a few missteps in terms of their positioning. I think Ash might want to take back that swing out of the smoke, but...
Both of them.
Yeah, for both of them. Cushy was so ready for that. But regardless, RRQ doing a really nice job there. Combining their util. They should be able to get Jemkin's ult most likely coming into this final round. And that's going to be a huge piece for them. We've already seen what he can do with it when he gets to the land. Might add one whiffy one. That's okay. But the buy also is going to be interesting for Gen G. They're going to be a little bit weak. Just disrespecting that snake bite as well. Whew, Cushy. That first one was quite good. And that's just, you just assume they're there.
I mean, Jemkin's understanding, he says, okay, he's playing a Neon, he's got an operator, he's gonna fast rotate. This is the angle that he's gonna be lined up on. I can pre-fire that.
Might as well.
Well, Stinger and a Bulldog behind these Phantoms and a Vandal. Weapon advantage here for the side of RRQ. Making this 7-5. Rescuing the half considering how things had started. Still not gonna be the greatest feeling given the comp and starting on the attack side, but gives him an opportunity. Certainly rescued this map even further.
Oh, got cleared. Did the drone, but Gen G reading this well. They're not showing their hand. The Tejo's been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here, Texture trying to get out. Car unable to find one, Ash going to be taken out at the same time. Texture does manage to evacuate, but down to 46. Low on HP, Munchkin still with just the Stinger. As that's going to be the grab of the orb. They're looking to try to spray him out. Texture finds it, the ult now. A non-factor here in the round. Jemkin just slowly trying to crouch away. Pays the iron price.
Get the neural theft here. Maybe sell a fake. But that, he needs smokes to do so.
30 seconds left.
Doesn't have it up.
Where is
Oh, he found the angle, nice.
Seeing that it's clear, look at the reping here on Foxy. Now that he's the one player closest by. Sparrow trying to slot in behind these players. Knife now out, Spike planted across the map. The quick pivot, they're not gonna get the angles here. Sparrow's not gonna be able to find him quite just yet, but as long as the rest of the team can try to hold on to the site.
Haran just got out.
Gonna be able to find value as Moniet here in front of Platt. Mo's down 2. Karan finding that, but now the backstab gets ready to come in. Forward into the smoke. Xfero, the closer and closer, finds the first, the shorty, drawn out, knows that he's gonna be low on HP, but Karan dips in, finds a headshot, swings out, and takes down Crazy Guy! The 4K Red Bull clutch, Karan secures an 8-4 score for Gen G at the half. What a round!
Well, the ult could not have come at a better time there for Karan. He TP's in behind Platt right before Xfero's about to get to him at defender side spawn. Moniet just knocks down a couple players. Karan's had enough. Sets up the smoke. Oh, poor Xfero. Expects him to be closer to the spike, maybe on the other side of the box. What a flick there from Karan. The swing to seal the deal. Woo-hoo.
This is a player that has been kicking his own ass.
Yes.
To not mince words. He has been, well, here's our, one of our Korean casters who won a lovely Asian Predator laptop earlier. Alongside Victoria.
That's not true. I know that's not true. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's definitely true. But
he did win the laptop. So.
He did win the laptop. But for Karan, he's been kicking his own ass when it comes down to his performances so far here in kickoff, with him not being able to make it over to international competition, and at the start of stage 1, because he was not looking like the clutch god, this guy who has just such crisp, clean mechanics and aim. But these last couple series here in the playoffs, Karan has come alive. Yeah. This guy has been resurrected and maybe even ascended even higher than he was before. And it's plays like that he can pull off with regularity that impress us so very much.
Well, you could almost see the look on his face after that clutch, that it was relief. It wasn't, that old Karan where he's screaming his head off and losing his mind after stuff like that. He just, just a sigh. And moments like that are, why he was Rookie of the Year last year. And he is starting to look better and better, as are all of Gen G. On yet in trouble potentially.
Pinned into the corner. The quick little jump check there from Texture, but cannot realign fast enough. Monyet collecting that kill. RRQ needing this opening pistol. Try to get themselves back into a winning position. Close this gap down. Cut to the noise here from the side of Gen G, but everyone clustered at main. It's going to be swing out. Kills exchange here on both sides. Karn with one, Foxy with another. Jemkin and Cushy fighting back. Now brings it into a 2v3. Spike on the floor. Out on the opposite side of this smoke.
Well, now you got to figure out a way to get back to that spike. And, RRQ is going to opt to just hold it down, throw the paranoia. Gen G.
What is the game plan here? They have 40 seconds. They're going to go around the world, but then they still have to fight their way down into Long A.
Yeah.
There's a smoke already set up. Granted, it might expire by the time they get there, but there's only 33 seconds remaining. At the end of the day, this is round. It's going to have to end in a scuffle rather than a plan, it feels like.
No, you're absolutely correct. It has to be kills. Maybe Munchkin just anticipating that they were just going to hold the site since they had the angle from the ramp. They're gonna have to push down soon.
Shot to the shoulder. 12 seconds remaining. I mean, if you're Jemkin, you can just have him run away. Unless this last little kill comes in and he runs out of bullets, and Crazy Guy will go ahead and collect it. Well, things got a little bit silly. And RRQ give themselves their first pistol win. As the gap now, 3 rounds separating the teams.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit wanting. I mean, Texture, I could have sworn saw Monyet when he first ran.
I think he did, but then he panicked, slid into the wall, and couldn't get his gun out.
I think you're right. But it's just kind of an odd situation there. Not anticipating it. RRQ having a lot of fun after that one. Outlaw, couple Bulldog, Spectre, Ghost for Xpero. Is now Gen G just thinking about some kind of fast hit. Paranoia at the ready.
Trying to up the pace. TP back flat here from Crazy Guy. Heron, ooh, diving in behind, and that's gonna be Crazy Guy dead. Foxy fights 2 with nanos. What is going on? What is this half? What is this grand final? What is Gen G doing, and how are they doing it? Nothing makes sense.
I am just speechless again. I can't even begin to describe what happened there.
Cushy will find one against Munchkin, but he cannot find the round.
No.
They cannot find the gap close. Ash will pick up the weapon. And I am...
Yeah.
I'm losing my damn mind.
Yep. Well, I mean, I know what happened with Karan. I don't know what happened with the nanos.
Yeah. I mean, it had to be...
Karan double TP'd.
Snakebite combo on Nano, you can do a lot of damage, but how did he get 2 people?
Both of them were over on the right-hand side of the site, if you're looking from the map, by the boxes, but see it again. Karan TP's first up on top and then in the back, and just they're not ready for him, and then 2 people just, it's right at the entrance, through all the Poison Cloud, and yep. Okay.
Poison Cloud. Oh my goodness. Well, from great start to absolute tragedy here for the side of RRQ. Gen G now 9-5 is Cushy. Okay, solid start. The one weapon that they have in hand. Let's put to good use as Munchkin gets taken down. Foxy is going to be juggling guns away, making sure they give nothing over these remaining RRQ players for free.
And not really much damage done there to Cushy. So he's extremely happy with that result. He's the only one with any kind of firepower here. It's just classics otherwise for RRQ. So Gen G going to continue to go through towards A. I mean, all of a sudden now, Gen G playing very cautious, just sitting back towards their spawn, wondering where the heck is RRQ? Are they going to be barreling in behind us? But you've got that KJ util behind your back, so you're going to feel a little bit comfortable. The problem is, this is
a heavy stack.
Yeah.
Could just be similar scenes to the previous round here for RRQ, especially if Cushy is able to come away with some value here. Texture at the ready. Sprints forward, the flash, gets a headshot, but Texture is able to find one. Sparrow swinging out. Does manage to go ahead, take him down. Weapon going to be abandoned there within the site. The Bulldog as well can get scooped up. So a little bit more firepower here for the side of RRQ. And it's going to be a very fast pivot for the side of Gen G. Camera set up on B. Their sights set on C, however. Turn out the back. Trip gets cleared. Crazy Guy going to look to try to buy some time. Stunt, not going to connect. The lineup, though, for Foxy9. Breaks the shield with the first. Collapse them both with the second. And now, just Xpharaoh with that Phantom in hand. Crazy Guy already forward committed here into the site, taken down by Ash. Xpharaoh looking to be the hero, finds the first, spots the second. It's a transfer, but now up against Karan. Swings out of the cage, and Karan is good for it, as ever. 10-5. Solid effort from the side of RRQ to pull up a Thrifty.
Thanks.
They cannot answer back in kind.
That's just a hell of a read here. Oh, Cushy. Just walking out there, hitting a nasty Bulldog spray. And then, of course, walking right into the meat grinder of Gen G. Foxy9 there, able to find a perfect timing. And then Xpharaoh with that gun upgrade that he scooped off of Texture's body. Almost able to turn this round around, but again, it is Karan who comes up big. Finds a huge kill. Monyet with the op though. Crazy Guy with just a Bulldog. So they want to try to see if they can start putting some of this heavy firepower down. Keep Gen G from scaling forward. They do.
There you go. Baits him forward, op now confirmed. TP immediately across over to A-Link. Monyet starting to poke and prod forward here on this B site, and Foxy is going to be another casualty. Monyet now dictating the pace and running the map.
This is what you needed for RRQ. Needed the map control. Gen G scrambling now to figure out what the heck to do. This may just be one of those let Munchkin make some noise over at A. Everybody else try to find an opening somewhere. Could just end up being maybe a bit of a save, but money's okay. You don't need to. So yeah, they're gonna try to press forward. Crazy Guy right back here. Oh, Ash just shuts him down.
Yeah, swinging around the side. Cam gets the tap. Crazy Guy trying to swing out punish, but falls to the wayside. Cam retoggled. Look at this, continue to keep Karan revealed here at all times. Dimensional Drift going to be used. Monyet pushing forward, ensures that the site is cleared out. Xpharaoh now going to be noted as the swing out. Karan's still going to be good for one, but Cushy comes away with two. And the flash connects. Munchkin's blind. And Xpharaoh can go ahead and secure that. So RRQ answering back, not allowing this to get even further away. Still, though, down by 4 rounds.
Well, you're seeing some of the problems that RRQ was actually having in the first half, where Gen G is just kind of dry peeking some of these angles, and they're being held by somebody. In this case, it's Monyet 2 times. Ash may have been able to get something going, but
one enemy remaining.
Munchkin decided to not hold window. He wanted to control those doors a little bit better. And kind of opened up a little bit extra space, I think, for RRQ. Of course, obviously having Jemkin there with the shield allows for much easier ability to push forward. And that's another early kill for Jemkin.
Reading the tendencies, gets him 1 away from having that kill contract online. Rough start here for Gen G.
Good news is I think they can get Ash the gun. Yep.
Everyone with a rifle now. Just smoke cycles forward here. In front of B Texture, just pushing forward. Clear out the trip, but looks like they might be opting to pause for a second, wanting to really flood forward. Crazy Guy, though, pre-firing, but distracted by the Nano Swarm. Takes his attention away as Texture now sprinting across, trying to dodge out this Hunter's Fury, but it's going to be 2 tags at the same time, so Texture, Ash, both down to 45 HP. Spike gets planted. They're going to try to fight their way out as the Vulnerable comes across. Here behind the box, Cushy lobbed in that shock dart. Managing to find Texture, and Foxy9 gets taken down. Ash trying to find a timing, but gets revealed. Jemkin gets the headshot. As Karan will be dealt with. 4K here for Jemkin. Ult not necessary. The fuse comes through, and RRQ are now just 3 rounds away.
Still, he threw a phenomenal vulnerable there. was in a great position, throw it right down Link. And even though Gen G fought back a bit, he just swoops in. And with that shield to back him up as well. Yeah, does the timing there on the pop of the toxic screen. Yeah, that vulnerable, really nicely positioned. And you can just keep resetting the double tap. That's where things get real scary.
Nice, Nasib.
You got to start to wonder. Yeah, I was just about to say. I think it's timeout. Timeout time for Gen G. It's got to figure out how to not lose these players early. That's really starting to kill you these last couple of rounds. You know, how are you going to win some of these angles? Are you going to be able to find the counter spams? Because a couple times you've just been red. You know, whether it be they give you that space for free in C Garage and Monyet's holding with the op, or they just wait for a timing through A long. So the homework being done by RRQ despite a short turnaround from a long best of 5 yesterday.
Let's see what the adjustments look like. I mean, when it's just kills like that, just taps through the smoke, it can be difficult to really, come up with a clear solution. Jemkin's game sense clearly is not slipped up at all over these last couple days of play.
Well, you either got to commit some of the Tejo utility early to try to push the positions where you're expecting the angle to be held, or just run by it quick as the Neon and pray they don't do it to you again. But there's an Odin to make things a little more challenging. Gen G content to keep trying to push towards B. It is weaker weaponry and a ton of space gained here. So RRQ.
Bit of a correct call here as Crazy Guy chipping back over in position to try to go for the spray. Heard the TPs, knows that Karan is going to be in the site somewhere, but can't quite identify that position. Plant now in here from Ash, has that Armageddon for the post plant. Karan just lingering here for the moment. Sends it out, and he's going to TP to safety.
Lockdown.
Not wanting to really try his luck. Yep, lockdown is in play now. Xfero backpedaling Texture, scaling forward. Jemkin off screen, able to find one. Foxy9 going to be taken down, but Ash finds Jemkin. Texture gets Xfero. Lockdown ends up getting destroyed, but now the red carpet gets rolled out. Armageddon across, the Paranoia not hitting the line share of players. The defuse now held to half. It's being stuck. They're just going to stick it the whole way! As Gen G tries to reflood, but they are far too late. Monyet gets in like a thief in the night. The defuse comes across and he even holds on to the operator. So much investment from Gen G. All undone by one guy sticking to the defuse.
That's brutal for Gen G, but this Odin, really annoying in this situation. Able to just hold it down. Karan assumes they had pulled off. They had not. Monyet happy to just get into there and let fate decide.
Unbelievable.
Oh boy. Ooh, that was close.
Ospino Cigar on the spray. Let him know, yep, still got this. Able to buy up another one. They know that that op was saved as well. Does that round end up being the death sentence here for Gen G?
Oh my god.
As Texture spammed down to 17 health. That's Odin Gaming, baby!
Well, it's just
fun and interactive.
That's right.
Great to watch.
Well, the thing is, for Gen G, it's a pretty similar start to the previous round, so you're kind of playing with fire there. Not really exploring the map like you would normally expect them to. Staying pretty grouped, and look at that tight angle being held by Cushy, but
backing away the drone. About to tell low, Texture trying to push forward, but Jemkin is there, swoops out behind the boxes. Takes him down, finishes the job set up and started by Crazy Guy.
He's gonna read this.
30 seconds.
In the spot. C site now broken open. Bit of a hero lurk here from the side of Foxy9. This Crazy Guy pushing forward down in towards mid. Turret believes in range. Yep, does get cleared out. As ISO all set, Jemkin trying to get a catch over towards Garage, but no one there to receive it. So it's going to be another whip. Munchkin now. Defensive pit in play here on the site. Monyet traded out for Foxy9.
Oh, the jump.
Jump up over the top, and Jemkin has to drop down, and Munchkin's right there, ready and waiting to scale forward. Cushy blocked out by the one-way smoke. Crazy Guy now forced to backpedal, and Gen G able to recover after the tragedy of the previous round. They'll move up to 11. Still just 3 rounds separating, though. RRQ. Decent money here on several of the players. Still with an opportunity to turn this around.
That's just a massive lurk from Foxy9. That kill right there might have caught xFaroe right as he was toggling between the camera. And that is probably a huge sigh of relief for Gen G and the Gen G faithful, because that looked like it might be bad. I mean, Jemkin here, the timing's so good. But then on the other side of the map, you know, RRQ had leaned heavily back towards A off of Texture's attempted entry. They left quite a bit of space open on the other side, just kind of hoping that xFaroe's util would buy them a little bit of time and info. And instead, it's going to be a timeout for RRQ. Last one here for Haven. So they try to see if they can start stringing some more rounds together. It started to look so good on this defender side. It looked like they really had great reads. They had good ideas. You know, the Odin spam early to do some damage. You know, Jemkin's covering the drone. All these, you know, getting all these first picks. Like their initial stage is really good. Just getting beyond that. You know, can they keep following through?
Some problems converting.
Yeah.
Well, final timeout call. See what magic it can work. Able to win the follow-up 2 rounds were RRQ in the first half. Off the back of this, we'll see if that can paint a similar story, would put them within touching distance of tying this up. It's the pressure you have to imagine mounting for these players.
On both sides.
Yeah, I mean, for the core of Gen G, somewhat familiar territory. Foxy, Ash, they're going to be dealing with similar, you know, a similar situation. As here we go again. 1, 2, 3. Cushy sends out the shots, and Texture is just not catching a break.
I mean, you have the salvos for Ash still in hand, so they again neglected this angle, and they pay the price. You've got to find a way to clear that, whether it be smokes or util.
Paranoia, don't think quite connected onto Cushy. No, it absolutely did not. He's going to be able to find another one. Kara now taken down. Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. xFaroe swooping around from behind. Alarm bot set up. Gives the alert. But now Gen G has to split their attention in so many different directions. Ash swooping forward, but no, it's going to be Munchkin. Foxy finding one apiece. Now everyone getting a piece of the pie as Ash comes away with the kill on him on yet. And Munchkin will just spray down Crazy Guy. Just when it starts looking good for RRQ, Gen G, something just clicks. They hit their shots, and now they're up to map point.
I think that got a little bit awkward there. A judge in hand for xFaroe. Cushy, phenomenal start. 2 for 1 for him. Ash able to get the kill. Munchkin is watching that lurk. Beautifully done. And then the crossfires are fantastic between Ash and Foxy9 right on the site.
Oh, you were talking about Karon
there he goes.
sighing at the end of that first half. He's geared up now. Salvos are going to be sent, and Texture this time, the one that survives. Monyet left on the floor, frantically, desperately wanting that orb to try to get that dimensional drift online, but Gen G know exactly what he's going to be trying to do.
That's exactly when they needed to dial up that use of the util right at that position. It's been a pain point for them, and they hit a great timing. So first kill falling the way of Gen G. Texture down to half health, has the overdrive. That's about the only ult that's going to come into play for them. Cushy one away from a Hunter's Fury, though. So if he finds a kill, maybe able to get back off a site if there is an execute towards A.
Hello.
Found you.
Spots out Karon. Foxy for now still watching behind. Double pressure coming his way as Crazy Guy. It's a nice check. Goes in. Finds 3. Foxy, though, pushing forward. Turret spotting. And he continues to hold this line, but cannot find the shot. Still, though, the call to pivot seemingly being made. As 2 players have been noted on this side of the map, but it seems like, okay, Munchkin says, well, let's just split the difference, go right into the center of the map. Overdrive now going to be popped. Texture looking to try to clear some space. A judge waiting over on this B-Link, but xFaroe eats so much damage. Jump around the plant. Being stuck, the double face push, looking for the transfer. Here is Jemkin, and he nearly finds it, but Munchkin survives, 75 health remaining. A stun in, but have they realized that Cushy got in ahead of this? Crazy guy gonna go swooping forward, Ash able to readjust. Cushy now needing to try to rely on the act of surprise here, but just swooping around, finds the headshot. Gets lost in the sauce for a brief little moment. The paranoia now expiring. A tap of the defuse. Munchkin around the back looking for the timing now has been noted. 4 bullets left here in the mag. And the pinch in from behind from Karan will put him down. 13-8. Opening map here, the grand final of stage 1 goes the way of Gen G.
Their map pick will fall into their hands, but it at times didn't look great. And it required some crazy good clutches for them to come through. So certainly RRQ has come out swinging today. They look pretty well primed, in my opinion. A rough early start, those first 5 rounds, wipe those off the board, and this is basically an even map.
Yeah, right there with you. I think that overall promise from the side of RRQ, hope that this is going to be a contentious series and one that they absolutely can win. As we go deeper into it, we're going to have their map pick of Ascent coming up. They've looked quite strong there. Gen G have certainly had their ups and downs with their Yoru composition that they've been bringing out. We'll see how they fare, though. RRQ should be favored moving forward into that one. See if they can give us tight up set right off the rip and guarantee us more than just 3 maps.
I think so. I really do. I mean, I think Gen G looks a little bit off balance today. I don't feel like Munchkin has gotten into that groove with the IGLing. I feel like he was a little simplistic here on Haven. Maybe that's just part of their game plan. Maybe they feel like that's all they need to do, and they might have been right. But they're going to have to be much more creative on Ascent, because that's a map where we know that RRQ can do some real damage.
We're starting to see the ramp up here as well from a lot of the players on RRQ. Cushy, Jemkin, as well as Monyet having some fantastic moments throughout. Need to see a bit more of that, and I think we shall on Ascent. But that is going to be map 1 wrapped up. We're going to come back for Ascent, but for now, myself and Paper Thin will pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Haven.
Thank you, casters. Haven. Gen G wins Haven. As we expected. As you guys called it. All 3 of you guys called it.
This is what happens when you have that advantage in the best of 5. You go in, you ban both maps, you pick this first map. And when we saw these 2 teams play in the upper bracket, RRQ banned out Haven first so they didn't have to play it. Gen G know what they're doing by picking this map first. They're trying to get RRQ off on a bad spot, and they get themselves this 1-0 up, which is massive.
Yeah, it's worked well for them. I thought they would go for Lotus first, but they have gone for the Haven despite the fact that RRQ has shown some promise at times on this map. There are strong points of their comp. The fact that Jemkin can play the ISO, that's starting to grow on me a little bit. Cushy on the Sova has been such a staple. It's great to see him back on that agent, because in the current meta, you don't get much of an opportunity to play it, and you can see exactly why you want him on it. 4 first bloods as well on the Sova, and that is just down to how strong his individual mechanics are. He is so good at, with that first bullet accuracy, at being able to take some of those opening tools. But Gen G, I tend to agree with Paper Thin. I think that overall, macro-wise, I wasn't seeing anything I was wowed by, but the individuals are really what won this for Gen G for me.
I mean, this is the way Gen G have played Haven for a long time, right? We've been saying this about Gen G all season, is you know what you're going to see, but can you stop it?
Yes.
Right? They have very, very rigid game plans, but they're very, very good at executing them. This is just their style. This is what they want. So I don't think they're going to feel too worried. I get it. It wasn't the most creative of setups, but if it works, if it gets you across that line, that's what really matters.
Yeah, and we talk about timeouts, and last year we talked a lot about which coaches have called timeouts where they win the round after.
Yeah.
But there's so much more to timeouts than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a little highlight about the timeouts here, and it's interesting there is a little bit of a difference between these 2 coaches' approaches in timeouts and how many they actually take.
Yeah, we see a big difference in the number of timeouts taken. Gen G on 13, RRQ on 35. Which is a colossal difference. So different coaches will have different approaches. You know, Gen G, that much more slower style, and if your players can already adapt, you might not need to take as many.
Yeah, and RRQ, they love to take, I mean, this timeout, you see it the strength of this comp. Multiple big impact ults online. The Yoru and the ISO ult is the central focus of this comp, and you can have so many strong attacking side strats off the back of that, that even though the other team has time to prepare for it, you aren't necessarily able to stop it. It starts with a really nice ISO ult there. You're able to find the opening pick, and even only with a half buy, you can see RRQ crushing into that C site that actually, in most of the rounds, Gen.G was very adept at defending.
Yeah, I mean, those ults, you're able to brute force, and you're basically able to go wherever you want. So it's a smart timeout. I think that's Ewok taking the timeout, saying, hey guys, I know we're down 0-5, but I can get us this round. This is how we play it, and you get your guys on the board, and you get that ball rolling.
Yeah, those rounds kind of play themselves with the ISO Yoru comp. It's a big strength of it, and you can see why, you know, you're throwing Jemkin onto the ISO. Similar skill set to that Meteor, on the ISO, and I said it in the pre-show as well. This guy loves to just take straight aim duels. He loves to play positionally. You add a shield to that, and the fact that he's able to just take a 1v1 aim duel versus you, you're not going to be winning that.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned how the entire squad of Gen.G just completely stepped up, and they were just playing absolutely phenomenally here. Munchkin and Foxy9 and how they played and how they used their utility was a big part of this.
These two are the secret to their Haven, and especially on this defense, is they don't give you space for free. They will fight you everywhere. Munchkin, especially on this Viper, is rotating into sight. Here we see Foxy9, he's a killjoy. He could go play retake, but he's not going to do it. They're in your face constantly, and they're battling you the whole way through. I think it's just such a unique comp that they're so good at executing, and you know, we don't see anyone else play the Viper quite like that.
You see them disrupting RRQ before they could really get rolling in a lot of these attacking sided rounds. And this is, you know, I'm sick of this narrative that Sentinel players need to play passive. I love the fact that he gets aggressive, that he's confident to take the off angles. You see the util combos as well. That was absolutely disgusting with the nano inside of the Toxic Orb. They use the Toxic Orb and the decay so well. Like, you have to retake into a Toxic Orb. And this is just such a win condition for Gen.G. Foxy9 on the Senti, Munchkin on the Viper on defense, and Charon on an Omen. These are three players that are just the goods on the multi-frags. If you're running into a site against any of them, they are going to multi-frag you.
Now, RRQ, though, I have to say, they did have some really good ideas on Haven, and we're kind of wondering where they got some of these good ideas. I think you guys spotted something out.
Yeah, I think we have a tweet we can pull up.
Yeah.
This is something I remember from the off-season. So when RRQ were looking for an assistant coach, they ran these open applications, and one part of these open applications was an anti-strat of Gen.G's Haven. So Ewok has had to look through hundreds and hundreds of anti-strats of this Viper composition. It's such a shame they couldn't get it over the line today, but I think it obviously highlights the strength of Gen.G of being able to play this same comp and mix some stuff up.
Yeah, they haven't really changed too much. They've implemented the new Teo into the composition.
Are you getting signed?
Obviously, whoever applied needs to be replaced, so I'm just making sure that we look good. I look good in the RRQ jacket.
It's the orange. Warbirds.
Yeah, sorry, Evan.
I thought he's done quite well.
Sorry, Warbirds.
That's crazy hate.
I mean,
he did pretty good, but he didn't secure it. It wasn't enough. How do I look? Do I look RRQ?
You look great.
Very RRQ.
You won the build diff as
I
well.
did.
You are the best coach on the desk by far. So
that's how you get hired.
Actually,
assistant coach right here, Chubby Ninja.
I think that could definitely work out well for them. You need to get downstairs quick though. They got another map starting.
But they got Ascent. Ascent is the next map, and they already got Ascent down. I have to say, Warbirds and Ewok have done brilliantly with this map. When it was the 5th map yesterday against Paper X, I kind of knew it was over. You know, their Ascent's just so good.
This is all about this first half for me. You see, recently, both of these teams having games on Ascent. You did see the last game of Gen.G, a 12-0 defense against Boom, and then the opening half, what you saw from RRQ was a 9-3 attack against Paper X, and that's going to be the opening half of this Ascent game. Gen.G have opted to start out on the defense, so both of these teams, despite the poor win rate for Gen.G and the great win rate for RRQ, they said it going into the 5th map of that series. We had Jemkin in the interview say, we're quite confident in our Ascent as the 5th map of the series. The rest of the series was actually a lot shakier than the 5th and final finishing map, so I can see why they've picked it as their first pick into this series against Gen.G here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I honestly feel like it's probably their best map, even before that lower final yesterday. As you say, when that was the map 5, you know they were feeling good. I'm excited to see Jemkin come back to that Yoru. I feel like his Yoru is so good. I think his ISO is fine on the Haven, but it's not quite as not quite as prominent, I want to say.
I mean, he's just
I'm
spamming.
not scared of it.
He's spamming Yoru all the time. So, look, I think at the end of the day, you're seeing the old meta and the new meta of Ascent. I think RRQ have really defined this meta of running the Yoru as well as the Sova Teo. I really like their comp on this map. They played excellently on the attacking side against Paper X yesterday, but over on the side of Gen G, they don't like change. They like to just play the meta comp, and hey, it worked very well for them against Boom the second time they played it. So let's see if they stick to that today.
It does absolutely work for them here. Now, we were talking about our predictions. I think, we all predicted Gen G here, but we had different score lines. I think if they're going to win one map, I would assume this is probably the one map they win. But how are you guys feeling now? Morgan, we both went for a 3-0 prediction. I think this is an RRQ thing on.
I said 3-0 because I felt like it was just such a mountain decline. But I think this is where the best of 5 really starts for them. This is where they can get the momentum, but they need a win on this map if they're going to try and upset in this best of 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think as well they might have to kind of change up their approach a little bit, because I felt like Paper X yesterday, they were set up to defend a lot of the kind of mid-splits on their defense, and that was where RRQ did a great job on the attack, slamming sites a lot more. They were a lot more focused in the mains, but that is now something that Gen G has seen. They've seen that cage into B main and the A main contest and the way that RRQ like to pace their attacking side. So Solo will have seen that. He's going to be able to play around that, and playing this meta comp on Ascent, you're going to see texture get in their face, disrupt things. You're going to see the flash plays from Munchkin. I love the way he plays the KO, but let's see which one of these teams is going to get their hands on that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, if the compositions come out like we expect here, watch for Xfero on this Cypher. This is what I'm waiting for, and not many changes here.
Yeah, over on the side of Gen G, once again, you're going to see Foxy9 on the Killjoy. He was absolutely phenomenal on that agent just in the last map of Haven. Loved how aggressive he was, but Gen G, this is all of these players on signature agents.
Yeah. RRQ, exactly what we would expect. Look for the fight in B main. Xfero did such a good job yesterday of shutting that down. He has to do that again today.
All right, well, we are going to go into the second map of this grand finals here in VCT Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Here we go, map number 2. We got RRQ's first selection here in this best of 5 grand final to see if they can tie up the scoreline, guarantee us a bit more here in this series. Well, Gen G, let's mind a little pivot here. Going back to classics, texture on the Jet. If they're going to be able to get a 2-0 lead and up to match point off the rip.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for Gen G. Just go back to what's comfortable. Like you and I were just talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just also kind of getting a little ready for Toronto when the Teo nurse might come through.
Shallow 0 point, just rush here onto the corner, and Jemkin collecting 2 quick kills. Shrugs off the suppress, the flashes, everything. Ash just sending out some shots here from Market. Tripwire getting ready to get set up. Amanyet on this top mid lurk, finds Foxy9. And suddenly, Gen G scratching their heads, wondering, well, how do we even try to get back into this pistol? Swing onto the corner, and Amanyet wins the fight. Takes down Charon. Now it is all on Ash.
I think Monyet might have had something to say there after he won that too.
Look like he was looking across the stage at him.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we'll hear some of it in a replay. See if Ash can get any kind of damage, any kind of charge. Get that ult online. Swing on the corner though. Eventually finds the chest shot to go ahead and finish him off, but Crazy Guy out wide and switch. We'll go ahead, strike him down, and that's going to be RRQ finding their second pistol win, taking the lead nice and early here on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, you almost feel like a broken record sometimes with RRQ. Oh, Jemkin gets 2 opening kills for you. And then the round just kind of snowballs in your favor. A few great shots from Monyet as well with the classic. Crazy guy there for the finish. And still some good spirits on RRQ. Another thing that they're going to have to keep up today. Already a map down, but great start. Couple Vandals, Guardian, and a couple pistols. So RRQ trying to get through this, keep 2 or 3 of those rifles over, and then have a really strong bonus on the follow-up. Meanwhile, Gen G, once again, pushing B main very aggressively, but RRQ doesn't care too much about that. They've got the trap wire, they got the camera, they got Xfero. They're completely ready for that. Instead, it's a switch over towards mid. So it's just going to come down here for RRQ to just get through Munchkin cleanly. And then everything probably not going to be too difficult.
Backpedaling, here's the stealth drone, going to try to shut the door, but it's going to be quickly broken open, so no real chance of escape and no real chance to do too much damage. Jemkin just going to be tagged to 72 as after the plant comes out. Salvos will expire and Gen G start rotating.
You've got a Sheriff on Texture. It's the only buy-up to speak of, so are they going to try to commit that to go for some kills, or is this just going to be a die to the spike? For the side of Gen G is the real question. Assumption is you'd prefer to probably just mostly die to the spike, but
Might send Texture, try to get a couple one-taps here with the Sheriff.
Why not? I'm about it.
As well. Going to be noted there by Moniette. With the damaging, it seems like widely they will stay back. RRQ looking like they're going to send a couple players forward. Granted, they do have two with just pistols, so may as well try to go for a bit of a fight here, but Karon, now over onto that flank angle, finds Jemkin, shuts him down. He's now going to be one away from having that ult online as Cushy will get Karon here on the back end. Two remaining players from Gen G go down to the spike, so very clean here for the side of RRQ. And all they need now is just that one orb. They'll have a dimensional drift to try to get a bonus conversion.
Yep, and they're going to have pretty fearsome weaponry coming into this round as well. Able to get all those Vandals and the Guardian over. And the real question is how much more do they want to invest behind that? Oh, a great reveal there for Cushy off of X Pharaoh's utility. Cushy just having a grand old time, and it is going to be just that one Guardian. Otherwise, it's all rifles, half armors. Gen G, of course, into their buy. Not much info off of that. There's a couple players over here, but yeah, there's that dim door.
Okay.
Do you not play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I do not.
Yeah.
Okay. See,
it's a Dungeons and Dragons.
A little bit lost on me, but crazy guy finding Texture, who is lost in mid, going to be struck down. Spike going to be spotted left on the floor here as Munchkin tries to hold things down over here at Cat. Fragment to try to buy a little bit of time. Actually, he will fall, but Karon covering fire back here onto the A site. Kills off the kill as Foxy snappy on the readjust, comes out of the smoke. Moniette, similar scenes. Takes down two, and already, even if Moniette does not win this round, the damage is dealt. Just Ash surviving here for the moment. Spike still not picked up, and Moniette looking to do something relatively unexpected as he pushes up into heaven.
It's a nice 1v3 clutch for Moniette.
Does he peek down? He's going around the world here. But Ash still at risk, still stuck into the corner. Swinging out even wider, making it all the easier for him. Moniette with three, gets the Red Bull clutch, and of course he's on his feet. Bonus conversion, damage dealt. RRQ off to a roaring start.
Oh man, this is just insane. Great opener for Crazy Guy in mid. Outdueling Texture, that's huge. I mean, Munchkin knows they got to start coming for that spike, and a lot of pressure being applied by Jemkin. Throwing out the clone, throwing out the flashes. Able to clear him. But man, oh man, Moniette. That is filthy. Just some clean rifling. And that is a huge bonus for RRQ on this attacker side on Ascent.
Swing out, and Jemkin has got players behind him as well. It still is going to be good for the kill, so Foxy 9 dead. Stinger not going to be able to find too much. Is thrown, well, they've already been noted, and Jemkin continues to just rip off heads. Texture now dead. Timing attempt to mash. It will be felled very swiftly as RRQ look to just go ahead and flawlessly brush aside this thrifty attempt from Gen G.
Yeah, they are in cruise control right now. Every little trick that Gen G tries to throw their way is just shut down. Jemkin in particular on point. Just leading the charge. See if any damage can be done with these stingers, but there's a trap wire right at that door, a smoke at the alley. Very, very difficult to get through, so. Okay.
Karon able to find one, so flawless avoided. I was gonna say, well, Jemkin's only got 950. Moniette's got cash cap. That's 6,000 credits. Munchkin will just go down to the spike here. Breaks the door to make sure that he can, but Xpharaoh lingers long enough to go ahead and find the execution. And that is going to be a 4-0 start for the side of RRQ. Question is, do we get a timeout call from Gen G? Timer continues to tick.
Yeah, I think maybe. They look a little bit off. They've been kind of falling for a few RR tricks. That clone that time kind of gave it away for Texture. He fired onto that first. On yet 6-0 to start Ascent. They keep just hammering away at this B site. Extra reinforcements now. Texture with the operator. Has to back off because of that drone. Gets cleared. Turret helping out a little bit, but now another dimensional drift.
Sprinting forward, Texture trying to go for the flick, but they are far too close. Jemkin's still here on his heels, trying to guide them forward as Texture does manage to go ahead, get the shot out to push into the smoke, and Monyet timing to pit. The same thing happens to Munchkin here in mid as Xfero comes lurking forward. Just absolute chaos around this B site. As Karan pushing all the way towards top mid. Here's some of this movement here. I think he realizes he's not going to be able to swing that corner fast enough to try to find a punish, so instead has to pivot back into main.
This is tough for RRQ. They have not much info. By not much, I mean zero. For what was going on this side of the map. So it took a bit of a gamble, able to find their way through. But Karan has that extra angle created. Just needs to find the right time. Seemingly RRQ kind of suspecting with those salvos sent towards Wine. Something might be amiss in that part of the map.
Scanning ahead.
Uncleared, Paranoia. Catching on a crazy guy, Texture now though. Under pressure, dashing back and has the pincer maneuver from the side, does Xfero. Toggle on the cam. Karan desperately trying to chip away to get that headshot. Cannot make it happen. Swings out a little bit wider. Tucks back time. Starting to get away. Challenges in for the fight. But Xfero stands tall. 5-0 now. RRQ will not have any survivors, but they've got cash aplenty. And they have the exact same start that we saw from Gen G on the previous map. 5-0 to kick things off.
Oh my gosh, again. The information utility so good for RRQ, getting the spots and making it easy for their players to shoot through walls. Karan, just not much he could do at that point. Just a great hold on the site. Gen G here going to finally pull the trigger, and RRQ has just done to Gen G. Gen G did to them on Haven, a 5-0 start to force that timeout. Kind of figure out what exactly is going wrong. I mean, these entries for RRQ are so explosive. They're just doing a great job of clearing util. Obviously, you have a couple dimensional drifts pretty quickly because of Chemkin. That makes things very easy as well. So you got to find a way to stop this and stop it now, and you already lost your operator, which is one of your biggest win conditions oftentimes on this map for Gen G. Get Texture, at least on the defender side, get Texture that operator and let him just shut players out. But that Yoru is making it very, very difficult to do. They need to find a new answer to this. I don't know. Good luck.
Well, here's the answer. A judge, 2 sheriffs, a vandal, and a stinger.
The judge actually probably can help.
Only if they elect to push towards that angle, which at the moment they are not. RRQ continuing to favor this side of the map. At least to try to clear out some of that early position util here. Munchkin swooping forward, catches one. Jemkin quickly trades it back out.
Flash.
Ash with just that sheriff. Forced back into alley as the drone goes up and over the top. Texture. Tailwind here at the ready. Karan now repositions, TP's into boats, has that judge in hand, but gets timing as Monyet comes around from behind. Texture locked off there and Market dead. As the neural depth reveals all, Foxy 9 is dead to rights. Ash now trying to see if he can do anything else. He cannot. And RRQ have done what Gen G could not in that opening map, which is now move up 6-0. The dominance continues, but now we get into another buy round here for Gen G.
Well, I think Gen G is rotating away from this when Munchkin starts to get under pressure, but another kind of point of contention here for me with Gen G right now is they're relying on contact duels not on utility, whereas RRQ is able to either get info or, you know, if a player dies, it's an immediate follow-up with util of their own, kind of deal with their problems. So Salvo's out to make sure they've got this orb. Crazy Guy now has the Armageddon. You have a Hunter's Fury. Yeah, you've got the Operator, you got the Blade Storm, you got Munchkin's ult, but I don't know.
Well to avoid it at every twist and turn.
Yep.
I say, as they start rotating back. Texture's been given up this space awarded to him, but Stealth Drone can force him back. Tailwind, not yet popped. Drone to try to lead, and now he's getting suppressed, and he's going to be stuck in here. Flash turned away from, shot goes right over Jemkin's shoulder. A ping reveal from Ash. Lets him know, oh yeah, there's plenty of targets in here, but you're not getting the opportunity for any of them.
Again, just great util usage. Causes Gen G some big problems. On yet, even TPing.
Oh, Heron waiting for the timing there, and because of that, they play it patiently, and then they flood in. Every single layer peeled back. Ash does manage to find one here on the flank. Sparrow maybe thinking that everyone had already corralled forward into that A site, but it seems like Munchkin was already calling to go for the save. They can rotate back into B main, grab this Operator, but that is about it. Gen G still going to be winless here in the half.
It's just so well thought out right now for RRQ. They're just beating them at every twist and turn.
Jemkin's about to have his, what, third dimensional drift in the half?
Third. You're correct.
At round 7.
Could have 4, no problem. And I mean, and you didn't even have to use the Armageddon or the, oh, okay, Munchkin. Kill Jemkin, but pays the price.
Traded out. They know that Ash is going to be holding the Operator. Cuts one down. Looks for a little bit more, but cannot get the shot onto Cushy. Everything taken from Gen G. 7-0, now with the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury behind it. RQ might not be stopped anytime soon.
No, this is just crazy. And again, you have 2 huge ultimates still in the bank, not counting the Dimensional Drift that Jemkin just got, because he just deposited that. So this is extremely challenging. And I mean, RRQ would be fine just not using him here at this point, other than this one. This one you're happy to cycle.
Knives pop. Time to jump. Jemkin immediately forward all the way, sprinting up into the A site. Clear on the turret, the spot on the 1, Foxy 9. Hit by the first, dead to the second. Cushy able to claim it, the combo working out, the knives going wide, and the salvo's right there, Texture's feet. Layer after layer from RRQ. It is just absolutely gorgeously read, gorgeously prepped. And they are now looking at a flawless first half.
On the
I'm not trying to jinx it. I'm going to knock on wood. Because goddamn, what a reply that would be to the first map.
Yeah, this is something special right here. Jemkin gonna ping out for his Sova. The Hunter's Fury connects, clears it out. The salvos are perfectly placed. Not much that anybody can do on Gen G. Texture shut down, Jemkin frying. They have no ability to control this orb because of the salvos. They have no response. And that just allows RRQ to keep cycling ults. This is actually kind of starting to be a glaring weakness with this comp for Gen G, is they can't control these orbs unless they throw bodies at the problem. And RRQ's happy with that because they can either just use the util to bully you away or just they're winning the fight. And everything's starting to snowball out of control. Gen G, money starting to dwindle again, obviously.
Yeah, it's
just keeps going back and forth.
Round over round as the pendulum swings. I mean, Foxy's trying to get a lockdown online.
Would be nice.
Hasn't been able to get that.
No. I don't even know when Munchkin used his ult. No idea.
I don't, yeah.
These rounds are so fast.
I think he tried to use it and then just died immediately. Munchkin, speaking of which, trying to hold things down and market re-swings, double face. Foxy does manage to find a kill, and that does give him now the lockdown. Has that available. RQ though, pivoting.
30 seconds left.
Start working across here towards A, and Foxy 9 dead. Xfero on that lurk, able to find one. Texture creeping back, gonna try to flush this out so they can keep their attention paid forward onto the site, and he will be able to do so. Cushy able to find Charon, Ash dead, and now it's just Texture in a 1v3.
10 seconds left.
They're not tagged up. There's an Armageddon on the other side.
Spike planted.
Noise has been made. The drone reveals the drop down, the swing. 9-0. Ult not even necessary. Jemkin, 2 away.
Oh, he's getting it
from
this
having
round.
his 4th.
I think he's getting it this round. I mean, again, though, Munchkin just trying to hold his ground. And sure, he might be able to get some damage, but it's not really winning. He's not able to buy extra time using utility or anything. He's just taking these dry fights and losing. Or at best, getting one and done. And then the coordination on that A execute was so good from RRQ. Clearing the space at the front of A with the salvos, crunching together at the right time between short and A main. Extremely well drilled. And you do have a little bit of weaponry to speak of for Gen G. A couple Guardians, Texture as a Phantom. Foxy with that Sheriff, though.
Push in.
Again.
Get dead.
Same thing.
Charon does manage to find one. Paranoia going to be sent out, repositions. This time Texture out in the mid, able to intercept the flanker, so Xfero ends up falling down. Ash trying to see what he could possibly get. Finds nothing, but Texture finds Crazy Guy. Suddenly, it seems like at least in this round, things have started to click for Gen G. For the first time on Ascent, Gun Barrel spotted out. The wide swinging Charon trying to challenge him for the fight, but Jemkin on the other side stands tall. The drip down line gets the headshot on the Texture, dinks through the corner. Spike not yet planted. You're trying to fight for some space, but Texture does manage to find that kill. And now they can suspect where Monyet is repositioned. Goes for the spray, but it's going to be Mr. 4K who wins it out in the end. Gen G get themselves on the board in round number 10. But it feels like it's far too late.
It almost feels over already. I'm not going to count the Gen G players out just yet, but they pretty much have to win these next two for me to feel like there's any hope. I mean, just
even a 9-3.
I know, it's not normally great. But I mean, that round just, frankly, just gets broken open by Texture. Able to find the timing into Courtyard. That's really what that boiled down to. Early knife. He just sees the Tejo. So it's still just going to be the B strong side hold. Texture again wants to get a little bit aggro, but that drone ready and waiting for him.
Cleared out.
Yep.
And we'll just go ahead and slide back here at Pizza. Munchkin trying to hold the cat again. Once again, falls to the wayside. Dimensional drift now. Coming through from Jemkin. Window broken for him, just sprinting around. Here's the footsteps from Texture. Knows that he's going to be bounding up. And then the exit, the site completely held. No walls to speak of. Reveal onto one, spray down into hell. Texture does come away with that kill. Equalizes the player count now into a 4v4.
Gotta hit a god tier paranoia here from Charon. Just hits back
Connect
Gen.
on the two, but yep, back Gen's gonna be good enough to get them into this one, and now Charon swings out from main. And Gen G looking great here on the retake. Xfero still late on that lurk, trying to fight his way in towards the site. Cannot make it happen. Texture. Another massive round from him. Another round win for Gen G. Chance at a 9-3. But still,
Last round in the half.
Plenty of money here for the side of RRQ.
Well, they're starting to do it. Munchkin's getting destroyed.
Yes.
No other way to put it, but again, great paranoia from Charon. Well timed. They're able to swing through, follow up off of that very nicely. Starting to get it together. Texture focused in.
And one more.
Yep, one more. Get the op. You got the blades. Anything's possible. Xfero does have his ult. He'll probably be the only one that really comes into play unless Cushy goes nuclear.
Which is always a concern.
Very. But they're not playing for any orbs, so. Seems like they're trying to keep Gen G a bit guessing. They just want to keep going after Munchkin, I think.
Slide back, Crazy Guy getting a sense of it. In the meantime, for RRQ, they're wondering where Munchkin is.
Is he in the same spot he's been in
wonder
every round?
Where could he be? Here he is, and this time he's able to come away 2 kills once again, but that extra layer of Foxy9 there to trade out was added into the mix. 9 and 3 looking all but certain here for the moment. Spike now stuck.
Nice little micro adjustment from Gen G. Calling in Foxy9 to give Munchkin a little bit of help. He needed it. Even though in this round, much better results for Munchkin. 2 kills there, just holding the same spot. Sometimes that does work. You fool people.
This means though, Xfero, I mean, he's got the spike. He's going to be stuck into pizza. He doesn't want to give this angle over, but never mind. Texture will just get taken down. A little bit of damage here. Xfero tagged at 42, but now we go into a 2v2. There's Karan and Foxy. Have to try to clutch, otherwise RRQ looking to pull off this 10-2. What a recovery of this round it would be. Paranoia still available. Split away from one another.
Shadows traveling.
No way to double up this blind. It's from behind the box.
Can spam it.
Will they lend credence to this at all? Do they go for that kind of spam? Smoking the boats. Foxy trying to push forward. Xfero staying quiet, looking for it, cannot find it, but now a 1v1. 30 HP on Karan. A clutch god in the previous map, but this time not to be. Crazy Guy with a 3K gets RRQ a 10-2 half.
Just tremendous stuff from RRQ. I mean, the confidence, the way that they have so many of these plays dialed up. I mean, even little things like breaking the window for Jemkin as he's going through in his dimensional drift. Like, the timing on that was flawless. Like, it was right as he was getting there. Like, everything in lockstep for them here on Ascent. And Gen G looks like they haven't played this comp in a while, and, well, they probably haven't.
Yeah.
Other than a few scrims, maybe.
Certainly is not looking good for them, but for RRQ looking damn near immaculate. Who's the superior kin? I mean, right now, guess who's been having a real hard time? I think it'd be difficult to agree with the fans here in this map in particular.
Yeah, I'm pointing the other way. Oh, okay, let's see. Which is worse? What? Listening to HSK's compilation of life quotes for an hour?
Is that a thing, or is it just something that we fabricated?
I don't know. This must be some meme I don't know about.
Are we allowed to lie on the internet? I'm not sure about. maybe, yeah, you know, maybe he's got a ton of quotes.
We've just become your average social media user.
Pretty much.
Just making things up.
Something and then a picture of somebody sitting on a beach in the, you know, watching the sunset.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, wow, really enjoying my vacation.
Yeah.
When you're actually just in your basement.
Well, Gen G need to pull off a monstrous comeback if they want to get themselves up to match point. Otherwise, looking like RRQ will very swiftly take us over to Lotus for map number 3 and give us that tied up scoreline that we so badly would love to see.
RRQ really holding on to the util early.
Jemkin instantaneous with the first, finds the second with Monyet sandwiched in between. Texture alone at A, needing to find the opening. Xfero held back. Gate crash already being sent out as well for Jemkin to try to join in. Ash arriving, 22 health remaining here on the Sova. The lion's share of the weight being placed here on this Jet's back.
We've seen him do it before. Seen some crazy pistol stuff from Texture.
He's fighting up into heaven. Gets some damage on the Monyet. Does have that paranoia, but Texture out a little bit wider. Doesn't manage to find the kill, and now he has planted himself firmly in the dead center of the site. This Crazy Guy takes him down. RRQ, 3-1 pistols, and now 11-2 on the map.
Well, the early patience paying off here for RRQ. Gen G started this round playing way back towards their spawn, expecting some kind of aggression. I mean, they have to be super careful. But then this happens. They clear there's a clear of the turret, and they're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, we go. And Monyet and Jemkin are there to just shut them down.
But that play can't be a 3-2-1. It needs to be, okay, they're clearing the turret, now we go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Far too delayed.
You're right.
Things off kilter clearly here for Gen G, and RRQ continuing to just be gorgeous on this map. 18-9-2 for Jemkin. Already over halfway towards another dimensional drift. See if he's gonna be able to find a texture going in for the entry, but Jemkin is right here, ready, waiting for him. Just every villain in a classic horror movie, no matter how many doors you run through, how many counties over you might drive through, the monster is right there, always at your heels.
It's like Freddy Krueger, man, just in your dreams.
I think Jemkin will be in their nightmares tonight, regardless of the outcome of this series. Munchkin fighting back for a headshot there on Monyet. Karan pushing forward, jiggle peek out, swings, goes for the pre-fire, is able to find it. Cushy taken down. But it's only that Spectre upgrade. See though, Gen G worked some magic at the start of that second half on Haven. And right now, they could desperately use it.
Say he's got that drone. Oh, Karan at the door though.
Finds another, drops down, however, the salvo's right there waiting for him. Numbers the stealth drone cleared out. Foxy and Ash tucked here at the site. The head of one going to be spotted, but Ash plays off of that misinformation. But now Foxy would love to close the gap, but instead plants his feet, dodges the bullets, and does manage to make it happen once again here for the side of Gen G. It's another forced attempt this time rather than a thrifty, as they deny away that momentum off the back of the pistol.
Hey, you just felt like it might be kind of done. Texture can't get in there. RRQ fully anticipating it, having 3 players on the B site. Not much you can do, but Karan, little run and gun, couple different kills that way. One with the Spectre, one with the picked up, or excuse me, one with the picked up Spectre, one with the Stinger. And, all right, well, you're gonna have weapon advantage for sure this round. Full save for RRQ. They're gonna go for an aggressive push out. Turret's there, but okay.
So is Foxy.
Yep.
This time able to find the catch. Boogeyman has been taken down.
And he'll only have his ult for next round. What could go wrong?
Being wary about some pressure potentially here from mid. Crazy Guy maybe with an opportunity to get the backstab maneuver going, but for now, entry over here on the A sites, which will get hit. Monyet, Xferro on the opposite side, and they say, okay, well, we think that we have this Killjoy locked in position. Riley, we're correct, but what in the hell just happened, Foxy? That final bullet just straying in to find the head of Monyet. Go ahead and quote Sideshow about Victor in a certain horseshoe in a certain place, but 4K Cushy with a Bulldog gonna look to try to do some additional damage here, but will not be able to turn this round on its head, you would suspect. There you go, final put down from Karan. Gen G now up to 4-round wins, but RRQ still so far out in front.
Yeah, I mean, just some nice play here from Foxy9. You know, RRQ might have thought they had Foxy9 locked in, but little did they know, they're the ones who are actually locked in with him. He just mows them down. But again, huge weapon advantage, so it do be like that sometimes. And you do have a Hunter's Fury for Ash. Still though, Dimensional Drift for Jemkin. It's gonna be getting a little bit of info. Tejo, that Omen. Not gonna be super surprising, but you didn't see Jemkin over there. That might lead you to believe this is the weak side for RRQ. Jemkin being really cautious with revealing his presence until he has to. Hasn't shown any util I've seen.
Might have been a minor spot out there on the Crazy Guy. Maybe elbow exposed either way. Texture now having the confirmation of his position. Meantime though, double push up quietly in towards Market. Cam, however, now cleared out. Hopes to try to escort them forward. Crazy guy. He's gonna slowly make his way down towards Alley. Salvos at the ready, sending them to try to delay even further. Sparrow and Cushy both tucked here at Boats. 0 Point scouting them out, telling the story. Now they need to try to win the fight. Fragment is able to find one. Shots across through the wall, coming up huge, and Karon still gonna be good for one. Jemkin taken down, but that now leaves Monyet all alone versus 4. He'll be forced to save.
Well, okay. Attacker's side starting to look pretty nice for Gen G. It's just, it has to be so good. You know, you only have a couple rounds for air. And this time they're able to really figure this out pretty nicely. It looked like to me they might fall into RRQ's trap of trying to go A, and then they get crunched on instead. They just slide towards mid. No resistance. Dexter finds the final kill. Monyet done and dusted.
He does Monyel from time to time.
He does Monyel. Yeah, a little bit.
Last couple rounds, a little bit less of that. As, yeah, Fragment there, just final hit.
We're starting to see some good util from Munchkin. Something that was not available for Gen G on the defender's side. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, they're still in good spirits. They're still having fun down there.
They're starting to believe.
They're beginning to believe. I just watched that movie the other night.
Well, they might. I'm not necessarily sold on it quite just yet. I think it's going to take a bit more. But for now, forced onto a Thrifty here. Thrifty attempt, one should say, is RRQ. Bucky in the hand of Monyet, looking to do some damage.
Karan, way up there.
Not a position that everybody plays.
Oh, very rarely.
Trying to catch someone off guard here, perhaps.
For sure.
Fragment the check over towards Wine. No one flushed out into the open.
I mean, they're being pretty smart about some of their early clears. But this time, RRQ has once again kind of said, well, the tendency has been B for Gen G. Let's double down on that. But no resistance at all on the A side has made Gen G feel like they can start pushing through. Literally no contact at A main, a little bit here at short. And they're just going to try to march on forward. Here comes that Bucky.
Monyet. Gonna hound him down, finds one, finds two, Munchkin on the floor. The door is shut, the spike behind it, now a weapon scooped up for Monyet. Quick TP, cannot deny the grab of that spike, but Monyet, he is looking to secure them this Thrifty win, good lord. The heroics from him to just bounce out from the shadows. Thrown over the top, needing to be cleared. Karan has to tuck back away. As Foxy finds another collab with the Outlaw. This time, Crazy Guy, Monyet, both going to be taken down. Vandal, however, here in the hands of Jemkin. Because she will fall. Sparrow finding one. The TP in. Jemkin steadies the aim. Finds the hit, and now it is all on Texture. Doesn't believe in the fake. Spots the real thing, and gets the fadeaway shot for the Red Bull clutch. Some of these rounds are just absolutely unbelievable. Deus Ex Machina for Gen G.
I just love this from Monyet. Just finds the perfect timing, and Foxy feeling something special with those Outlaws. Texture though knew there was X-Pharaoh coming out a window. Gen G had just lost a player there. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're about ready for an RRQ timeout now. Stop the bleeding and just end this. Try to send this over towards Lotus a little bit quicker. A map that Gen G absolutely dismantled them on last time, but right now RRQ's, you know, this defender side starting to show some weaknesses, and it's the early map exploration that Gen G's doing in particular. Like, they're being really diligent about, okay, are they A main? No, let's check short. Okay, nobody's been at either of those. Let's try A. And even though there's a Bucky waiting for them and causes them problems, it's still at the macro level the right read. It's just, you done got Buckied. That happens.
Similar scoreline the final timeout used in the series yesterday from RRQ, but a very different context. 12-6 is when they opted to go for that one versus Paper Rex. This time, certainly because they are feeling a lot more pressure. Still have a very healthy lead though. 5 rounds ahead. They just want to get this map over with so they can focus on Lotus.
Yeah, I was just about to say, using that 0 point to clear space for the lockdown. And, you know, RRQ knew it. They were already in a position where...
Jemkin, though, pushing forward, looking for a bit of a timing. Gate crashes back across over towards A. No one detained. Entry into the site. Coming through is stealth drone. Tries to chase forward. Down holding towards backstairs. As ping reveal comes through. Hunter's Fury from Ash here out from Bodes. Seeking target. Null command popped. Texture trying to scale forward, but Xpero just a bit snappier. Finds the headshot to shut him down. Foxy tucking back around the corner. As Neural Theft gets revealed, but finds the timing. Picks off the enemy sniper, but the flood gets ready to come in. Foxy, dead as Cushy, finds that kill. Off from Monyet, goes a little bit wide. Ash able to find Cushy. Karan gonna be taken out, but Munchkin now finds Monyet. Diffuse starting. As they're just looking to hold this one down. Trying desperately, but the swoop forward from Munchkin. It's another Red Bull clutch. Another narrow round win. But somehow Gen.G continues to keep the ball rolling. They carry nothing forward. But they don't let RQ get this up to map point off the back of the timeout.
I mean, it's a great round for both sides. They read the situations really well. Gen.G finds their opening for the lockdown. RRQ aware of it ahead of time, playing retake the whole way. And they're both kind of fighting tooth and nail for these different spots. Like the way Foxy is delaying, you know, shorty in hand, waiting for that smoke to go down. Using the nano. Hold the angles, Texture. Okay.
They're not gonna swing in. Now that they get the gate crash, start sliding forward. Displace that hero rifle, another gate crash, sent right back over towards Alley though. He looks to rejoin, but this could just end up being a little bit of a pacier hit as Texture would check on that hard left angle. Dashes back in, so Tailwind now burn.
Man, if I'm Gen.G, I am so nervous about like a Hunter's Fury Armageddon combo into B main.
Oh, sure.
That is so frightening. I think they only saw the one.
Yeah, don't believe Texture was noted, but he'd already made noise, so they know that
there's 2 there.
Still gonna be, yeah, within the vicinity.
I think they got the spot on the car, and I just saw some pings, or at least they know, or highly suspect.
Do they read this, though? They're starting to move forward into his line of sight. Jemkin is able to find the readjust. Munchkin taken down. Clone set. Tries to snap there onto Foxy. Cannot make it happen. Drone cleared. That Vandal on the floor, but potentially recoverable for one of these RRQ players.
Look at this. Texture.
They try to route into that, but yeah,
might have heard this.
Yeah, he's just calling for the pivot, but now the tripwire is going to be telling them everything they need to know. As there's the Hunter's Fury, there's the reveal. Second shot going to be going wide. Third one splits the difference in between several players. The spike now being brought forward. You can see there the Armageddon at the ready. 8 seconds.
Oh, they dodged it, I think.
Ash is not in it. It's been a whip. It's a shallow plant. And now Foxy forward and Lumber able to find Cushy.
Destroyed.
2 Vandals and a Classic in hand. Xpero dead. Foxy holds down the flank. One more player on the angle. Monyet does manage to take him down to make it hurt a little bit more, make it a little bit more costly. But 3 players from Gen.G will survive. And it's going to be 3 rounds left separating these 2 teams.
This is madness. This is absolute madness. Texture?
They have the pinch. Monyet, however, has the shots. TP's back over to Gelato. How badly do you want to try to go for it? Seems like maybe a mischaracterization of his placement, and Monyet does narrowly survive. This judge, one would say, should say.
Yeah.
Good
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to enjoy this. What, just the narrowest of margins here for Gen.G. Able to plant it in a spot. I mean, I think understanding well ahead of time. I'm sure Munchkin screaming, hey, They've got the Armageddon. Don't plant it backside. Plant it in the middle.
And now it's a very different scoreline to that final timeout.
Well, think back to round 14. Think back to an obvious buy-up.
Yes.
An obvious buy-up for Gen G. That's where this all started. You know it's going to come through as RRQ. You know that they're going to force buy there. You're not able to get the round. And since then, it's been all Gen G. And, you know, a bunch of crazy clutches. Oh, a Heretics fan. Let's go. Congrats to Heretics.
A little drawing of Texture and Woot there, saying hey, they're going to be reunited.
Looking forward to seeing those boys back in Toronto. Back in the Masters, I should say.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It all points back to that one critical moment. But now, a full buy afforded here for RRQ, an operator in hand for Jemkin. RRQ was able to avoid textures at pretty much every twist and turn.
Missiles away.
Gen G, will they be able to do the same thing? Or will this be enough to finally get RRQ up to that map point?
And the scary part is, not only, you know, does Jemkin have an operator, if he gets that kill, he gets his ult, and then they can play a little bit more for retake potentially.
Find shots through though. Munchkin eats some damage, yes, but still finds the kill. Moniette here at the site. Paranoia for Paranoia going to be exchanged across the two Omens. As ETP's in over towards Hell. Shots ringing out the shorty to try to hound him down. Texture comes away with that elimination. Now the Nano Swarm, just a shallow little lob up. Buy some space and time. Texture eats 4 more damage from his teammate.
I was gonna say, did he jump into that?
And he did, but already look at this. The call to save has been sounded. Jemkin is not gonna get that Dimensional Drift online in this round. They opt to back away. They don't want to wreck the economy any further and try to play this out versus 5 members from Gen G. Ash is gonna go on the hunt, however, because he knows that every single kill that he can find here is worth its weight in gold.
You know, sometimes I love Pacific because not only do we get crazy great matches, but Ascent is attacker-sided sometimes, and it's just absolute madness, and I love it. And you can
Camera spotted.
Go for the hunt. Go!
Recon destroyed. Clears the trip. Do you suspect this? Okay, well, Xpharaoh. Well-defined 1. Push out. Does even better to find 2. So weapons will be retained. Gets himself a couple more charges towards another Neuro Theft. That does not change the state of affairs here. Both timeouts have been used here from the side of RRQ. Neither resulting in round victories. Gen G now within touching distance.
And I mean, you know, even when they were down 10-2, the comms for Gen G still sounded pretty positive. It sounded like they were just here to play and have fun. And that's certainly got to be part of the equation here. The mental game for them has been really strong. That's a couple huge spots in middle. You know where that operator is now.
0 point. Johnny on the spot there is Munchkin. Op revealed. Set up though on these trips to try to intercept the jet, but the jet's not on this side of the map. Texture slow walking, checking out around A main as Orb gets grabbed up. Munchkin 1 away from having that null command online.
Is the other orb available by Texture? I think it is.
I feel like he wouldn't have taken it just to try to get the knives. So
you get the null command here. Yeah.
It'd just be the null command hit coming through. 2 players to try to stave this off. Just now noticing as well, the crazy guy only has a stinger. So there's a follow-up 0 point. Looks like he doesn't actually go for the orb, but it doesn't matter because Texture's just gone forward into heaven. I think he's just going to look to take it for the plant here.
30 seconds left.
Use the null command in a follow-up to try to dissuade. Hasn't popped it yet, though.
Oh, look at Foxy.
In around the back, getting ready to come through the spawn. Null command comes out in response to the drone. Charon forced away from the doorway. It's Foxy getting closer and closer, and Cushy is dead. Swing out of the smoke, 1 by 1, they shall fall. As Xpharaoh, just with the operator, forced to quietly sneak out to try to escape and hold on to this weapon, but Ash is swooping around the side. He needs to hit this shot. Woo! Whips it, jump up over the top. The Classic claims it. And my God, how are we here?
I am just completely befuddled. RRQ looks so in control, but neither side knows how to play defense. I mean, to be fair, Gen G is reading the map extremely well right now. And they are maximizing their advantages where they can. The way that they use that info that Texture's been gathering, that's something they've been doing in a couple rounds here that I've been noticing, is they'll leave Texture on his own to see what's going on and then make rotates off the back of that.
No operator to be concerned about here, but Jemkin still present, still going to be a concern, going to be a threat. It's been neutralized for the most part during this run back. That activation can come through at any critical moment. And he's got the dimensional drift to assist the rest of the team. What is the play call here from Gen G?
Well, usually they've been flashing over this wall to make the entry. There you go. Oh,
drop down, nearly finding the timing. Do get the stun out from Crazy Guy. Still has the stealth drone waiting on the timer for those salvos.
But this has gotten Jemkin to slide over here. And I don't see a TP on the map. Doesn't have one in hand, so he's committed to that site. It's just, is Gen G gonna read this right? That's all they've seen really is the Tejo.
Monyet needs to be so impactful here for them. The Paranoia will try to buy some time, but the Fragment buys some space, forces him back, but G still delayed here as they try to scale forward. The tripwire now going to be noted as they work their way forward. Foxy9 trying to get this flank here in mid, but Jemkin activating, finds the headshot, mows down 3, and RRQ. They finally had enough. A 4K into a flawless. RRQ will at long last get themselves up to map point. Gen G now need 2 more to take this into overtime.
And this is just one of the few rounds we've seen us on this attacker side where Gen G doesn't quite read the map right. They just don't have a lot of info, and they just try to make an execute scaling play off the back of it through short. But Jemkin just holding the line. Easy money for him. Has a dimensional drift.
The ult was not needed.
One away from a lockdown, though.
Looking like they want to try to go for a pacey hit, but Jemkin is here. Flash connected. Now going to be ping revealed. The Texture takes him down, spamming through, but Monyet trying to hold the line, falls to the wayside, as does Xfero. The trade up is there. Cushy, Crazy Guy, quick to arrive. Now trying to play it out versus 3. Foxy still working his way forward through main. Munchkin tucked. Gonna be spotted there by the drone. Looks to try to delay. But even some minor spray through the floor might just be enough to take him down at health. Only 22 health remaining. They're looking for it. The split on the drop. Karon dealing with the player here at Gen. Cushy now asked to do it all. Turret just a hair off. Swoops around the back. Finds one. Recon cleared the tap. Foxy waiting, knowing that the time is just not going to be there. And now will swing forward. Gets himself the ult for the follow-up round. I'm losing my mind and my words as Gen G are 1 round away from taking this map to overtime.
Not in a million years that I think that was going to happen. What a timing play there for Texture and company. They've got Jemkin dead to rights right before the TP. Foxy9, okay, the turret maybe not placed in the best spot, but that's okay, the nano was. So, small mistake, able to be covered. And 1 more round and we might have an overtime, and you have a lockdown here for Foxy9. Last time it was B that they used it at. Gen G, quick scaling. Look like they just want to go right for it.
Yep.
Nothing that can be done.
It's gonna have to back away. There's now TP forward from Karon in towards Tree. Paranoia gonna be sent. Not sure if that gets a catch on Xfero. Seems like it does, but so Spray is able to find one. Karon here over onto the flank, however, coming up with one, but then gets distracted by the tripwire, and Jemkin's able to collect. Xfero gonna be taken down here on the site. Cushy finding Foxy9. Ping reveal off the neural depth, and Munchkin is dead. It's all on Ash, and he cannot make it happen. so damn close, but no damn cigar. 13-11, an unthinkable scoreline on this map. But there is no OT, and there is no match point for Gen G.
That is one of the craziest ascents I can remember. In the way that it shaped up with both teams just having tremendous attacker sides, and RRQ just has that one extra round in them. But that is not reassuring for RRQ. Your spirits had to be flying sky high after that first half of Ascent. You can see they felt okay after Haven. They said, you know what, it's their map pick, we didn't feel good on the map, it's fine. Ascent's coming up, we got this. Halfway through it, oh, we're knocking this out of the park. We're going right over to Lotus. But then Gen G comes roaring back. Let's see what the mental's gonna look like. That's something Coach Ewok has been talking about, how good the mental is for his team. That was part of why they were able to beat Paper Rex yesterday, he said. Are they gonna be able to recover?
We will have to just wait and see. Lotus is coming up. We're swinging back over onto one of the Gen G map picks. Let's see if RRQ can just kind of take this near loss in stride and carry some momentum over, because, I mean, Jemkin Cushy still so damn good to close out these last few rounds here for the team to get them over that finish line. That pace is going to be hit off the top. Well, Gen G might still yet be at risk, but we're tied up 1-1. The series nowhere close to being done. We'll send it over to the analyst as to break down all of the wild action.
If you told me a year ago that Ascent was going to be the most exciting map in the map pool, I would not have believed you. I have to say, we saw an absolute masterclass of Ascent from both of these teams today, but definitely only from the attacker side.
Yeah, only on attack. Definitely not on the defense. We'll get into that a little bit more in detail later, but that was a experience diff from Gen G. RRQ could have closed that out much earlier than they did, but that is a calling masterclass on the attacking side of Ascent from both teams, but particularly from Munchkin from behind. That really shows his experience as an IGL.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G did so well to even make this close. I think a 13-2 win for RRQ feels very, very different to this 13-11 incredibly scrappy, incredibly close win. But still, they did manage to get it over the line. And once again, look at Jemkin up there 27-17 with 9 first bloods. We can't stop this guy.
No one can. He's the Russian Terminator. He walks through the map at his own pace. He doesn't send it. He's not a send it duelist, you know. He is coming after you no matter what, and you cannot stop him. If you peek him, he will crush you.
What's that horror film where the guy is like walking slowly after
the Watcher or something like that? Yeah, literally, that is what Jemkin is like. Like he doesn't rush any aim duel. He takes things at his own pace. Monya is definitely the send it member of RRQ. But, you know,
That's what he says.
Jemkin...
I think nothing. I think nothing before I go into a match. I just go kill.
Only kill.
Yeah.
Only go kill. I mean, I wish I could turn my brain off.
Yeah.
Well, the Russian Terminator is probably the most appropriate name for him here. But we had some... Man, this almost went into overtime in the most classic Gen G RRQ fashion. I mean, let's rewind a bit to the first half there. We saw something really interesting happening between both of these teams and how they choose to use their drones.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like for Gen G's defense was very poor. I mean, both teams' defense was very poor on this map, but I'm actually starting to come around to you talking about the metacom. I felt like Gen G, it was a very disappointing approach to Ascent. It's an approach that we've seen a million times, and the comp that RRQ uses with the double drone is so good at breaking these B main info lines that Gen G was trying to set up. If we bring up the replay here, we can have a little bit more of a chat about it.
Yeah, I mean, so, well, it's all about B main. I said this before the game, but you're so used to seeing the op on this B main line to lock info, but they can drone back with the Teo drone, which not only scans, stops him from dashing away.
Yeah, easy opening pick there for RRQ that they take advantage of, and it's able to set them up very nicely for that opening kill and victory from there. In the follow-up round, though, I mean, we saw this very fast set play execute from RRQ with the dimensional drift that they use very nicely. But you could see off the back of that opening pick here, you immediately see RRQ go in with the From the Shadows, clear out the whole site, and then Jemkin on the other side of the map is able to find another opening kill. He's everywhere.
Yeah, that's the key. You win that fight in B main and it forces them to have to rotate towards B, which unlocks A for you. That's clearly the plan. But now this dimensional drift, I mean, he was a monster on this attacking half. 6 and 2 on opening duels with 4 Yorowolves on the attack. How do you even play against that?
I'll give him 7 and 2 because he double entry in that last round, but you see the set play here from RRQ. This is so sick. The combination of the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury salvos out Heaven. All 5 of these players from Gen G are ready to flood the A site, and not a single player gets a kill. They get absolutely crushed.
Man, I was feeling so good for RRQ watching this first half. I feel like they had everything together. It was so organized. But then as we get across to the other half, I mean, this is where things really started to go wrong. They're against a force buy, but they should have closed this here.
Texture's just donated himself. He's feeling very charitable in this round. You had the whip on short. That should have been a 5-on-3 for RRQ. Yeah. But in classic Gen G fashion, they are able to weasel their way through the map on attack. They creep through market. You see them do similar things on Lotus. I just saw them the other day win a bonus on Lotus doing this exact same thing. They're just able to find the gaps. These individuals understand from man-disadvantaged situations, they need to take agency. They need to take risks and cut corners, find the gaps on the map and make some plays, and that is the experience of these individual players on the side of Gen G. They were able to win so many rounds after winning that force, and I really think the mental damage that's inflicted on RRQ, how much they've had to work for that game of Ascent going into Lotus is going to really change how this series plays out.
Yeah, that's actually incredible because at the first half, we were discussing exactly that. Like, okay, this is going to be great for RRQ's mental and for Gen G to do what they just did. We are definitely going to break down Lotus after this, but definitely props to Jemkin one more time. What'd you call him? The Russian Terminator?
That's what he plays like.
He does. It's appropriate.
He just walks around the map. Like, he's not sending it. He's just waiting for you to peek him. I love it. He's just perfect crosshair placement. He never misses a shot.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting now. We were talking about the styles that these two teams are choosing to play with, even that drone comparison, using a Sova drone versus a Taeho drone, and we thought that RRQ has this in the bag. This is the new way to play Ascent, and this is the right way to play Ascent, but like you said, for Gen G to figure out how to make this quote-unquote old style work is, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about that experience, right? Yeah. I do feel like RRQ should have closed this game in a more dominant fashion. I did think, especially after that first half, they were the better team. But then it's just when you get close to winning and then you lose those ecos, and I felt I could feel the crumble. The way they were using their ults, they're using them on ecos, they're using them in disadvantages. That's a panic move to try and snatch rounds back, which they don't need to do. But they're doing that because they're not quite as experienced, they're not as composed in these moments. So I do think that has a certain mental fatigue in these long series where instead of stomping through your map pick, you had to really work for it. And now they have to go into Lotus, which Gen G are going to be so happy about.
Absolutely, and you were breaking this down earlier, Pilsky. Both of you guys, how they will utilize this to their advantage on Lotus. Now, what is RRQ going to need to do to make sure that Gen G doesn't do that?
For RRQ, I actually think this Lotus comp has been a bit of a success in the past. I like the way they played the Breach Teo earlier on in the split. Jemkin once again on the Yoru is phenomenal on this map. You saw them crush T1, but again, towards the later end of the season, T1 even lost very one-sidedly to pretty much everyone they were playing on Lotus, so I don't know if they just hadn't figured things out. For RRQ, though, they have been inflicted a couple of Ls on this map, and for Gen G, they've been playing almost the same comp on Lotus, almost the same style on Lotus for 30 plus officials now. The only thing that they've changed is the Vice in for the Killjoy, but they just make micro adjustments. They're so confident, they're so comfortable in their playbook that they are confident they can beat you with this style.
Yeah, it's very similar to Haven, right? Like, you should in theory know what they're going to do, but you can't stop it, and that's what their Lotus reminds me of. I just think that now things get even trickier for RRQ. Lotus is such a hard map to upset Gen G on, and we just saw when they start on that defense, they do not lose.
It's the same thing. You're going to see RRQ, they opted to start attack on Haven. Then you're running into Munchkin, you're running into Foxy9, you're running into Caron. It's the same agents, the same skill sets that Gen G will use to stop you on Lotus, where RRQ will again start on the attacking side and run into Munchkin playing the Viper. Foxy9 was phenomenal when we saw him on the Vice on this map last time, and Caron on his signature Omen.
I just think it's absolutely insane that you can have Gen G's entire playbook in front of you, and you can't stop them.
Well, there's too much of it. They played 30+ officials of it. It's like, oh, what strat are we running this time? Hey, remember when we did that like 3 months ago? We ran this strat. Let's give that a go.
Yeah, it's so good because it's so incremental. It's the same comp, but it's not always the same things. It's these small changes, it's these little stylistic differences, and they run their own ante on you. And we're looking at Gen G, it's exactly what we want to see. Texture on that Raze, Foxy9 on the Vice, and of course Munchkin on his signature Viper. No changes there, no changes were expected. This is their home ground.
Yeah, RRQ, you're going to look to them to take this C mount control a lot of the time. I think it's going to be a little bit more tough with the Breach Tail to be able to go for those front B re-clears and things like that. So we'll see what their approach is going to be on this attacking side. They need to have a good game of Lotus here.
All right, well, I hope you guys have your snacks ready. I've got my predictions going. I have zero chill as we go into map 3 of this crazy grand final series. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. What a hell of a second map here in this set. Gen G fighting indeed, but falling shy of the mark there on Ascent to try to take us into OT. Now we go over to their second map pick here in this best of 5, Lotus, to see if they are going to be able to regain the lead, take this up to match point, or if RRQ can look to get some long-awaited revenge.
These are the 2 maps that they played previously. Texture out in front.
That he is. Flicking heads, finding one, spotting out the other as the paranoia connects. Xpero unable to find any punish, so it's going to be Cushy dead on the floor here with no real trade or damage found.
Bit of an interesting change-up compared to what we saw last time on this pistol. It was RRQ who just kind of held in spawn and waited to see Gen G would get aggressive. This time both teams feeling out mid B. It's actually Gen G who's going to profit early. Tap of the door, trying to pull some rotations so they can make their way over towards A, where Jemkin has gotten way up there.
Quad push out here at Mound. Nothing set behind to really try to alert this as Foxy9 tucks all the way back around the corner. Jemkin pushing it stairs, nothing going to be spotted. Here's the door, Thorn's gonna be set. Jemkin now turning his sights back over towards the site here. Xpero tucked in behind the box. Big opportunity to get some damage done. Do they read this at all?
Spike planted.
Keeping it quiet, slow scale forward. Moniette on the jiggle peak. Let him know what Munchkin striking first, striking faster. Snake on the left side. Ghost now going to be snatched up. Players a little bit more spread out as Moniette going to be forced away back deeper in towards street by the paint shell. Foxy still swinging, arriving, but jumping and getting taken down. Jemkin able to find that kill immediately right back here onto the site as the haunt gets cleared out in time. A lot of it already dwindling. Texture strafing forward, able to find one. Now it's just down to Crazy Guy, who'll get run down. 3 players surviving. Gen G pick up their second pistol here of the set.
Yeah, this is just really nice work from Gen G. Having some plans on the back of the map space they are giving up early. Foxy9 just backpedaling. They're anticipating that this is either going to be B or, you know, once they know it's not C because they pushed out Mound, but maybe B. He's kind of playing for that. They say if they go A, okay, we're going to have a huge flank coming. 4 players through. They find that big kill around the box. That was massive for them. Moniette trying to do his best to sell. Trying to get some attention his way, but Gen G does not fall for it. And this was 13-5 last time in the favor of Gen G when they played this map in the upper finals. And RRQ gonna have to dig deep. No comp changes, just have to figure out some antes. A lot of damage done.
Yeah, tagging down Moniette to aid, and he's got to die to his own teammate Salvos. Kind of pulling the trigger on the play as the damage was getting layered in. Cushy does manage to find one. Karan going to be put down here for the moment, but plenty of covering fire. So for now, just the second weapon lost as Xpero got in off the lurk and does manage to catch them off guard.
He slipped the net. And he's just going to keep rotating through.
But can he find anything realistically? Main's being watched here by Foxy9. If he can't find the kill, then Xpero can go ahead and scoop up one of the weapons.
Gun here.
Yeah.
Pings it out. Foxy's pulled off the angle.
Oh boy.
Just a Spectre, but still a chance. Door tapped, swings out, spots out 2, tries to go for the bite, but we'll just bank it off the door there as Munchkin collects it. So 2 casualties, 2-0 start.
Still though, it's something to be kind of concerned about as Gen G is normally their defense can be pretty good about keeping track of their opponents. Whoops the daisies. Oh well. For the side of RRQ, but holding the line here at this door. Nicely done by Foxy9. Munchkin there, able to take it down, but still you did lose a bit of your investment as Gen G, but carrying over a couple Guardians and a Bulldog, not too bad. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that Xpharaoh just finds a way into the back of the map and nobody has any idea.
Oh, well, Texture just a hair off that second final shot coming right over top of the head. Cannot find it. 2 kills quickly scooped up here for the side of RRQ as they look to up the pace. Some damage dealt. Still 5 members strong. They work their way forward. Fault line not going to connect on anyone. Munchkin is trying to play this out quietly as Jemkin goes sliding in towards back sight. Munchkin will be able to collect that elimination. Sync Bite available to try to delay. Foxy at the same time able to find Crazy Guy. There's the spike still here on the floor. The scale forward. Cushy clears enough, but not before Monyet gets picked apart, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Push into the smoke down. Charon ends up falling to the wayside. Now it's all down to Munchkin. Captain and IGL playing this out quietly, trying to see what maneuvers RRQ look to make, and it seems like it's going to be that pivot either to the B or the C site. Pick of the litter here.
A little tough for Munchkin now, though. Has no idea how they're going to spread out off the back of this plant.
Spike planted.
Gonna have to win one battle. Cushy should be within one shot, though.
Both players tucked. Wall is set up to obfuscate main from this angle. Obviously, salvos are available, so Munchkin wanting to get a move on, but needing to clear a bunch of different positions here first. Quiet drop down. Taps it. Ball raised. Salvo's now flying through. Knows there's one at main. Does he suspect the second? As there's the stun. Sacrificial is Cushy. As there's the swing out, and Xpharaoh narrowly survives with 30 health. Gen G not gonna get the bonus conversion, but they get a ton of damage dealt.
Yeah, that's really, really good for Gen G. Quick reactions over towards the A site. RRQ doing a good job early, winning that positioning battle, but Munchkin quietly slipped down that rope ahead of the rest of his teammates. The other two are the first ones that RRQ sees when they start scaling into sight. And Munchkin, therefore, gets underneath their noses, finds some big impactful kills. Foxy9 as well, coming in, doing some real damage with the Bulldog. And that's brutal for RRQ. Still able to mostly buy up other than one Bulldog of their own.
Well, Texture this time ready for that position on top of Boulder. Finds a shot, and Ash similarly takes down Jebkin, making up for the sins of the previous round. They have been redeemed, and that is now a massive 2-player advantage here for Gen G. I'm just gonna say, tucked back here. Now noted. They know where Xpharaoh is at. And Crazy Guy is dead. Munchkin 1 away from a pit going into round 5. Showstopper online. Munchkin clearly wasn't satisfied with just having the ultimate, wants a little bit more, and Xpharaoh will thank him very much for the extra charge. Missing the timing of him sliding out of the smoke, but swings back in. Xpharaoh fighting. Does come up with the kill. There's the wall, locks him in position. The haunt not quite cleared. He finds this one though. Suddenly he can make a go of it. 3 kills, the sprint over. Plant would put him 1 away from having that pit online. This would be a hell of a turnaround and a hell of a way to get this map tied up, but he's just gonna drift out into Karen's crosshair and will fall down.
Still, that's a ton of damage done economically to Gen G. Yes, they're gonna have some big ults though, but you can look at the cash available. Not great for Gen G. Still gonna be able to scrape something together, but that's painful to start losing those 1v1s like that. If I'm the coaches for Gen G, I'm a little bit annoyed at the way the end of this round went. Would have preferred to see players kind of lock it down together a little bit better, especially once his spike is down. Get Texture some help over here while he's trying to hold off xVaro, but give him the opportunities. xVaro collects some big kills for RRQ, so anything is possible. It's going to be a weak buy. Jemkin does have a rifle, a judge for Munchkin.
Yeah, in the end, it ends up just being vastly superior to what RRQ can try to scrape together. So just the one hero here, Frenzy. They try to pull off a bit of a miracle, or we'll put Jemkin one away from having the dimensional drift.
There.
Question is, do they pull the trigger on Armageddon? Because she has it at the ready, but for now they have to work their way forward into the site. The wall going to be popped, the boombot going to be sent. Thorns finding a bit of damage as Monyet on the reposition is noted and heard, and Foxy swoops in to find that kill. Jemkin puts the rifle to good use, finding one, a showstopper now. Big splash potential as Cushy gets taken down, but there's a fake out there on the clone. Jemkin still alive, still well, still with Vandal in hand. Trying to force it forward. Ooh. They do, and it's the Karen's demise. He immediately snaps on, finding that headshot.
Time to jump.
Dimensional drift now at the ready, has the gate crash set up for the exit. The pit going to be invested here from the side of RRQ. Looking to secure this, but it's going to be a counter pit. Sideshow's nightmare, it would seem. As they go sliding forward, trying to find some space, but Jemkin finds one. Ash dead. Texture waiting to try to see if he can find any kind of timing, but Jemkin is on top of it all. And with the judge in hand, Crazy Guy swings the corner. And that is a thrifty pickup for RRQ. Ult's well invested, as the gap now is just one round.
Yeah, this starts to get a little bit sloppy again. Gen G has such a huge advantage. They just need to kind of hold the line. Karan gets caught slipping a little bit there. Jemkin, 3 kills, 3 big ones, and Crazy Guy so fast to understand that position. Who knows? Munchkin's got a judge there if he's able to pull the trigger a little bit faster, maybe.
He kills 2.
Yeah.
Probably just get the collat.
Probably.
Jemkin. No matter what you throw at this guy.
He's insane, dude.
You have to be fearful. Flash confirms some presence outside at Mound. Spike there for the moment. Of course, obviously, Jemkin didn't commit that dimensional drift here. So does still have it, and we'll clear out the wall now with the clone.
Thorns activated.
There's going to be a lob of the thorns and a pop there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin's mechanics are just so smooth. And he just is such a smart player. He reads situations incredibly well. Throws out the TP. xVaro is so ready for this.
Swing out, looking for the reset on the spray. It's a little while, but doesn't suffer too much damage. Eventually finds it. And it seems like he is very much suspicious of there being a third player in this position. Foxy backpedaling frantically, shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karan will eventually fall, and now it's just down to Munchkin to see if he can get any kind of impact here in the round. Otherwise, RRQ well set to tie us up at 3-3.
And to make matters worse for Gen G, you've got 3 huge ultimates that are going to be stored for RRQ. There's no way they're investing them here. And coming into your next buy round, that's extremely scary. You do have Foxy's ult. You're probably going to maybe get Ash's ult. But outside of that, RRQ is going to have a lot of ability to scale into sight, cover post plants.
Well read. Back around the corner, and it's a freebie. Does he go for the knife?
Knife him.
Oh, xVaro.
Do it.
He's creeping forward. They're trying to keep the interest going, and there you have it. Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K for xVaro. A thrifty denial, and a tied scoreline at 3-3 with mental damage on top. Boom him with the knife.
That's right. But Gen G's looking a little bit sloppy here on Lotus compared to the last time we saw them. We're seeing some mistakes. Seeing a little bit of overconfidence maybe at times. Going back to that round where xVaro got a bunch of kills he never should have. Now he's got a 4K with a knife.
And that is just a hell of a grin on his face. He knows what he's done. He knows what he hath wrought. As a timeout will get called.
This is getting interesting. RRQ seems just a little bit cleaner here on Lotus. I think, you know, some of the early macro ideas are just a little bit stronger for Gen G sometimes, but the follow-up for RRQ has been better. Post plants have been good. Some of the ideas, how to get through some of the defensive utility with Foxy9, obviously pretty stock standard, but still they're able to make it very uncomfortable for the Vice. And now you got to figure out, as Gen G, what in the world are you going to do when you have Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift to deal with? You know, you got to be thinking retake, I assume, but that's even hard to do because one of those other two big ults that drags itself across the floor is going to probably still be there in their back pocket. So you got to spread the map here, I would think. I mean, you win Rubble control, and then from there, you got to make quick flanks, quick rotations. I mean, Xpharaoh was so ready for it last time. It's going to make things tough, no doubt about it. Foxy here has to be ready to just bail at a moment's notice, I would suspect. And look at RRQ, they're thinking the same thing. They're like, oh, if Gen G wants to deal with our ults, they might want to try to take some space. Let's be ready for that.
Who's next? Dimensional Drift going to be sent as Spike starts working across in the opposite direction. So ultimately, Jemkin just trying to sell a little bit of a different story to start. But in the end, though, Gen G are in the correct position. Nightfall goes out, tap of the door. Rolling Thunder gets sent. Crazy Guy has no idea what's coming his way. Gets shot down by Cushy. Able to find two. Texture, Ash, both going to be picked off, but the spike now dropped here at the entrance of main. Jemkin swinging back around, looking to bring this to bear here on the site. Still in a good position for RRQ, given that they have the site under their control for now. Just need to get that spike forward, and with the help of that smoke, they should be able to do so.
What a nullification of those ultimates, though, by Gen G. The Nightfall with the door tap, and they can't hear it. So well thought out.
So she's still able to find those two kills. Still makes this a bit of a rough spot. Aaron getting tagged down to 70. Paranoia going to be used, but there's no real scaling off the back of that. So vision, audio regained. Xpharaoh playing the close angle. Munchkin at 45, Karen at 70 to bite on a bit of a timing. Spying some more space as the swing out denied. Monyet survives with 37 health. Charon now asked to try to clutch this out. Monyet just trading places, swooping. The jump in, an attempt to try to get around that one way, but it's Xpharaoh coming out on top, and RRQ now taking the lead.
The post plants continue to really be stellar here for RRQ. This door open looked like it was going to be a real disaster, but Cushy able to fight back with two big kills.
He's just using the door against them. He's able to go ahead and split apart the fights there.
Yeah.
Take the individual duels.
That was a really nice reaction from him, especially given that Nightfall situation they were in. Still has his Armageddon. You're back onto a weaker buy for Gen G. So, very, very scary scenario that you're facing here. And both teams continue to have a bit of trouble on their defender sides across the last couple maps. Munchkin with a Guardian. A little bit of a trickery position set up.
Oh, well. Finds value from it. As a flash connecting, Foxy is going to look to try to reposition, but the stealth drone comes out immediately, and Jemkin does manage to go ahead and take him down! But Charon! Can he find it? Yes, he can! A 4K Sheriff confirms the Thrifty and confirms that we are tied up at 4-4.
Oh, he's so back.
Oh, the call just rang out and he has answered. Unbelievable shots.
2, 3. Oh my God. That is a Charon classic. The Sheriff just works differently for him.
Unbelievable. That's got to be bit of a kick in the head there for RRQ. They were starting to really seize control here of the map. Momentum gets shifted. And economy starts getting a little bit more lopsided. Still in a good enough spot for the next few here.
That one's enough to give you a bit of a concussion. That is tremendous stuff, and that could be one of the pivot points in this map, in this series. It's the hero play from Karan. This is not looking especially easy for RRQ.
Tuck back, Texture swinging out. Good amount of damage is going to be found. Ash able to find Xpero, but Crazy Guy answering back in a major way, finds them both. Smoke now down, Karan calling here with the rotations as Munchkin sights in towards the connector, and Jemkin able to find that kill, and suddenly RRQ seeming like they have not missed a beat, seeming like they're able to shrug that round off quite well. A tuck back from Foxy9. Karan now position absolutely no, but still able to find spray through the corner. Crazy Guy taken down. He brings us into a 2v2.
Cover going out.
Monyet TPing forward. Foxy pushing. Karan trying to clutch, but denied this time around. Monyet is the sole survivor. Will get RRQ back into a narrow lead.
Man, this looked like it had Gen G written all over it. They play a little bit further back. They hit a great paranoia, but Texture can't find the shots initially, and a counter spam from Crazy Guy is on point. Foxy9 doing what he can. Karan coming up with a couple big kills, but Monyet able to steady the aim right at the end. Karan had him in his sights, but couldn't pull the trigger fast enough.
Cutting through.
Damn close. RRQ, though, back into a dimensional drift, yeah.
Judge at the ready. Swing on the corner, one dead, Monyet surviving. Knocked down to 34. 2 charges away from a Rolling Thunder here is Crazy Guy.
Now you got to eat that dimensional drift.
Prowler check, A-main, nothing spotted there as Thorns use proactively off the back of the wall getting tapped.
Texture so far forward, but it's being pinged out. RRQ, great understanding of the negative space. What they've given up, and he's all alone here.
That he is. Along on the fault line is my question. Seems like they're just going to face in for it, but a little bit of a misjudge there from Crazy Guy. As far as the exact position is concerned, TP back over. He's making a quick exit and arrival towards this side of the map. Meanwhile, Karan, it's a bit of a misread here, it would seem, from Gen G. He plays back. They're fanned out for the most part. This means that Foxy9 now needs to try to buy some time. The Thorns locked him in place for the moment. The peek up over the top, but he's just absolutely destroyed their health bars. 24 seconds remaining. Cushy gonna be on the flank, but Ash seemingly reading it, had eyes on the angle, but Cushy does manage to find the headshot, but this round is just gonna be a bridge too far. The time not going to be available here for him.
All missiles away.
10 seconds left.
As if he could play for some eliminations, would still be value. Finds a dink onto Foxy, but Foxy finds his way back out through the attacker spawn and into B to stay alive. 5-5, we stay tied.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from Foxy. The setup there with the Razor Vines really nicely placed. Anti-TP, and then waits for the wall to go up before he makes his move to strike. Beautiful, absolutely beautifully played by Foxy. The fadeaway at the end. That bails Gen G out big time. And it's 5-5. Showstopper again for Texture. Jemkin lost the ult to the Judge last time.
He's got it.
Well, I mean, he couldn't use it in that sense.
Yes, yes. Well, now he can. They avoid the showstopper. Damage not even taken. Texture, does he slide up ahead of this? It seems like the answer was yes. Still, though, a 1-for-1 as the dust settles. Mask will go on. Jemkin rushing forward. Prowler just finding the clone here. Jemkin notes Ash here at the site. Flash is now starting to fly. Makes his exit. Right here at the front as Paranoia is lobbed in from quite far away, and Karan in the end, isn't able to catch anybody. Now they don't have that the exact retake. Flash under the corner, Jemkin goes diving forward, does trade his life as Karan claims it. Munchkin at the same time finding Crazy Guy. Player advantage, at least for the moment here, for Gen G. No flanks, just both players here on the site looking to try to fight their way forward, but okay. Xpero, he manages to get Munchkin. Karan, that micro little whiff
Spike planted.
could potentially cost him if Monyet can find the clutch. The peak, a decent bit of damage found, goes back through. Only tagged to 87, Foxy9 now has to finish the job. Swings around, and that allows for Monyet to get tucked back over here into tree. Spots him out, more damage exchanged, 3 health. Remaining on Foxy, and somehow he gets the kill. He wins the round. And Gen G get up to 6 here on the defending side.
That is ice cold from Foxy. He has no health. 1 bullet and he's dead, and he just says, well, gotta go for it. Might as well do it now. Yeah, right there, you're right. Just a little bit off. I love the way Gen G plays that initially with just Ash on site being spotted by Jemkin. They wait. Ash just waits behind the wall, and they put one up at A Heaven, they put one at drop, and they wait. They play anti-flash. They're expecting Jemkin to throw that around the corner, and they're going to make a move to clear Ash out because they know he was there. They know he was spotted by the dimensional drift. And that gives them that man advantage early, but it still almost crumbles. Karan
just backing away. Foxy jiggling does go ahead and get the information for them. Seems like there's not going to be much ambiguity about this round here. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Paranoia going to be used in advance. Karan now tucking back, but does not get caught by this. He's playing the same position as he finds the first. Looks for a little bit more. Goes for the readjustment. Ends up getting taken down. Foxy9 backpedaling frantically, trying to stay alive. Gets the weapon back out after setting the sealed garden. Pit now flying through. Munchkin frantically running away. The primary jam, the spray, just a hair off from connecting. A 2v2.
I think they all missed everybody.
Seemed like a trail.
Oh, there's one.
1-1, but unable to follow it here. Some spray exchanged. Crazy Guy sprinting. The spike never planted in all of this chaos. Gen G winning this fight, but now about to realize that they're on the wrong side of the map. Crazy Guy has a Vandal, will have a fault line. There's a hell of a lot more than HP than Foxy9 did in the previous round to try to get this done.
Him and Munchkin about tied for HP.
Can they suss this out?
Did you hear that footstep?
Ash about to be at risk. Not turning back at all. Crazy Guy slowly encroaching, killing, finding it. Spike not planted for him. Munchkin at least able to hold this up to half. He's stuck back in the corner. He's just gonna stick it. He's absolutely outdone him.
Switching sides.
The thievery from Munchkin.
This is where
He does this so many times where he just knows the timings and he knows that he's got you. He can find those checkmates better than most. And he's done it again. It looked like Crazy was gonna win this round. Oh my God. That was madness.
Unbelievable.
This whole series has been madness.
Oh boy, well. 7-5 at the half. Gen G in front with the defending side start. Go to belly fight.
Tough choice there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's nodding. She seems very confident.
Yeah.
In the selection, but good Lord. And Gen G often do find themselves advantaged, on these defending halves. RRQ still can be in with a shout. Again, coming down to these pistols, they lead by 1. Gen G looking to make it 3-3.
But this is a tough side of the map for RRQ now. I mean, obviously it's Lotus, it's attacker side. The way things have been going today, just kind of have this feeling that Gen G is going to be coming out here swinging. So the pistols is so important for RRQ. See if they can get this done.
Snuff them out.
They're going for a bit of a rebel contest, it looks like. They got the Teo, they got the Yoru, they got the Omen. But no response at all, so they're just going to walk forward. A bit of spam, but...
Munchkin seeing if he gets any kind of contact there. Meanwhile, just some blind spray through the poison orb. Which you're just looking to basically make some noise.
Got to be real careful in that position as Foxy. They have that Breach Tejo combo lined up in pillars. You can...
Stun salvo, aftershock.
Yep. Go down real fast, but fortunately for him, that wasn't dialed up.
Crazy opts to go for the Ghost purchase. So does just basically have the aftershock here after using some of the previous util. Fishy holding on the angle, spotting out one. Looks to back away. Quick little super round though as the door gets tapped and Jim can immediately taking Ash's head off. Foxy 9 similarly going to be taken down, and Monyet now gets onto the crossfire over across from Baby Door. As Karin is far too late. Munchkin needing to try to fight back, but it's only going to be good for one. Karin this time does not have a sheriff. One fewer target. I'm not sure if that maths out correctly. At least not for a win.
Blinding.
Paranoia sent in one direction. Still needing to deal with Monyet, but Monyet deals with him. RRQ out in front now as far as the pistols are concerned. Take the much needed pistol round win here to close the gap to a single round. The question though has to be, what happens in the next round?
Oh yeah.
Can it happen 3 times in a row? Does Gen G do the funny thing?
Yeah.
Does RRQ do the right thing?
Good question. I'm looking at Gen G's buy-up. That's like, is there a sheriff? No. So I have less confidence that it will happen, but it is Gen G, you never know. Still though, great stuff from RRQ. That crunch into B main, really nicely timed, really nicely set up, and Gen G fell right into their trap. Snag of the orb, change of direction, looking for some part of the map that's open, but this is almost the exact same setup in terms of where the pieces are placed for RRQ as we saw in the previous round. Go B again, they're happy to play that game. Instead, looks like it's gonna be A.
Nothing noticed there, up and over the top. Little drop down from Munchkin and a back pedal from Monyet.
Clear the rows. Still though, Gen G maybe wants to get those Viper smokes back up before they make their move. Some response, a Paranoia out off the door tap. So they're baiting some utility, but still a lot of work to do.
Multiplayer face forward through the connector. Salvo's now going to be thrown down. Munchkin gets on top. Able to find one there as Xpharaoh does get taken down, but Cushy blinds the smoke. Finds Ash at the same time. So in the end, it's going to be a trade still. Massive weapon advantage here in their favor as Foxy swooping out from behind the box and bests Jemkin. Smoke now over on towards upper.
Pass the Bulldog over to Karan.
Yeah, full HP. Munchkin trying to scale forward, ends up getting taken down. Monyet able to find that kill. Hold line connecting, texture, unspotted, now striking. Gets some good damage in, but cannot get them over the line. 25 health remaining between these two players. But this time around, Gen G cannot make it happen 3 times in a row. That's gonna be RRQ closing out the anti-eco and now tying us up at 7-7.
Still, that is a tremendous amount of damage done to the economy of RRQ. Munchkin here just running forward and right-clicking. Foxy 9, 5 HP, barely besting his opponent. Oof, Monyet, so fast today. He's had some really impressive spray transfers. And so it's a couple Bulldogs, a Guardian for Jemkin. Ooh, a Judge for Xpharaoh. He's gonna dig pretty deep into the wallet for that one. Out go the smokes. Haunt through. Some Gen G knows Mound is theirs. 2 away from the showstopper for Texture. He's probably just going to feed him this orb, but giving up a ton of space over at A. And RRQ.
This should tell the story.
Happy to claim it.
Bit of a change up on the wall position from Voxy.
Yeah.
He's using this on the approach over towards Mount.
That's going to give it away here in a second.
Yep, is tripped and is dead. Is Foxy. Jemkin scoping it, gets the headshot on the Texture. Looks for the finish. Texture just managed to put him down, but 22 health remaining here.
He's going to be ready for them to...
Munchkin, I mean, he's suspicious, but he is not quite prepared. A good kill from Monyet, and already this is set up to be a very good bonus for RRQ. Sphero still with that judge, playing on elevation. Saying, yeah, try to blast pack in here. Try to use that showstopper.
Yeah, you got 22 HP. Good luck.
30 seconds left.
Oh, heard it now. Still, though, gonna be attempted. You have to think that maybe they had not realized. Cushy now arriving in from behind. Brings it to a 1v1. Spike gonna be scooped up the door. Already shut. Nick Sparrow picks up a Phantom, and he delivers. Runs him down. Bonus converted. RRQ in the lead.
This is devastating for Gen G. And a brilliant play here from RRQ, pressing their advantage early. And even with that wall confirming their presence, Gen G doesn't have the right responses. They're not quite ready. And that kind of an interesting decision from Karad. I don't disagree with it there because of the time that was left on the clock. Oh.
I think you'd be hard pressed to judge Karad for that one.
No.
It's more about
just extra
sending the showstopper.
Yeah, that was not as advised.
Force buy on Stingers. As in the end, it's just two players dead. Outlaw value certainly being felt here for RRQ.
Yeah, this is so tricky now. Foxy again spotted, and Odin in play for Crazy. Make things very tricky. This is the aftershock to delay.
Should have heard two weapons fire is what I was gonna say. All got cleared.
And it does not matter.
Just get rid of the silly guns, you know?
Yeah.
The Odin,
30
Stinger.
seconds left.
Well, yeah.
The Stinger.
Stinger. I don't like the Stinger much, but nothing against G2.
Judge.
The Judge.
One enemy remaining.
Well, Ash dead. Munchkin is just completely piled into a corner, cannot see a damn thing, and is dead. That is going to be a flawless round here, as RRQ quickly dealing a little force buy. Now find themselves up by 2 rounds.
I'll pick them apart.
Their own defending side here on Lotus starting to look damn clean.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about a timeout for Gen G. I mean, I'm a bit concerned about their ability to sort of suss out the positions. It seems like they're just kind of going C-mound every time, trying to make rotations or decisions off of that. And they're giving RRQ a lot of space on the map to sort of figure out what's going on, and figure out how and when they want to trap the Gen G players. You know, whether it just be an Odin holding the door, a full push out. Speaking of push outs.
Jemkin, yeah, it does get haunted, however. Second looked like it was going to be devastating, but Gen G does manage to go ahead and pump the brakes. There's now the one-way, a flash through. Jemkin just commanding this. Playing King of the Hill, and he is absolutely winning.
You got to take a long pause if you're going to rethink about Mound. It's just
time to jump.
Very tricky.
Prowler cleared the swing, shut down. Jemkin just gets Texture and gets the hell out.
There's no util there to clear back Mound. You know he's there. The Prowler just identified it. Just try to dry swing it. Jemkin's going to punish you every time.
Colin holds him down. Munchkin There's just no pressure that he can realistically create here. And without the team being able to breach the walls here of this C site, he's not going to be able to catch a flank. No need to rotate at the moment, but he will call the rest of the team across as he starts working his way forward towards this A site.
I don't know how you're going to get this lurk to go for Foxy. Crazy guy, seemingly pretty dialed in that direction, and then you're going to have to worry about, or excuse me, Cushy. Crazy guy as well, plus Jemkin. Timing here.
They're going at the ready. Ash is going to be taken down as things are going to start getting chaotic. The time starting to dwindle. Shots flying out, looking for a bit of damage there, but ends up getting avoided. Pit in play here as the spike set up for Gen G. 4v4. The Rushies just jumping on top of him, saying, aim right here, guiding their hands is Jemkin.
They know. They
know. Munchkin around the corner. Yep, they know exactly where he is. The pit now dropped. Foxy trying to arrive. Nearly makes his way over for the third transfer, but falls shy of the mark at the end. RRQ up to double digits now, 10-7. A 3-round lead and 5 rounds in a row here on the half.
They are so well thought out. And the dimensional drift, such a good counter to a Viper's pit. These dry peaks have got to stop. Can't do that against Jemkin, and you're right, he's just calling him in. Just letting him know. And Foxy just can't quite get there in time. I mean, having a numbers disadvantage, trying to lurk against that. Very tricky to find your moments, to find that comfort to get through. By then it was pretty much too late. The confidence from RRQ really showing. Their adjustments from just 2 days ago against this Gen G team, tremendous. Munchkin starting to get frustrated. Head in hands. It's been a much rougher go of things, and it just doesn't feel like they're working the map as much. It just doesn't feel like they're reading their situations as well as last time. You know, they were really good about ping-ponging between different areas, not overstepping, not losing a lot of these first bloods to just kind of... that last one has me befuddled because you got the Prowler spot on Mound and you still just walked out there.
Well, first timeout call. Might sound surprising now that I say it out loud. First timeout call there from Gen G on the map, as they look to try to get themselves back into a winning position. With Icebox on the horizon, given how RRQ has looked on that map. And granted, Gen G themselves also have had strong performances. I think you'd feel a lot more comfortable going in with map point. Jemkin forward, looking for some damage, looking for some shots there. Doesn't have them connect and Texture at the same time. Able to find him on yet now Jemkin. Dead as Munchkin just plays off the tracers. And suddenly, the strategy for Gen G has become kill them all through smokes.
Well, part of that was getting some good assists for Texture. We were able to use some of that util. Oh my God!
Swing under the corner, Cushion comes away with 2. Texture, Foxy behind, both dead. And Xpharaoh, bit of a flight timing. Munchkin trying to force him back, but he cannot. Crazy guy regains his weapon, fault line. Only going to be connecting on to 1, but 1 is good enough. As Ash now needing to clutch this. Slowly pulling back and narrowly winning. 5 HP, the difference between a win and catastrophe. Gen G pick up their first round victory here on the attacking side.
Yeah, the call out here. Use some of this util. There you go. Get the spot with the fade. I think the paranoia hits as well, or maybe the smoke's just there, not sure which. Cushy just has him lined up. 2 in front of him, 3 in front of him, and he gets 2. Ash, oh my goodness.
Hear the relief, but they're far from out of the woods.
Now you got an op for Jemkin.
You got 4 ultimates on the other side.
Yeah, it's scary. Not deep. That's going to give them a little bit of comfort in trying to scale forward. You know someone's door. Probably suspecting Baby Door, even though it hasn't been.
I mean, this could be Rolling Thunder into salvos. Would break the door down here for them.
Oh, you're right.
Or the Armageddon, either way. Devastation potentially awaiting Gen G unless they can very quickly pivot off of this.
Oh, this is all a trap.
TP forward Monyet
You got to confirm.
Looking for the spot out, knows that there's at least one there. A little bit more noise made. The readjust of the Rolling Thunder. Is it going to be connecting? Hits on the 2. Moniette pushes off the back. TP's now, but he's going into the Armageddon, I do believe. As Texture finding one. Either way, cleanup is theirs. The shots connect. It's going to be Jemkin and Xfero trying to get themselves back into this one. A lot committed. They have a round loss here. But certainly RRQ give Gen.G a window back into the map. And from there, the series.
Decoy.
Tough position for Karan. He's got to worry about a couple different angles. He's got one coming behind him. He hasn't even looked that way.
Suspecting that the one-way is going to be enough. Trying to buy that space. Flash going to be sent. Xfero finding the first. The swing out, and Jemkin's got the other. Target selected, shots hit. RRQ not giving Gen.G any wiggle room.
Well, and the crazy part is Gen.G fought their way out of that trap reasonably well. A couple players get hit by the ultimates.
They come out with an advantage.
Yeah. That's better than you could hope for in some cases. Karan TPing out of it. Munchkin stuck in there, still finds the kill. Oh, as Manya was trying to TP.
Yeah, he was trying to jump forward. Gets caught in the middle of it all.
Yeah,
he right here.
That's painful. Just, again, kind of starting to lose their heads a bit. Gen.G just not being aware of where RRQ players can be.
And now you look at the buy.
Yeah.
Stinger Sheriff Frenzy. The peak. And that's Karan dead. One of your biggest hopes when it comes down to a potential Thrifty win. Taken away is blast pack forward. Xfero up and over the top. Will get taken down. Showstopper now going to be used on the back end to try to create some further space. And Cushy nearly caught on a timing, but Foxy9 cannot get the punish. And Munchkin narrowly will be able to get away with it. Moniette trying to run him down. Trying to push forward. A little bit more space put in, but not going to be nearly fast enough with the shot. Texture with 5 HP. I mean, if he can even find a single kill here, it'd be so damn impressive. Oh, and he cannot. Takes him to 24, but then the bullets run out. Ash, Vandal picked up. Can only find the singular kill. RRQ. They are starting to really get into the groove, to really feel it. The defuse comes in. That's map point as they look to move into Icebox as the series leader, being one map win away from becoming the Stage 1 champions.
They're just reading situations near flawlessly. I mean, that little bit of a misstep, I suppose, but still couldn't get the conversion with the Stinger, could Texture, but it's more about the way Jemkin's playing the beginning of that round with the op. So cautious, so safe. Well aware that Texture was going to be close to his ultimate. And just playing fallback the whole time. Gen.G's trying to spread the map a bit more. But with just the weaker weaponry, couldn't do much with it. They had a few opportunities. Couldn't convert with the mechanics.
Here.
Everything starting to unravel. RRQ sending Jemkin out. Hasn't gone for the deep angle. Is he waiting for
Portal closed.
some kind of play, but it's pretty quiet. Oh,
it was just a dry peek.
Again.
Into a kill.
Cover going out.
Jemkin damn near win those 100% of the time. Probably connecting Moniette, already TPing back, breaking the door. Pivot call now into the B site here for Gen.G. Things starting to feel a bit desperate. 4 in a row is what is needed. They got so very close in the previous map. Can they at all make it happen here and now? Karan TPing out the safety. It's all the way across over at C. As Ash tries to lock down Baby Door with that C's. Xfero sliding forward, eyes set towards it. Flash connecting. Foxy going to be good for one. Karan going to be taken down. Ash holding here. Finds another as the off shot goes wide. Texture collecting, but Jemkin! 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills found. Foxy9 now asks to clutch, finds the first 4. bullets remaining. The op on the opposite side swings in. It's a 4K for Jemkin, but not the round win for RRQ. Not this map coming to an end. It's Gen.G getting their second attack round win with a Red Bull clutch from Foxy9.
This is like by the slimmest of margins in a couple different ways. I mean, Karan out by Rubble, has to TP out of there. Munchkin just going on a walkabout, pays the price. Foxy9 doing a great job from B main, locking this down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable shorty connections for Jemkin there. A couple bullets hit the head on his second target. But Foxy9 plays that beautifully.
Stay focused.
Still though, have an op, have an Odin, and a Bucky, and some classics.
A motley crew, but one that's working. As Texture just trying to bound forward, shot down.
Just, oh my goodness.
Yep. Munchkin's at 35. Karan's dead.
No
Foxy,
way.
I mean. Paranoia, Monyet finding Munchkin. I'm not trying to sound like I'm cheering for a particular team. I just really hate this guy. And I know that if Mitch Man's watching, he's giggling at my dismay.
I mean, it starts to make you think, you know, Gen.G used to have a player who would spam the Odin around on this map. Maybe Ash should learn.
He's trying to be a better man. He's trying to get a catch here. Narrowly is able to do so, but he still takes so much damage. And Xpero, with his own classic, will put him down. Monyet back across the opposite side, finds a lurk. RRQ in the lead. 2-1 here in the series. Their map pick of Icebox coming up next. What a bounce back from the last time we saw them versus Gen.G on this map of Lotus. This time victorious, and this time it does not look close.
Absolutely, they're looking to flip the script. These two maps, Lotus and Icebox, were the two that they played, the two that they lost against Gen.G in the upper finals. They've already got one. Can they complete the second and end this at 3-1? No doubt about it, they are starting to look really good. The mechanics are there, the decisions are there. They're working the map much better than Gen.G overall right now. They are really doing a great job of corralling Gen.G into bad situations, forcing them to have to use good mechanics to get their way out. And that is not a high percentage proposition for any team.
No, it is not.
They're good, man.
They are on fire. Jemkin still looking insane, but big performance from Xpero across this map. I mean, once he got that knife kill, especially, I mean, he was already doing well from there, but it just felt like he could do no wrong. Insane performance. RRQ, their destiny in their hands, a victory on Icebox, and they will be going over to Toronto as the #1 seed, as the Stage 1 champions of VCT Pacific. We'll see if that's going to happen, but for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
We at the analyst desk were a little bit worried about the mental state RRQ would come into Lotus with Gen.G coming back so close on Ascent prior to this, but it looks like it didn't affect them at all. RRQ were fantastic on this map, and we were talking a bit about them choosing attacker or defender side. It's a little bit different than last time.
Yeah, that's what's changed up. I mean, they opted to start on attack this time. The last time they played Gen.G in the upper bracket, they started on defense and they went down 0-8. It was full momentum for Gen.G. This was a very different game though. This was the kind of scrappy slog game that you get when you get deep into a best of 5 series. Both teams are starting to feel it. You're getting a little bit fatigued. It's started to come down a little bit more to some of these clutch moments, some of these individual performances. And for me, RRQ had some of the better individuals, but they also had some better macro, particularly in that second half. I felt like they really had Gen.G's number. They had a little bit better of a read, and Gen.G, I felt, were a little bit more reliant on clutches and individual plays.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Honestly, I've been so impressed by RRQ in this map. This was a map where I had Gen.G heavily favored. We talk all the time about how strong Gen.G's Lotus is, and last time they played 13-5 to Gen.G, utter domination, and now RRQ come out and done the exact opposite. I mean, I'm I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah.
You know, we spoke so much about how at the top of the show, the deck was stacked against RRQ. It was so hard for them, and now they're going to be one map away.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have Icebox and Split left. But this map, there were, as you mentioned, Pilski, a lot of scrappy moments, a lot of heroics that ended up surprising all of us, whether it's carry on the Sheriff or let's talk with Jemkin.
Oh, for sure. There was plenty of these moments. We'll roll the replays of all of them right now, but this will just show you how many impact rounds there were. You talk about going down 0-8 last time around. This time, I mean, early on, you had Genji get off to another good start. Texture invests the showstopper in this round, but it's a singular hero rifle on Jemkin and a pit invested on an eco round outside of just a Vandal, and RRQ gets away with another one of these thrifty wins. They had so many yesterday against Paper Rex, but I really felt like RRQ had so many impact rounds where the individuals were able to come up clutch.
Yeah, I mean, these are the rounds that we talk about when we talk about momentum. Karen doing his best here to get them back. These shots were absolutely insane. I feel like there were so many rounds like this. This is what really makes it so back and forth, down to so many 1v1s and so many big clutches.
And this is what is going to give you that momentum in the best of 5. You get these sloppy, scrappy games when you're sending some international representatives over from Pacific. These are the kind of skill sets that you need to showcase, especially when you're playing teams from other regions. You're not always going to have the perfect read. You're not always going to know what to expect. Sometimes you have to make these huge individual plays and figure things out on the fly.
Like, macro can only do so much. You can win Valorant on paper, but still lose the round. It's, at the end of the day, it's the guys in the server that have to convert, and that's what makes this, you know, so exciting to me. It's not chess. It's not you just move that piece. There's an execution element, and all 10 players in this server are able to execute when it really matters. That's the making of a fantastic series, but RRQ definitely got the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I'm pretty sure both of these coaches have trained their squads for these moments of improvisation here. And like, I love that comparison to chess here, because that's just not what Valorant is.
Yeah,
There's a lot of dying happening too.
I'm glad you brought that up
happen
as well, the coach point in particular, because this is where, like, you know, Ewok was saying, he doesn't mind the best of 5. He feels like it allowed them to recover, it allowed them to get some composure. I mean, talk about how close Ascent was. They almost threw that game in the bin. That definitely could have been Genji stealing a 2-11 deficit back to win Ascent after such a rocky start, and then come into Lotus looking completely different. But the composure from RRQ to recover after getting smashed 13-5 on Lotus in the upper bracket, to recover from conceding so many rounds on their defensive side on Ascent in a row, and then be able to actually put together a win here on Lotus, is the kind of makings of a championship team, is the makings of a team that can win this grand final over a favorite in Gen G.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Xfero this map. This man has been here from the start for RRQ.
Yep.
He's been on the come up the whole way. And this map, you know, we saw him in so many of those clips, managing to clutch those rounds.
He's actually the only player in all of the matchups that RRQ have played against a Gen G organization. Xfero is the only player that remains since the first matchup in the server here, you know, so
that's right.
He's played his way through all of these matchups, and I really feel like you go back to that DRX series that you know, RRQ played against DRX. He was a big game player there. He's had some really, really big maps deep into the playoffs here for RRQ, definitely showing his experience, and he had a couple of big clutch rounds in that game as well.
Now, we notice that the map pool is a little bit similar to 2 days ago on Friday during the upper finals. And this is going to be really interesting, because as we were talking about, this is a 5-mapper instead. So how, obviously it's going to be different. It's already, we're going to go to a 4th map.
Yeah, now we're through to these final three maps. It's Lotus, Icebox, Split, exactly what the veto was when they played in the upper bracket. We've already seen RRQ flip that script on map 1, and on map 2, Genji won 13-8. So it wasn't even as dominant as their Lotus was last time. So I think RRQ definitely have the momentum now.
They do, but they had a pretty shocking Icebox against Paper Rex yesterday. So I don't know how you're feeling momentum-wise for RRQ. They're going to need to play a different game. You heard it from them in the interview, though. You know, Ewok was saying we played like absolute rookies on some of the maps. We were not happy with our performance, and Icebox was a perfect example of a game that they just didn't show up to. Whereas Gen G, they've had nothing but luck, and this is one of the maps where they've actually innovated their comp a little bit. Textures on the Yoru. They're playing this Yoru KO comp that is a little bit of a different approach to what you see from a Gen G squad that so often just likes to run the same comps regardless of what the meta is.
Yeah, that's right. And we see them also run certain things like crosshairs. We're talking about the power of the
Are you really gonna do that? I'm just sitting there in the green room going, that guy's using a cyan cross, little cyan cross. Jemkin uses a cyan cross. That's the crosshair meta. If you're not using a cyan cross, you don't know what's going on.
Exactly. Exactly. We saw a lot of difference there in the dot versus the crosshair versus the crosshair. But we also have a Pacific moment for you guys, and this submission is by someone by myself. Because I just wanted to remind you guys one more time.
I can't take this.
The best coach on this analyst desk is.
Okay, next time.
Shut up.
Stage 2, we're teaming up.
outrageous.
We cannot let her win again. I can't take another month and a half.
I'm
of
not
this.
gonna lie.
Jake Shin replied.
Yeah, he did.
They called us frauds.
I cannot believe this. Like, this work environment is absolutely ludicrous.
Where's HR?
I cannot survive another day. You know what? I'm locking you up after this one. You cannot be allowed back on the desk after this. I'm sick of this treatment.
Well, we do have 2 more maps for me to gloat on. Possibly 2 more maps.
I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to start bribing the production to tell me what your team is. I'm going to start bribing the players that you picked. And there's no way you're winning next stage if we play this again.
We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep gloating here. Yeah, so we do have potentially 2 more maps. This is crazy. And again, remind you guys, we do have the draw show at the end of the day. And that was huge, finding out who was going to be in Group Alpha and Group Omega.
Yeah.
We already saw how much that impacts the teams. With that, we're going to go on a very short break. When we come back, we're going to come to map 4. It's going to be Icebox. I don't know who's going to win. You don't know who's going to win, but we are all definitely cheering for various teams here in the grand final. So guys, don't go too far away. When we come back, we're going to get back to it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Like it's only one squad. It's only one squad. We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, cheat code, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go, rep your squad like it's only one squad. 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 Game time, hit the shot and look down at my wrist just like it's Dame time. Know I'm in the field, kicking game, I'm on the main line. In the air, you ain't bringing me down, I got hang time. You wonder how I'm humble and I'm flexing at the same time. In the paint, I'm a beast, I'm a dog off the leash. I got power like Tariq, how we play, come and see. How you do it, they gon' think we got a cheat code. I don't see no competition, it's a free throw. Marshawn on the line, I'm in beast mode. I've been up since 5 a.m. and they in sleep mode. Know I got my team back, that's the G code. Game winner, do my dance, I'm in tweak mode. We done won back to back, I need a three-peat. Crossover, walk on water in the deep sea. Step back, keep the form, that's a deep three. Jumbotron fans say we need a repeat. We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, Chico, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go, rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad.
When a team coming for everybody throat. How you say you from that squad, but ain't nobody know. When it's game time, you calling your mama to go home. Bring it on, I ain't dealing with no drama on the phone like nah. Living at the top, but you ain't knowing what it costs. We just bought a house and renovated the garage. Gotta thank God for all the trophies on the wall. Never signing deals with everything we make is ours. I know they mad, but I don't sweat it. Want their comments to get to me, but I don't let it. Got that gas, super unleaded. Rockin' with the team and you want to bet it. Brown stamped. I'm a bona fide champ. Youngest on my team, but I'm doing what they can't. Grab a ball, even fans out of ops from the champ.
We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, Chico, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go, rep your squad like it's only one squad. 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 Like it's only one squad. It's only one squad.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. This is the grand finals, and we've moved past map 3, and we are on Icebox. RRQ has done the unthinkable, have completely surprised all of us. So what's up for Icebox?
Yeah, neither one of these teams changing up the comps at all. Gen.G going to play this Yoru KO. Texture was definitely the standout up there with Foxy9 the last time that they played. Yep. And Gen.G had a really good streak on defense after RRQ took the pistol.
Yeah, RRQ ended up going B a lot in Icebox, which is something we're not used to seeing, but Foxy9 managed to shut that down. Look to see how RRQ have changed and adapted, especially going into that B side.
I'm wondering how everyone's predictions are going. Laz is here from Zeta Division to watch the game, and he thought it was going to be a Gen.G game, but now he's rethinking it, and it might be RRQs. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Within. Tell us your thoughts.
I think no matter what, this is a game for the people. Obviously, RRQ fans going to be feeling a bit better, going to be feeling a bit happier at the moment, given that they have match point. But if you have no skin in the game, if you don't care who wins this trophy, you're just having a good time, and you're enjoying the entertainment, because it certainly has been that. Some wild moments throughout, and I have no doubts that that is not going to stop here as we get ready to go into Icebox.
Oh, it is off the rails. You know, yesterday RRQ derailed the Paper X train, and nobody's been able to really get back on track too well until RRQ, I think, started to really solidify their control on Lotus on their defender side. Let's see if they can keep it up, but they start on the attackers. You're on Icebox. A lot of players just slow creeping through A. That turret kind of in an off spot up top.
Top of 410, getting the spot out. Ash taking a shot with a Sheriff, unable to find him, and Foxy will. 2 kills going to be picked up, now a third on the quick peek. Immediately repositions the drop down, finds the fourth, he's on for an ace, and he's just not quite going to be able to find it. The 4K squad continuing here from Gen.G. As Xpharaoh looks to try to pull off a clutch. Texture, Munchkin, both 100 health. The Sheriff needing to connect with Skulls. Spots out one, they look for the double face. Minor reposition, a slope on the action, but Munchkin able to collect it. Gen.G once again just down a single pistol round. Make that 3-4 in this regard. Take the first step towards a win, towards another tied-up scoreline here. The opening round of Icebox.
Well, they're just playing from the upper rafters the whole way. Ash there using that turret to try to find a quick one and done before he backed out behind screens. Voxy just up in nest, ruining the round. So Gen G right back into the groove of things. Couple Guardians. There's a Sheriff buy up for Jemkin. Something to keep your eyes on for sure. It's RRQ onto the bonus, or excuse me, onto the eco. Munchkin just holding W, wants that orb, wants to get that null command fast tracked. And it's a little bit of kind of a wait here from RRQ. They intentionally wait out that 0 point before they start making their way towards A. Using the turret as a landing pad. This is adorable.
I mean, it keeps them quiet. It doesn't give the info away. It's actually
and they're going to try
very
to sell
creative.
It is.
There's the alarm bot. Munchkin starting to call for the rotate back, though. He's getting suspicious, given that there's no follow-up. As that alarm bot ends up getting cleared. Maybe a 0 point send from Cushy to try to further sell this here. And that is going to be the counter rotate back. Texture starting to work his way back across towards the B site. He's got the Guardian. He's got the firepower. It's Munchkin with a Sheriff to try to hold the line. Slow creep forward. Gets on a more aggressive angle, and Jemkin immediately strikes. The second Sheriff now here in the hands of the RRQ players. As all of Gen G get ready to converge back across towards A.
Look at Crazy Guy. He's going to look for any mid-rotations.
This means that he's not in position at the moment here for the Salvos. Will start sprinting back as quickly as he can. Kill found, but Ash down to 40. Still a good opportunity for RRQ to at least get more damage through, if not close out the round. Taron trying to scale forward, turns back, couple shots flying, still a player up above him. Does he read that? Clears the turret now, registers it, swaps to the classic, rides the rope, whittling away at him. The fadeaway shot is able to find it. Foxy9 going to be taken down. Crazy Guy does manage to make this costly as Ash scoops up the other Guardian, rescues as much as they can, but the defuse was held all the while. Gen G a 2-0 start, but still already on a rocky road.
It's a brilliant macro here from RRQ, waiting out both 0 points from Munchkin to confuse the heck out of him. They are really attacking him when he's on the KO. Saw it on Ascent, seeing it here early on Icebox. And it's a scream of relief there for Gen G. Got a little bit dicey for sure. Gotta be so careful there, Foxy9. Pushed out.
I mean, he really wants this orb. He's going to go for it. He is going to be able to scoop that up. So Ultimate now online, going into Gen G's bonus. RRQ should be well aware of who was able to collect that. Why they would so fervently want to pick that up. Double push forward now, though, here at Green.
Just like the pistol from last time they played.
Texture's going to go swinging, and oh my God, gets in, gets out. Scot-free, the snappy headshot. Entry power cut down here for RRQ.
He tried that on the pistol round the last time they played. Whoa, here we go.
Salvos to try to force them back into the open. Texture does end up getting taken down. Nice shot from Munchkin, though, finding Xpero there in tube just through the window. Cleans up that timing, cleans up the flank, and given the HP bars, RRQ are going to have to go for the save, you would suspect.
Juggling the guns.
Seems like they're calling them. Carry onward.
They're gonna go.
30 seconds left.
Just around the corner, here is Munchkin ready to ruin their day. Spots out one, swings, gets the shot, spike, plane interrupted, and oh, what in the hell is that? The fadeaway on the drop down, and widely the only consolation available for RRQ is that this lockdown has been used, but mind yet, here is some revenge from the previous maps as Foxy9 gets the knife kill across. Gen G get the bonus converted.
Oh my God. So this it's a very similar idea. You see this quite often from Gen G on this map, where Texture will just walk out the front of B Garage if nobody's kind of...
It's unbelievable.
Well, better lucky than good. And but this time it's a very different result for Texture. That's kind of what's interesting to me, is he anticipated that they were going to be anticipating that, and he just went for the one shot and TP'd out, and he hit it. It's just how good he is. He needs to keep stepping up, because right now Gen G is behind in the series. Outlaw for Texture. He's going to be holding down the angle as the forces of RRQ. Might have heard the alarm bot up at the top of tube, didn't see anything. Foxy actually over on the floor. He's starting to make his way around that corner. If they come through tube, he would be there to strike, but doesn't seem to be the choice they're making. Trying to dodge the stealth drone, cannot.
Yeah, it has been spotted. Confirm the weapon in hand as well. Tailwind across, backpedal from Texture as he goes for the reload. Ash scaling forward. Xfero going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid, and Cushy picks up the Vandal immediately. Shuts down Foxy9 with it. Pop flashes his way in. Trying to find the punish here on the Texture. Still does manage to come away with a kill on the Jemkin, bringing it now into a 2v3. This is a massive advantage. And turn of the tide here for RRQ. Trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Charon swooping, Cushy collecting. Predator ace here at the hands of the rookie himself, gets RRQ their first round win here on Icebox.
Well, the desk was talking about Cushy earlier, making his case for Rookie of the Year. And this right here is why, folks. So steady with the aim, reading the map incredibly well. Some well-timed utility. Keep his opponents from being able to punish him. Good flash there to back Texture into the corner. 6 and 3 with an ult available. Munchkin also has his.
Time will tell if the same ace curse applies to Cushy.
I don't think it applies to anybody but Texture. It's just something about that.
Depends on if it's a cursed aura. Does it exude out and inflict those around him? Or is it solely contained?
Oh, yeah. Texture is a paladin, is what you're saying.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, there's an alarm bot at the corner this time. Foxy has shifted his util over in front of B. Of course, that one way, annoying as always, but pretty far forward. Has to be real careful here.
Oh,
the arm.
Yep, spotted, but it's not enough of a window to actually find the punish. Foxy does get some damage in, but ultimately has to back away. Swings around the backside, rotates over, gets himself tucked here at Snowman. No angle for a spray as Cloudburst was thrown just like in distraction there by Jemkin. His flash not connecting on everyone. Monyet finds the kill on account on face back here. Cushy going to be put down. It's not resable at all. So in the end, a 2v2.
Xfero still has a nano in hand. There's a lot of delay available. Salvos you would expect.
4 seconds.
Yep, just about back online.
About to rotate around. Munchkin spotted. Texture dead. Xfero finding it. Munchkin now all alone. Salvo's going to be waited out.
No time.
The time is just not going to be there. Shot flying. Munchkin just trying to leap out to safety, and he cannot. Crazy guy chases him down for the kill. Survives here in the corner. That's now 3-2 RRQ clawing their way back into this.
I don't mind at all the way Foxy plays this at the beginning. He tries to use that 0-point information against his opponents, but Jemkin still very ready for somebody to be around Snowman. Foxy's crosshair is just a bit off initially. Munchkin comes storming in, but at that point, things have already gone pretty awry. With all that delay utility, I think this is a good idea. I think our earlier timeouts for Gen G are going to be better than not. I felt like they were a little bit late sometimes on Lotus. You need to make sure that this doesn't get out of control. Because for RRQ, yeah.
Flip it.
Flip it.
Flip the side.
Is it upside down?
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Got the
go.
assist.
Yeah, it's so well done too.
Oh, fist bump. I was gonna say I'm trying to see exactly what's going on with the art here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, we saw on Ascent, there was the timeout call, and it was 0-5. So I do agree as far as getting it going nice and early here. Feels better.
Yeah. I feel like obviously Solo and Perry have a ton of trust in Munchkin. Obviously. He's a great IGL. But sometimes yeah. Okay, sometimes. Most of the time, I'll say. But I feel like oftentimes the timeouts aren't even necessarily for your IGL. They're to ice the other team a bit because they're just you know, in the groove, and you need to find ways to get their mental out of that. Here we go again, Texture.
Ash holding close, and it's a hell of a headshot. Can't find the follow-up with the cushy, but do they suspect Texture? Well, yes, they do. Monyet, great covering fire, catches him there on the corner. Keeps them in with the advantage. Foxy just sat here behind yellow, not going to get scouted there by the stealth drone. Walk down mid. Munchkin taking a peek, trying to see if he can catch anybody here on the cross. Now he's put himself in a potentially bad spot, but does manage to make the hop back across. So safety found for the moment.
This is so weird from RRQ. They're just sitting in spawn. Xvero over at A never even really went up on belt. He just set his util up to play anti-aggression.
And now it's a bit of a fake attempt, but Munchkin's the only one sticking around. The two Guardians reinforcing this position, and Munchkin actually wins out that fight. Snappy from Monyet, however. Flushes Foxy9 out of the corner. There's Karan only able to go 1 for 1.
30 seconds
Like that
left.
planted a Vandal in hand for the side of Munchkin, needing to pull off the 1v2 clutches. Nano not quite going where you wanted it.
It's okay. He can pick him up. This is very tough for Munchkin.
There's the alarm bot. Pop of the first. 0 point, not connecting. And there's the swing in from behind. Pretty much an unwinnable position for Munchkin, and it's very well piloted by RRQ. 3-3. They find themselves tied up as we go into the next buy for Gen G.
Yeah, Belter from Ash to start, but again, Texter does that a lot. Likes to push around that corner at B. RRQ generally pretty ready for it. And that, yeah, for Munchkin, I don't know what you do there. That's just, you hit the craziest flick of your life, a 180. That's the only way. Monyet. All right, there you go. He's got the gun. A few ults there, including Monyet's and Xfero's.
He wanted to land on pipes.
Yeah.
Either way. Drone chasing.
Hello?
A little bit of a standoff there. Now they're coming out on top. Slow creep up continuing. Lockdown at the ready. Munchkin setting the 0 point. So lockdown has to be used right before the suppress would have connected. It's going to be the Armageddon called in to go ahead and clear out this ultimate. RQ scaling options with that in tow. Nullified. As Ash is so far forward. Flash connecting onto one. Heard the drop of another, but cannot get any punish.
Yeah, just a little bit off there for Ash. He was thinking a different direction the whole way. Ooh, Foxy challenging Xfero.
Peeking out, but Karan's there for the counter swing at the same time. Jemkin finding Ash still in that forward spot here at the bottom of Nest. Does get taken down. She's trying to flash his way in towards B, find any kind of weakness here. None found, and now clock dips under 30 seconds. RQ looking to try to commit to the site, but Monyet, like a bat out of hell, storms forward, riding the rope, finding that kill. Karan now needing to find some kind of breakthrough. As Texture joins in on this side. 3-player spread. Crazy Guy, the first to fall. Jemkin playing close. The mask goes in. The pit now going to be invested. Cushy finding Texture on the exit. It's a very quick use. This fragment flies. Push onto the corner, and Karan just off kilter. Too much movement. Cannot find the shot. RRQ now find themselves in the lead.
They're just being outrageously patient, our RRQ. Using Gen G's tendencies against them in the early part of the game. This time Xfero, yeah, able to take a little bit of space and it gets punished, but in the early part of the round, RRQ just happy to let Ash keep trying to find ways to bully them on the other side of pipes. They just shut him right down, and they open up a lot of space on the map, so A has been a priority. And previously, the desk was talking about it had been B. So RRQ, very different game plan. You know, a lot of pressure being put on the initiators. Munchkin, Ash, they need to step up if they're going to stop this from being an RRQ VCT Pacific trophy. They look really in control of the macro right now. They really seem to have a good read on what Gen G wants to accomplish. This time, though, a little bit more passive overall. Again, deep salvos just got used by Crazy Guy. He is always trying to sell fakes. He is just constantly throwing util one direction or another, and it's so hard to read if that's a fake or not.
And well, it is.
Yeah.
Gen G, they read it as one.
Yep.
They shift people across over towards A. Deltron now confirming heavy presence, so immediate gate crash back. Cut the distance here for Texture. Salvo's flying, Spike about to be planted, couple shots flying here from Ash. It's himself a kill, but Jemkin collects too as Texture similarly hits the floor. Nano cleared out, now 3v4, 2 rifles in hand here for the side of Gen G to try to make a go of this. But RRQ just so firmly in control. Flash at the ready, the fragment still behind here for Cushy. As Nano goes out, he's further buying time. Karan gonna be taken down. Monyet finds Boxy 9. And Munchkin will not be allowed to escape. A 4K for Jemkin, a 5th round for RRQ, now up by 2.
I mean, it's crazy. Gen G's 3 rounds are the first 3. They get the bonus. They haven't won one since. I mean, RRQ is just in cruise control. Jemkin is filthy good. This last one that he gets is pretty clean. I love how Monyet just gets flashed. He's like, I don't know. I'll just keep spraying.
Actually beautiful, very beautiful.
But they're reading the map really well. I mean, and it's hard to get a good idea sometimes on RRQ's attacker side because of Crazy Guy just throwing util all over the place, and sometimes it's real, sometimes it's not. You know, a lot of teams are using the salvos very intentionally to secure an objective or to secure space. He's using it to mess with your mind. Oh boy.
Flash to the corner, Karan's still only going to be able to find one. Munchkin does get a bit of a follow-up, but it's so quickly traded back and shut down. Every advantage to Gen G. Scrape for Claw at. It's just ripped from their grasp moments after. Stun not connecting onto Foxy 9. He'll swing out, looks for a little bit more. Similar scenes as the trades continue. Now, the 1v1, that Crazy Guy wins. 4K from the Beast from the East gets them just over the line time and time again. 9-4-1 here on the tail. Now 6-3 in this map. Crazy Guy is looking so damn good.
He's just having a ball now. Really starting to get comfortable.
Perfectly cut.
Good cut. Very well done.
Excellently done.
There was somebody who got done dirty yesterday.
Batman.
It's okay. You know, they're out there having fun. And it just feels like it might be RRQ's time. Jemkin with the Blade Storm, just waiting for this smoke to go down.
For the readjust, Ash finding one. Jemkin knives do come up with the goods, but Gen G, something about a thrifty. In a good spot now. Xfera, however, looking to try to turn the favor around. Outlaw still will find Insta-Gibbs on either of these targets. 25 armor for both. Likely wants to swap out the weapon, though.
Just got to clear a lot of angles. But Gen G just playing contain. Just don't want to give up a rotation route.
He has full util. So Ken trying to lock off the back approach angle, set up the turret.
Yeah.
Create some, early alert systems for himself.
Got some real good options.
Taps the plant. Here's the footsteps. Foxy immediately sending the lockdown. This is a long way to go.
Can he get all the way through here? in
He's
time.
going to have to sprint. He can't just crouch walk it.
Yeah, that means Foxy hears it.
So yeah, Foxy hears this. Turned back towards the kitchen. A smattering of damage going to be found, and now you've got Munchkin approaching from the opposite side to try to bait him out. Munchkin is there on the angle. Gen.G will be able to get it done. Lockdown not going to be a waste, and unfortunately there for Xfero. Just a bit of a routing issue.
It's a creative use of the lockdown for sure, and it works a treat. It puts his opponent into a really bad position. He's going for it right off the tap. Knew that they could, again, it was all about contain. It was all about making sure that all of Xfero's options there were bad. And that they could keep him under their noses, so they knew exactly what he was going to do. He's got an op now.
I was going to say, Xfero operator.
You don't see that every day. I mean, he's not bad with it. He's used it in the past.
I mean, RRQ taking something away from their match versus Paper Rex. They say, well, you know, Divide does it from time to time.
Yeah. Why can't I?
You play Killjoy.
Same thing.
Slow creep forward, just trying to reduce the angles, but Munchkin, yeah, is having that advantage there as Ash, okay. He's mowing down for 2. Texture looks for a little bit more, but Crazy Guy still having his number. It's his back kill, but it seems like Gen.G in a good spot to continue to shrink down this RRQ lead. Oh. Ash collapsed the pond, but Kushi dead. Snakebite at his feet, and Crazy Guy with 19 HP already wrapped around on. It's just going to be a shot to the chest from Munchkin. 6-5, RRQ out in front by 1. Question is, can they get the advantaged half? Will Gen.G be able to tie this up 6-6?
Oh, man. Munchkin's just so good with the Guardian. Woo.
Nice transfer.
Ooh, yeah, that was quite nice from Ash. Foxy, really solid all day. And they're just starting to get some good reads. I mean, RRQ starting to turn up the tempo a little bit, and Gen.G's happy to play that game. Coming at him a little bit stronger. 2 ops here for Gen.G. They have another rifle sitting on the ground somewhere. Or is this just the plan? Munchkin was like, yeah, okay, you want to op? Let me show you how it's done.
Could be famous last words.
Yeah, well, it is Munchkin.
Point set, swing coming through. Jemkin, the one to catch the bullet. Sink it down as Armageddon called in to try to clear out the back of Raptors as well as screens. Push forward there from Crazy Guy. Felled as Foxy9 finds him, but traded out. Push into the back. Kushi having to get off the angle as they're just getting pressured from every single angle. And Moniette now alone, fighting back. 2 targets alive. Munchkin bleeding out.
Just has to wait this out. Yeah.
Silent peek there on the rope. The spike still a ways away. Sets out the pin. No has been spotted. Nicely done from Ash. Finding the shot. 6-6. Gen.G managed to rescue this. 3 in a row to start. 3 in a row to conclude the opening half.
Yeah, love that from Munchkin. Gets the op shot. Has a rifle on the ground behind him. Picks it up. Puts it to great use. Not yet trying to shoot back, but just taking a lot of damage and trying to get tricky. But Gen.G wise to it well ahead of time. Well, is that good enough for RRQ on that attacker side? I don't know anymore. I have no idea what any of these score lines mean. Yeah. Like, statistic norms are out the window. It is chaos.
Ash v. Kushi. Very tough battle, but yeah, given the RRQ fandom here, only one real way to try to lean. Both of them certainly deserving their respect and the accolades.
Yes. They both really stepped up. Ash in particular, you know, obviously I think Kushi has so far been the better player overall, but Ash is really starting to come into his own. He's found some good impact, especially in the lead up to this grand finals. The grand finals has been a struggle for him, if I'm being honest so far, but still time to turn that around. Fan very happy just to show off their little teddy bear.
Yep. All right, well, a rallying cry from the Gen.G camp. As we get ready to go into this. We're able to find that opening pistol, as we mentioned previously, led into a bonus conversion, and then a surrendering of 6 consecutive rounds. They find the pistol once again as they start off this half as they look to push us to a 5th and final map of Split. Crazy guy trying to stick around, clear out on that 0 point, but doesn't quite manage to find it.
You didn't see it on screen, but on the map, RRQ stacked 3 players at Boiler because of what happened last time on the pistol.
Oh, yeah. That's great. Well, Crazy guy finding 1. Karan, however, finding 2. Cushy going to be taken down. So RRQ's Teo similarly falls. A 1-player advantage. Gate crash into the very back right corner of site as Sheriff there on the Raptors. Jemkin just not quite able to confirm the kill, but Xpero will be able to put him down. So Karan now dead. Texture playing protect. Takes out wide swings. Lazita nasty shot down to 45, but Monyet now noted, surrounded. Fights back for 1. Will need to try to isolate. Knows that there's a frenzy above. Goes for the peek, and it's just a hair off. Shots whizzing past Munchkin's head. Gen G, they will find both pistols here on Icebox. They will tie it up 4-4 across the series, and now they will gain the lead for themselves once again.
Let's see what they can do off the back of this. That's a pretty nice little flick up from Crazy. Karan, though, starting to heat up a little bit here in the pistol. Hitting some pretty sick shots. Yeah, when you're just isolated behind the nest like that. You know, Gen G, nobody over peeking there. Just taking their time, really nicely handled. Marshall for Foxy, a couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
And the gamble stack for RRQ.
Yep. All 5 chilling towards A, but they're starting to fan out a bit.
Well, that 0 point, that certainly lets you know.
Yeah, it's not too confusing anymore. Plus, Foxy is a Marshall.
He does, and he's got the headshot. Nice readjustment. Gets that one, and everybody else says, well, yeah, we don't want to push that side anymore. Let's not try to overwhelm Foxy.
We don't want to give him another highlight reel. Well, Primmy's already got one.
So back away. Plant now coming through, and I think RRQ widely, they're just going to be content to chill back, try to close the distance here. Just not give over any additional eliminations and try to go down to the spike if at all possible. Texture, he wants, he's out for blood though. He wants a little bit more. Down to 22. How greedy does he want to get? He would love to be able to find these last couple kills. Have a dimensional drift online. Karan, however, the one who is now watching over towards Tube and will be able to clean them up. So, Gen G, flawless here. Close out the anti-eco and move forward into the bonus.
Yeah, this is really nice aggressive positioning in the post plant for Gen G. Make sure that those ult orbs aren't going to go for naught. Just get out there, get them. Karan.
I was watching the scorecard there as they push around the corner.
Yeah.
You're doing well. You don't have to be hitting tab in the middle of the game.
No. Yeah, and now you're starting to really get some ults almost into cycle, which is huge.
Oh.
Great util to back Jemkin off.
Shot whizzing over the top of Jemkin on the repeat. Instantaneous. Kills Ash and gets out.
God, that is filthy. It's unfair.
What a peak. Foxy now silently making his way forward here at the top of pipes. Cushy on the opposite side. Xpero in position for a counter swing.
They're going to see that B seemingly pretty empty, so it's going to get the rotations coming through to lean back in towards the A side. Jepkin's on his way. Cushy just waiting with the knife. Throw it right at the back of pipe.
0 point now, going to be sent out.
Bomb grenade out.
I think he had 3.
Foxy here. Top of 410, just tucked in behind the box. I mean, Gen G trying to scale forward. Monyet still not quite here as, risky business going across the rope there as Munchkin trying to face forward, but now Spike going to be dropped. Foxy not able to find one Crazy guy, take it down. Texture tries to exit, but Jemkin finds a headshot. And just like that, Karan gets cleaned up. Foxy falls to Xfero's hand. It's just the one casualty in the anti-bonus for RRQ. The gap now just 1 round separating.
Yeah, it's just really good diligence, but obviously Jemkin hitting openers like this, that helps. No doubt about it. Man's just been outrageously good all day. He has plenty of gas left in the tank, seemingly. He just does not stop. Crazy guy's got noted.
Oh,
I bet you're real thrilled about that.
There's Jemkin if he meant to drift down off the top of yellow, or if that was an accident. Either way, dimensional drift here for Texture. Spotting out a couple targets. Don't know if he necessarily made note of Manya. Okay, now has absolutely seen him. And he's going to exit right here at the front of the site. Xfero is taken down first and foremost. Munchkin gone, spraying through the overwhelm here on the site, but Monyet fighting back, does manage to find at least 2 kills, but Jemkin now all alone. His teammates down on the floor.
If there's anybody who can do it.
Pop of the dash. Alarm bottle around the corner. Heron, narrow little reposition. Texture about to be the first challenger here, perhaps. Jemkin rides the rope, peeks in. Nothing spotted. Likely will just go for the exit. A couple shots coming his way, but opts to go for the save. Gen G not going to be allowing that tie up to come through. It's going to be 9-7 as this spike goes off.
Yeah, finding great value out of Texture's ultimate. Able to ping out 3 different players. Get the Gen G players in position where they can take advantage of it. Get themselves up by 2 rounds again. RRQ seemed like maybe they might start to stabilize a little bit. I mean, it was 1 round, but this round right here, Munchkin just so ready there for that angle. Texture's just doing around the world near the nest. Not yet, trying his damnedest, but gets shut down, and into the next round we go, into the breach once again. Karan's got the Viper's Pit. Crazy guy nearly to his ult. Couple things to consider to come into this. Is RRQ going to make a play for that A orb? It's pretty deep salvos, yeah. Should be able to get the Armageddon. And hello, Monyet.
Gets the clear.
Yeah.
Back pedal. He's playing this site alongside Xfero, both of them here on the ground. Playing along that elevation. And Texture just swings out a little bit further than Xfero might have anticipated. Ends up finding that kill. It's Monyet now desperately trying to escape. Barely manages to do so. The salvo's chasing in as well. And now it's going to be Cushy just trying to show up the peel here for his teammates, who ends up being casualty. Monyet finding one, Jemkin finding another, however. As now they get themselves in with the player advantage. The Armageddon, Munchkin just narrowly able to avoid it. And that should tell them the rotation has begun. The ping's starting to come down, but they don't know if somebody's put themselves further forward here, implanted on a lurk.
I mean, if Gen G could get here cleanly, they've got so much post-plant util to delay. 2 nanos and a fragment. Knife goes out to check back sight.
Yep.
Munchkin has to dodge the util.
Salvos go out to prevent the plant. Riding it forward. Munchkin narrowly coming away with a kill, but now the spike.
Down
Dropped here on the forward angle.
Only seconds.
Foxy riding that rope forward, dropping down, collecting it. Commits to the stick. A quick peek, the drop down. Goes up and over the top. Position noted, heads spotted. Rides back up. Drops down once again. Just dancing around. The nano caught in his hand, Monyet. Just fiercely runs him down. He cannot separate, he cannot divide and conquer. RRQ will go blow for blow and keep this so very tight-knit.
It's just so tough for Gen G there to get onto the site the way they want. I think Ash oversteps a bit on the follow-up behind Texture here. Maybe misreads the situation. Should have known there was a high-low there. Swinging out into that is not a high percentage play. I think that's what cost Gen G that round. I think if Ash just holds the line there, they might be able to get a B plant down and have a ton of great post-plant utility, but instead they're onto some stingers and a couple rifles. Bye going to be a bit weak. RRQ a chance here to tie it up. 0 point. Sees a couple. Seeing that Tejo, though, that's quite valuable. Look at where they are on the map. They have all of the map.
They are just completely boxed in.
Yep, they're going to throw down the pit.
Here contain, and yep, the pit immediately coming through here from Monyet. Looking to make this round nigh impossible. Flash out, Cushy swinging the corner, eats a full flash. No punish to be found quite just yet, though, as Foxy9 able to find one. Texture, Charon, however, answering back. And Charon looking to counter pit, perhaps. Here we go again. Seems like the answer is yes. As around the corner, Crazy Guy catching a huge glimpse, but the shots are just not connecting. Sparrow up and over the top, however. Finding Munchkin going on a walkabout. Everyone now from Gen G stuck here inside of the pit.
Oh my.
HP bars all over the place, and Ash! Girl stuffing with the stinger, able to find one. Monyet now dead. Their own pit gone. The TP into the back, and Texture finds him for the 3K. Gen G somehow scraped by with this round.
Oh my god, I mean, I thought this round had RRQ written all over it. They read the early part of it so well. They're just taking all this space. But then, when the execute starts to develop, oh my god.
Just the beat spotted there for Texture.
Unbelievable. But when the execute starts to develop, RRQ kind of second guesses themselves. They pull everybody back towards the screens and towards the rafters, and that's where they try to set up their defense. I think they would have been better suited to send at least 2 players around onto that flank. You know, Xpharaoh there found some decent damage. If they could have gotten 1 more player through that backside, I think that could be a very different round. I think they just weren't 100% sure, confident, I don't know.
Tough to say. First time out calling here from the side of RRQ. It's been 1 use for each team, despite how neck and neck this entire map has been. We'll see though. A back and forth across the last 4 rounds. Does that continue? The round win off the back of this timeout call here for RRQ.
Has every best of 5 that Gen G's played
gone to 5?
I think.
I want to say yeah.
Well, both
at
Masters.
least this iteration.
Yep.
So across the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Seems about right, I guess.
They're like big numbers.
Oh, no, wait. They beat DRX 3-1.
Aha.
But a lot of them have gone to 5.
It feels like they've gone to 5.
They seem to drag a bit.
Let's see if that is going to happen again, or if RRQ can find their bearings. Gen G just 3 round wins away from sending this to split. Knives in hand for Jemkin.
Just look at
here at the top of screen.
Charon.
Out wide here at spawn. Anticipating that pressure, but Xpharaoh ends up pulling away from the angle. Suppress not connecting on the Jemkin, and he immediately finds value. Repeats, looks for the shot on the Foxy9, cannot find it, but now the lockdown is going to come into play. Could clear it out with the Armageddon, but seems like the call to pivot across to the B site is going to be made here for Gen G.
Yeah, I like the change from Gen G round to round, leaving Charon over in the spawn, recognizing that their flanks were weak.
Spotted one, nothing else going to be seen here by Texture. Sends out the gate crash. Takes it back into this realm of reality. Backside of yellow. Pushing forward, time starting to dwindle. And Crazy Guy finding a timing as Foxy9 is going to be taken down there. Trade out, but Jemkin now another reset, another kill. Ash dead, that's the Armageddon gone for the post plant. Now it's just a snake bite that they have to work with here as far as the mollies are concerned. And Xpharaoh once again is on a lurk. The gate crash right here next to him. Gets around the back, a coup de grace to Charon. Looking for a little bit more, but Texture now completely, utterly surrounded. Finds the first, and Jemkin carves him to pieces. The timeout works, the back and forth continues.
Thrifty.
Jemkin is just unreal. He is so dialed in. He is dragging RRQ, kicking and screaming in some of these rounds. I mean, just a huge Thrifty. There are a few better. in the world right now than Jemkin at this duelist role. This is why. Outrageous. And he's always just cool. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm happy. We're doing good. You know, in his post-match interview, he's like, yeah, I'm happy. And I'm like, are you? It's hard to tell. They're, once again, going to make some early pressure towards A. Using the drone. You get a little bit of info that Jemkin's there, but that's scary. But I think, you know, for Gen G, oh, Karan just gone. Got out-dueled.
Out-dueled, or was it a timing hard? They couldn't quite tell if the wall was up. It sounded like it had just dropped. Maybe that was a poison orb.
Yeah, that could be.
Either way, it's a huge advantage here for RRQ as they look to break the back and forth streak.
They're doing a crazy 2-2 split here, our Gen G. This is
on the corner. Shots avoided. Texture repositions.
Munchkin's only got a stinger.
Slowly starting to work their way back, but Xfero now entrenched here at mid. Like you said, a stinger in hand. Here's the rotation. Hasn't been spotted. If you can get a catch on the Texture, no. Angle just not quite there.
I think he might have saw Texture's shoulder.
I think he saw both of them, but they haven't seen him.
Yeah,
Pink
that's
come
true.
down. Salvo's now flying. Money yet.
30 seconds left.
Hitting the fadeaway as Foxy9 hits the floor. Texture and Munchkin with everything to do. Basically no real way to do it. Texture's dead. And Munchkin just cannot even get that plant down. RRQ have broken the back and forth in flawless fashion, and they tie us up at 10-10.
I mean, this is just great map awareness. And all it takes is one little spot onto Jemkin, and Gen G changes ideas. You lose Karan early. And we don't really know how, but Gen G tries to do something a little bit tricky with a 2-2 split. And it gets punished. Nice positioning from Xfero to get the read on the round. And Ewok was saying, surely this time. Surely this time.
Like I said, does this cut the lead down? Not really. It'd be 7-2. Gen G, they have always been able to dominate RRQ. But even though the numbers don't look good on paper, the feeling that RRQ gets, the feeling that they give to Gen G means a hell of a lot more than a scoreline written down.
Oh, beating them right here on this stage, getting the #1 seed out of Pacific to go to Masters Toronto, that wipes all of those other losses off the board.
Yep.
Cleans the slate.
See if they can continue this timeout call for Gen G. Their last one here on the map. RRQ still one more timeout able to be dispensed. Coach Solo sending Munchkin and the team out and hoping that when they come back, they say, hey, we're going to split. The series isn't over.
Jemkin opping, but there will be no Gen G players falling under those crosshairs just yet. Couple ults though for Gen G.
Flash into a TP forward. Crazy guy. Full shots out and some damage onto Ash. Some being a bit of an understatement. 24 health now finished off by Monyet. Texture continuing the chase, doesn't manage to go ahead and find that punish. A 1-for-1 on the Tejas as both get taken down. Still no Armageddon able to be used here for the side of Gen G. Lockdown, however, for Foxy9. It's going to look to try to make this maybe a bit more complicated, but maybe even not necessary. Monyet trying to find a bit of a timing spray, but Texture owning the round. Pop flash, 2 targets nearby. Can't find either of them. Cushy comes away with the kill. Now it's a 2v3. Fragment the clear, yellow, Jemkin. The chase forward, the 0 point to try to reveal all. Goes up and over the top. Hunting heads as they cannot get on for the defuse. Jemkin now alone to try to at least make it costly, and costly it shall be. 2 players surviving, however, and Gen G back into the lead. The timeout works the treat for them. 2 rounds away from taking this to map 5.
Yeah, just creeping up a little bit towards B, and once they're given enough space to get set up for the flash TP to take control of yellow, Texture's on the hunt. Once he seemingly gets past the B site, that's when Texture just becomes an absolute nightmare. He's so good in those long-range battles, even with a Phantom.
Op still in, though. Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ. Cash is going to be in a rough position if they drop this round.
I don't think that Gen G even knew there was an op in that previous round.
Probably not, but they certainly know now. Karan going to be taken down. As Jemkin finding one. Texture dead, and all momentum gained from the previous round victory snuffed out. Jemkin will get timing. Foxy doing well to come away with that kill, but now needs to try to get himself out of this spot. Flush forward here at yellow. That flash, trying to bail him out. The headshot found on him on Yet, but cannot confirm the kill. Crazy guy swinging, finding it. Monyet still standing. Tied up 11-11. RRQ pulling them back in, not letting this team run away to run towards that map 5.
It's a round-around adjustments. Very nicely handled here. Crazy guy putting Jemkin over there with the op to make sure that it's locked down, and you have a follow-up for that flash TP behind yellow. You have a deep positioned Monyet, who has now tied Jemkin in the kill count for this map. Monyet, the player for RRQ, who's seen the deepest runs in tournaments, now showing his value when he's needed most. 2 more to go. Can they get it done?
0 point. Clears the stealth drone, stops Ash from getting further information.
Okay, this is something I wanted to see here from Gen G. Oh, Foxy.
Rechallenge it, takes damage, takes the headshot. Xfero holds the line, damage not suffered. Nano here in front, crazy guy, just swinging out, making noise and still winning the fight. Texture eliminated now. His weapon will get scooped up. A Phantom, a Vandal, a Sheriff versus 5 of the best players here in Pacific. RRQ looking to get up to match point. The wall in his face, a flash as well. Ash scales forward, is able to find one, but Monyet shuts him down. The re-peek from Jemkin is on point.
30 seconds left.
It's Karan now with the Sheriff.
Here.
Still needing to wrangle 3 outlaws on the opposite side. Spike in hand, the push out, and Jemkin staring down the scope. RRQ 12-11, match point in their hands.
Man, Xfero wins a big duel here against Foxy. Foxy had the jump on him initially. He caught him a bit off guard. It's a good change up from Gen G. Take a little bit of mid control, but RRQ just really solid right now. The op coming alive. Monyet holding the line. That opening kill from Crazy Guy, so impactful, and it's 1 more to go.
Economy hasn't meant too much for either team across the last few days, we could say, especially though in this series. And Gen G's still in a very rough position. 3 half armors, a Spectre in hand for Munchkin. Same strategy set up as Texture gets his way over. Back yellow, stealth drone spotting nothing. Some shots out and Monyet! Finding him through the wall, Texture dead on the floor.
They dug into that well too many times. RRQ's got the read on it, so you gotta try something different, and this time they are. They're gonna rewrap, they're gonna rotate. Foxy over towards the belt, but they're gonna be at a man disadvantage, and they're gonna be potentially facing Jemkin's operator.
And they can't even try to recover the weapon. It is too far gone. They're piling in to the weaker setup as far as numbers are concerned, but like you said, that operator is in hand for Jemkin. And the man can be absolutely deadly with it for now. Position gonna be forced away.
30 seconds.
Never get it, flushing him back. Monyet dropping down, the salvos to be waited out. The spike now planted. Xfero, however, on the flank. Have they read it? The answer's no. He strikes. Ash taken down. 3 players, 2 now remaining. Just the one. It's all on Karan, and he cannot find it. Xpero with the 3K gets RRQ, their first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history. The King of Kings, long may they reign. They are your Stage 1 champions.
Surely this time, and there is no doubt about it now, 3-1 will be the score that RRQ brings. And they have done it, finally. So many close calls, so many times denied by this team on the other side of the stage from getting to bigger and bigger moments. And now it's their turn. Now they have claimed the Stage 1 VCT Pacific Trophy.
And anytime they come to face Gen.G in the future, Gen.G might try to say 7-2. On all that RRQ need reply with is 3-1. The trophy is theirs, that #1 seed out of Pacific over to Masters Toronto. What a stage for this squad. Long awaited, much doubted, yet so well deserved. RRQ, crazy guys tell him to pump the brakes, wait a moment. I say hell no. I say you just get ready to go for it, take that trophy into your own hands. But guys, it has been a hell of a stage. For myself and Paper Thin, always a pleasure to bring you these matches as they will lift this into the air. Group effort. That has got to be cathartic as all hell. But that about does it for myself and Paper Thin here on the stage. I'm sure we'll see you guys soon. And we're gonna send it down to the stage and hear from our Stage 1 champions.
발로란트 챔피언스 투어 퍼시픽 스테이지 1의 우승팀 바로 RRQ입니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 선수들과 함께 인터뷰를 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Hey guys, congratulations! Tonight we crowned the new champions of Pacific. If I can have you guys in a single file.
자, 정말 팀 창단 역사상 처음으로 우승을 차지했습니다. 다시 한번 RRQ 선수들을 축하해 볼까 하는데요. 빛을 발하기까지 참 오랜 시간이 걸렸습니다. 팀 창단 후 국제대회 진출과 결승 진출, 그리고 끝내 우승을 차지했습니다. 퍼시픽의 새로운 시대가 열렸습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ! 네, RRQ의 선수들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 엑스페로 선수에게 질문을 하겠는데요. RRQ가 팀 사상 첫 트로피를 들어올렸습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 함께한 엑스페로는 감회가 남다를 것 같은데요. 우승 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Xero, the first question goes to you. I mean, what a historic moment for the org. First trophy ever since the franchise league. I mean, you know, you've been there since day one with the org. What does this moment mean to you?
For me, it feels amazing. Actually, I'm grateful with my teammates. We lost against Gen.G like 2 days ago, and we mentally come back for this game.
지금 기분이 너무 좋고요. 팀원들에게도 정말 고마울 따름입니다. 그리고 불과 이틀 전만 해도 젠지에게 졌었는데 그래도 멘탈 관리도 잘하고 다시 더 단단하게 돌아올 수 있어서 이렇게 우승이 가능했던 것 같다고 하네요.
자, 몬예 선수에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 몬예 선수 드디어 트로피를 들어올렸고요. 퍼시픽 다른 팀들의 유니폼도 입었었지만 RRQ와 가장 잘 어울리는 것 같은데요. RRQ와 함께 우승을 이뤄낸 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Monye, we're gonna come to you with this question. Trophy for you at last. I mean, you've been sort of a Pacific's journeyman, been here and there, but we feel like this RRQ jersey is the best to look on you. How do you feel about the trophy?
I don't know, feels nice. But still, we still have more to do, you know. I mean, it's nice to celebrate we win the Stage 1, but we still need to be focused on more to Toronto.
잘 모르겠는데 기분은 좋은데 아직 할 게 남아 있잖아요. 일단 뭐 트로피를 들어 올려서 기분은 좋지만 그래도 마스터즈에 가서 또 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 하기 때문에 그 부분에 있어서 더 열심히 하겠다고 말을 합니다.
그렇군요. 이어서 젠킨 선수에게 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 매 시즌 본인을 증명하면서 퍼시픽 최고의 엔트리로 거듭났습니다. 세계 무대에서도 활약이 기대되는데
세계 무대에서 본인의 엔트리 역할을 또 보여줄 자신이 있는지, 그리고 마스터스에서 만나보고 싶은 선수가 누가 있을지 궁금합니다.
Jemkin, match after match, you prove yourself to be the best duelist in Pacific, and now you're heading over to Toronto to compete with the world's best. Are you ready to surprise the world with what you can do?
I think I'm always ready.
Okay. Is there a player? Is there a player you would like to face?
Raga, of course. He's my fan. Ixodri.
Raga from China.
Raga. 항상 뭐 세상을 놀래켜줄 준비는 돼 있었고, 그리고 더크 선수 만나보고 싶다고 합니다.
자, 그리고 크레이지 가이 선수에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. RRQ 합류와 함께 우승 트로피를 들어 올렸는데요. 아이즈로서 팀을 훌륭하게 이끌었다는 게 증명됐습니다. 첫 시즌부터 이렇게 훌륭한 퍼포먼스를 보여줄 수 있었는지 그 비결이 궁금합니다.
Crazy guy, I mean, you stepped in as the IGL, leading the team to victory. You're very much part of the success that this org had so far. What allowed you to be this great IGL, and what allowed you to perform this well?
Like I know my team are very good, so I just focus on like reading the map, leading the guy how to play, where to go, and they just do the shooting job. And yeah, this one feel amazing because last night I can't even sleep. I slept 1 hour only last night, and I'm very happy that I still can win today.
워낙 또 팀원들이 출중하니까요. 그냥 팀원들을 믿고 그냥 맵 리딩하고 상대를 파악해서 콜만 해주면 총 쏘는 건 알아서 팀원들이 해주더라고요. 그래서 편하게 좀 경기에 임할 수 있었고, 그리고 사실 지금 어제 너무 떨려서 1시간밖에 잠을 못 잤는데 그래도 너무 좋은 모습 보여주면서 이렇게 우승까지 할 수 있어서 정말 다행이라고 얘기를 했습니다.
네. 그리고 아까 잼킨 선수의 대답 중에서는 XLG 엔트리를 만나고 싶어 했던 것 같습니다. 아까 대답 중에서.
네네, 죄송합니다.
네. 자, 이어서 쿠시 선수에게 질문을 하겠습니다. RRQ의 상승세는 쿠시의 합류 이후에 또 돋보였던 것 같은데요. 팬들의 응원 덕분에 이런 퍼포먼스가 나오지 않았나 싶은데요. 우승까지 아낌없이 응원을 해준 팬들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Kushi, and ever since you joined the team had so much momentum going on. I mean, you guys all showed up today as well. And we also had fans, riding with you guys through thick and thin. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans?
For everyone who is supporting us from before me and before Crazy Guy and until now, thank you very much. I hope we showed a very fun game that we played, and keep supporting us in Toronto. Thank you.
쿠시 선수 그리고 또 크레이지 가이 선수가 합류하기 이전부터 또 RRQ를 응원해주신 골수 팬분들도 계신데, 모든 팬분들에게 항상 응원에 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 경기 많이 즐기셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했네요.
네, 자, 이어서 코치 이워 감독에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 우승 트로피를 들어올리기까지 RRQ의 모든 시간을 함께 하셨는데요. 첫 마스터스, 첫 결승, 첫 우승, 계속 더 나은 기록을 만들어가고 있는 RRQ이기 때문에 얼마 남지 않은 토론토의 활약이 더 기대됩니다. 우승 소감과 토론토 각오도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ewok, and you are the guy that made everything possible for the team, working for the team 24/7. Now, first win, first Masters qualifications, first champion title. So, how does it feel for you to be able to lift the trophy all together? And also, how confident do you feel heading into Masters Toronto?
It's been a really long journey. So especially for me and Xvero, we've been on the team for a long time, and we've always promised that this is what we can do, and so it really feels good to be able to achieve that. And then one other thing, of course, just wanted to win today for Mother's Day, for all the mothers out there, for my mom back in South Africa. Thank you.
사실 엑스페로 선수도 그렇고 이웍 감독님도 RRQ에 정말 긴 시간 함께하면서 길고 힘든 여정이었는데, 항상 우리가 정말 할 수 있다는 걸 믿고 있었기 때문에 오늘 그 믿음이 좀 그 결실을 맺은 것 같고요. 그리고 또 하나는 그 어머니를 위해서 또 가정의 달이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 꼭 우승을 하고 싶었는데 그 약속을 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하시네요.
네, 마지막으로 워버즈 코치에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 선수들이 빛나는 무대지만 그 무대 뒤에서 그 누구보다 힘썼던 게 코칭 스태프들일 것 같습니다. 그 고생했던 결과를 선수들이 함께 만들어줬는데요. 자랑스러운 선수들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Warberts, you know, winning a champions title, it's a group effort from the coaching staff, grinding 24/7, and also the players being able to execute accordingly. So, you know, I know you're really proud of your players at this moment. So is there anything you would like to say to them?
Yeah, we're enormously proud of them. We ask a lot out of them. That's the biggest thing is we, you know, day in, day out, they're just constantly grinding the game, constantly studying. So yeah, we're proud of you guys, but keep going. This is just the first step, right? Now we have Toronto now.
정말 RRQ 감코진이 선수들에게 바라는 것도 많았고 기대도 많이 했었고 또 그만큼 그 기대에 부응해서 열심히 해준 걸 알고 있기 때문에 이런 트로피라는 결과가 있었고 그렇기 때문에 너무 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하시면서 하지만 토론토에서도 잘 해야 되기 때문에 앞으로도 더 열심히 해야 한다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
네. 자, 킥오프 때는 사실 트로피가 물방울 모양이었다면 지금은 물방울이 더 성장을 해서 물 기둥이 됐고요. 스테이지 2 때는 훨씬 더 거대한 트로피가 나타나지 않을까 싶습니다. 하지만 그 전에 VCT 퍼시픽 2025 스테이지 1 다음에 마스터스 토론토가 펼쳐질 예정입니다. 6월 7일부터 22일까지 한국 시간으로 6월 8일부터 23일까지 진행될 예정입니다. 퍼시픽을 대표해서 RRQ, 젠지 그리고 페이퍼렉스가 진출하니까요. 여러분들 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 저희는 스테이지 1 챔피언 RRQ의 트로피 세리머니와 함께 인사를 드리겠고요. 잠시 후 스테이지 2 조추첨으로 돌아오겠습니다. 다시 한번 외치도록 하겠습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ!
yang gue suka dari lu, Des.
Very beautiful.
한명 남았습니다.
I hope you guys are recovered from the grand finals just now of stage 1, but it's time for the VCT Pacific draw show where we're going to find out what the groups are for stage 2. And as you guys can see, the groups really do matter. I'm your host, Victoria, and my co-host, Jen Lee.
네, 지금부터는 스테이지 2를 위한 조 추첨식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 이 조 추첨이 어떻게 되는지에 따라서 향후 팀들의 향방이 갈릴 예정이니까요. 오늘 매우 중요한 조 추첨식 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 조 추첨식에는 빅토리아가 수고해 주도록 하겠습니다.
Now, we cannot proceed through the draw show without our one and only Seok-won Lee from Riot Korea Competitive Operations.
네, 오늘 그리고 드로우를 해주실 경기 운영팀의 이석원님 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다.
Now, the rules are very important, of course, and I don't want to get any of this wrong, so let's go through it one more time. And as you guys know, the 12 teams in VCT Pacific are divided into 2 groups. We've got Alpha and Omega, and the basic group structure for Stage 2 remains the same as Stage 1. However, based on the standings from the Stage 1 group stage, new seeds have been assigned to each group.
네, 먼저 추천 방식에 대해서 설명해 드리도록 하겠는데요. 그룹 구성은 스테이지 1과 마찬가지로 알파와 오메가 이렇게 2개의 그룹으로 나뉘게 됩니다. 그런데 스테이지 1 순위에 따라서 시드가 현재 새로 배정된 상태이고요. 여러분들 보실 수 있도록 이어서 추가적인 규칙 설명해 드리도록 할게요.
Now, the 6 seeds are divided into 3 pairs. It's going to be the first and second, then the third and the fourth, and the fifth and the sixth. And each pair is placed into its own bowl, resulting in a total of 3 draws. So from each draw bowl, 1 seed slip is drawn and swapped with a team from the other group, creating a completely new group composition through these exchanges.
네, 이어서 여기 6개의 팀들이 각각 3개의 그룹으로 분류가 될 텐데요. 1번 시드와 2번 시드가 같은 추첨통에 들어가 있고 3번 시드와 4번 시드가 같은 추첨통, 그리고 5번 시드와 6번 시드가 같은 추첨함에 들어가게 돼 있습니다. 이렇게 3개로 분류가 된 가운데 총 3번의 조추첨이 진행될 예정이고요. 이어서 뽑힌 팀은 서로의 그룹을 맞바꾸게 된다는 점 이해해 주시면 됩니다.
Now, I think we're ready. Seok-won, are you ready? Okay, let's start from the top. We're going to start with the first and second seeds here so that we boom RRQ, DRX, and Talon. We're going to find out how these seeding swaps are going to go.
네, 가장 먼저 1, 2번 시드의 조추첨 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
The moment. Oh, okay. It's RRQ. It's going to make that swap here.
With boom. 네, 1번 시드끼리 맞바꾸게 됐는데요. 투명성을 위해서 나머지 공 하나도
That's right. For integrity reasons,
공개하도록
we want to make
하겠습니다.
sure you guys believe us when we say this is not rigged. So you will see both of these opened up.
네.
Shall we swap? Well, RQ, our new grand finalists of stage 1, and Boom, also the top of their group. All right, let's move on to the third and fourth seeds here. This includes Gen G, T1, Paper X, and Nongshim.
3, 4시드 조추첨 진행하도록 할게요. 4번 시드입니다.
Paper X over
And
there, going to be
Nongshim.
swapping with Nongshim.
네, 다시 한번 남아있는 하나 공개해 주시죠.
And that's right, we're going to reveal the second one again for integrity reasons and for transparency, so you guys know this is not rigged.
투명성을 위해서 나머지 하나도 공개를 해드렸고요. 농심과 페이퍼렉스의 자리 바꾸겠습니다.
Ooh, this is already looking really spicy right now as we go into the third group here with the 5th and 6th seed. We've got Global Esports, Zeta Division, DFM, and Team Secret.
네, 5, 6번 시드 진행하도록 할게요.
This is going to be very exciting because we know a lot of changes are going to be happening with these 4 teams as we come into stage 2.
But regardless, we have the Japanese teams facing each other anyways. 6번 시드 바꾸겠습니다. 나머지 하나도 공개해 주시죠.
This is very exciting, guys. That yes, the 2 Japanese teams will be facing off, and they are going to be in Group Omega.
6번 시드 수업 진행하겠습니다.
All right. You guys, we have our groups now. Shall we go through all of them? In Group Alpha, we've got RRQ, DRX, Gen G, Nongshim, Global Esports, and Team Secret.
And in Group Omega, we've got Boom Esports, Talon Esports, T1, PaperX, Zeta Division, and DFM.
네, 그룹 다시 한번 정리해드리도록 하겠습니다. 스테이지 2에는 그룹 알파의 RRQ와 DRX, 젠지, 농심, 글로벌 e스포츠 팀 시크릿이 있습니다. 3명의 한국팀이 이렇게 같은 그룹에 묶이게 됐고요. 그룹 오메가 스테이지 2에서는 붐 e스포츠, 탈론, T1, 페이퍼렉스, 제타와 DFM 이렇게 두 일본 팀이 같은 그룹에 위치하게 됐습니다.
Do you have a side that you're more excited about?
Well, I would say no.
No?
I would say this is a good group. It's a good group.
This is going to be very exciting, I think, especially the performance we've been seeing from Stage 1. So either way, we're going to have an awesome Stage 2. I would like to thank our Riot Korea competitive ops guy, So-Gwan Lee. Thank you so much.
네, 경기 운영팀의 이석원님 고생 많으셨습니다.
And thank you, Jen. I'm Victoria. Everyone, see you at Stage 2 and Masters Toronto. And I want you guys to all support our 3 teams going, PaperX, RRQ, and Gen G.
네, 마스터즈 토론토에서 활약해줄 저희 퍼시픽의 3팀 많은 응원 부탁드리고요. 저희는 마스터즈 이후에 퍼시픽 스테이지 2로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
Has been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here, texture, trying to get out. Mo's down 2. Drawn out, knows that he's going to be low on HP, but Khan dips in, finds a headshot, swings out, and takes down Crazy Guy! The 4K Red Bull clutch, Karan! So we're going forward, Epoxy 9 trying to hit this flank here in mid, but Chemkin activating, finds a headshot, Mo's down 3, and RRQ. They finally had enough!
Let's go, MC!
13-11, an unthinkable scoreline on this map!
Close out the TP. Sparrow's so ready for this.
Swing out for the reset on this spray. Frantically shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done. Karan. Oh, and Sparrow creeping forward. They're trying to keep the interest going, and there you have it. Right between the shoulder blades, a 4K for Sparrow. Ash scaling forward. Sparrow going to be noted here on that attempted flank in for mid, and Cushy with it. Pop flashes his way in. Trying to find the punish here on the texture. He's trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Karan swooping, Cushy collecting. The King of Kings. Long may they reign. They are your Stage 1 champions!
Rise Pacific. Rule the game.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on the mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.